Chapter 722. Shi Qinghai took off his janitor's uniform, took out a dark green military windbreaker from his backpack and put it on. Then he began to attach a gun to the standard buckle on his belt. All kinds of guns were neatly arranged inside the windbreaker, glowing faintly, like a series of sharp knives prepared by a master chef. Whistling faintly, he walked to the sink and washed his face. After rinsing off all the sweat and blood with cold water, he began to seriously apply lipstick in front of the mirror. This time it was a real lipstick. It was to cover up the purple color of his fake lips. Looking at the handsome and charming man in the mirror, but because of his pale face, he looked extremely haggard and pitiful. Mr. Shi raised his eyebrows in annoyance, squinted his eyes and slapped his cheeks, indulging in the violent and crisp sound of the slapping to make his skin rosy. He took out a comb and meticulously combed his hair until it was smooth and bright. After confirming that even a fly with a cane wouldn't be able to stand on it, he nodded in satisfaction. He took out a pair of glasses with thick lenses from the pocket of his windbreaker and put them on the bridge of his nose. Then he gently rubbed the button on the leg of the glasses with the pad of his finger, and began to wirelessly connect to the signal transmission point outside the building on Parliament Hill. After finishing his preparations, Shi Qinghai walked out of the bathroom, locked the wooden door with a tool, and hung a sign saying "Cleaning in Progress" on it. Then, a light and cute whistle sounded from his lips again. In the corridor covered with a plush carpet, a noblewoman brushed past him. Suddenly she turned around and looked at him, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. At this time Shi Qinghai was wearing the dark green military windbreaker, and looked extremely handsome. The eye-catching gold one on the shoulder of the military windbreaker added a touch of valiance that intoxicated the noblewoman. What song were you humming just now?" the noblewoman asked with a smile. Shi Qinghai stopped in his tracks and answered with a smile, "Madam, it was 27 glasses of wine." "A very old and beautiful song," the noblewoman said reservedly. "Are you an officer here to participate in the award ceremony? I know there will be a dinner after the ceremony, but I don't know if you have any plans after the dinner." This noble lady was very charming, but unfortunately Shi Qinghai did not have the time. He bowed slightly and politely expressed his sincere apology. "Sorry, I have some important work to do after the award ceremony." Shi Qinghai indeed had a very important job to do, especially after sneaking into the Special Task Force's security list and confirming that Vice President Byron would not be attending the dinner after the ceremony today. Instead, he would be leaving right away, so he was forced to work earlier. In order to commend the heroic deeds of the frontline soldiers, Parliament Hill passed a temporary proposal to generously provide a magnificent Parliament Hall to the Department of National Defense for the purpose of holding an award ceremony. Shi Qinghai leaned against the inconspicuous wooden door on the side. Holding a glass of light-colored sparkling apple wine, he calmly observed the interior of the tall and magnificent Parliament building. After the award ceremony, there would be a grand dinner. The organizers had prepared a huge wine tower, which happened to be behind the door behind Shi Qinghai. The light blue sparkling wine had a pleasant color to it, and it looked like the perfect combination of magnificence and serenity in the mountains. Shi Qinghai finished a glass of sparkling apple wine and drank another. When he picked up the third glass, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up alertly. He saw a beautiful woman in the crowd in the distance. She was wearing a Federation officer's uniform, but there was a little red flower in her cloud-like black hair. She was looking at him coldly. Zhou Yu was now the deputy director of a policy research room in the Department of National Defense. It was not strange for her to appear at an award ceremony organized by the military. In particular, Minister Zhou Yingxing was unable to attend the ceremony because she had to preside over the posture test at Transit Base No. 1. Her presence could at least relieve some of the tension. Zhou Yu did not know that Shi Qinghai had gone missing during this time, so when she saw him standing in an inconspicuous corner, wearing a well-ironed military trench coat, she only felt a little strange. Shi Qinghai raised the glass of sparkling apple wine in his hand and smiled at her. When he saw that she seemed to want to talk to him, he frowned slightly and put the glass on the table behind him. He then blended into the chaotic crowd and silently walked to the front of the Parliament Hill's rostrum. 6 professional high-definition cameras moved slowly in different positions, broadcasting the scene in the Parliament Hill to every household in the Federation. The award ceremony officially began. The officers of the 3rd Military Region's Air and Ground Support Brigade were the first to receive the award, followed by the other heroes of the 3rd Military Region's Field Forces. It was not until the second half of the ceremony that the famous officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division walked up to the rostrum and received the medals and awards from the hands of the Parliament members. Even on such an occasion, the officers of the Iron 7th Division were very stingy with their smiles. Their waists were straight, their bodies were straight, their eyes were straight, and their hands were on the Magna Carta. Their expressions were firm and calm, just like their teacher Du Shaoqing. Even more enthusiastic applause sounded in the Parliament Hall, but because the interior of the building was too spacious, the loud and enthusiastic applause could not receive the same enthusiastic response from the walls. In a very short time the applause was annihilated and could not be heard. The architect who designed the Parliament Hill back then probably hated the constant meetings of the Federation. Every time there was a meeting, the Parliament members had to applaud enthusiastically. So, he deliberately designed the hall in such a way that it conflicted with the principles of sound. Shi Qinghai thought about these boring and extended thoughts while quietly watching the big shots of the Federation on the rostrum. What puzzled and slightly disappointed him was that Du Shaoqing did not come to the ceremony in person. The ceremony reached its final stage. The kind-looking Vice President Byron walked down the rostrum accompanied by the Special Task Force agents and the Parliament members. Everyone who was familiar with the highest command of the Iron 7th Division knew that there were only 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division who were qualified to be worn by the Vice President of the Federation in person. They were Commander Du Shaoqing and his 2 most loyal and reliable arms, Shimanjin and Dongfang Pei. However, Commander Dongfang Pei had now been stripped of all his military positions and was coldly kicked into the NTR unit of the 17th Division by Du Shaoqing. Although there was no good news of his sacrifice for the country, he was certainly not qualified to receive the Federation's commendation. Du Shaoqing did not come at all. For this ice general, all the warm celebrations in the special district of the capital made him feel disgusted and uncomfortable. Therefore, Colonel Shimanjin was the only one left in the highest command of the Iron 7th Division as a representative. At this time, no one knew that he had been tied to a urinal by metal wires and was playing the role of a sad, bleeding clown. He was on his last breath and could die at any time. No one answered. Shimanjin did not appear. The empty building on the Parliament Hill became quiet. The officers attending the ceremony and the crowd watching the ceremony did not know what had happened. On the rostrum, the official in charge of presiding over the ceremony quickly glanced at the camera lens that was still broadcasting live. He stood behind Vice President Byron and whispered a few words. The general idea was that he wanted Vice President Byron to give a touching speech in advance to fool the awkward atmosphere. But not everything in the world could be fooled by politicians, at least not today. Clear and powerful footsteps were heard. Heavy military boots crushed the precious wooden stairs. Shi Qinghai walked up to the rostrum with a smile and slowly undid the first button of his dark green military windbreaker. Before the agents of the Special Task Force and the Parliament staff could react, he said, "I know where Colonel Shimanjin is." When he said this, he gently placed his left hand on the huge and thick Magna Carta. He looked at the people below the rostrum calmly. The red on his slightly pursed lips could not hide the shocking purple. A staff member walked up to him and said in a low voice, "Mr. Officer, this is the award ceremony. The Federation is broadcasting it live. Please go down first. I don't want to send security personnel." Shi Qinghai coughed softly and explained, "I am indeed not the guy who came to participate in the award ceremony. You can tell from my military uniform that I am not from the 7th Division. I am from the Special 1st Division." After the Federation's reconciliation, a large part of the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain were reorganized by the government and were given a new name, which was the Special 1st Division. In the battle to destroy the Imperial Expeditionary Force in the West Woods, the Special 1st Division performed well and made great contributions. However, the Federation government seemed to have turned a blind eye to this matter. People thought they knew the purpose of this officer's visit and could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The Parliament Hall became even quieter. "Does no one want to know where Colonel Shiman is?" Shi Qinghai smiled and looked at the people below the rostrum. In the crowd someone shouted, "Where is he? Tell us." "He is now waiting for trial in the moral court of death," someone answered. Shi Qinghai was finally satisfied. He smiled and said, "There are other people who are about to be tried." He gently stroked the linen cover of the Magna Carta with his palm and looked back at those members who were confused. He looked at Vice President Byron, who was walking back to the rostrum under the protection of the special agents, and suddenly started to call out names. Vice President Byron, Senator Mace, Senator Paulson, General Hu Zhu. After calling out the names of 6 or 7 important people, He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the stiff people on the rostrum. He smiled and said, "Very good. Most of you are here. Then I announce, because you are involved in the Linhai State Gymnasium assassination, the Ancient Bell attack, the murder of my fat teacher, and the fact that you control the Federation government and the judicial system, according to the First Charter and the relevant amendments, I have decided to execute the citizen's arrest right on you." Shi Qinghai put his left hand on the thick Magna Carta, looked at those people and said seriously, "If you resist, I will execute you directly according to the arrest right and the militia wartime regulations." Shi Gongzi's calm voice echoed in the solemn and empty hall. Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand what was going on. Probably not many people remembered that there was a citizen's arrest right hidden in the depths of the First Charter. The first reaction of people was that this was ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Was there something wrong with the handsome and serious officer on the rostrum? Vice President Byron, under the protection of the special agents, walked out of the parliament with a serious expression. He did not want to be affected by this ridiculous episode. Indeed, no one resisted Shi Qinghai's arrest, because they all thought that the so-called citizen's arrest was just a lunatic's nonsense. A counselor pointed at Shi Qinghai angrily and scolded him harshly. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes slightly. His eardrums seemed to have lost any physiological function at this moment. He could only see that the member's mouth was constantly changing shape, and there was obviously a disgusting residue of dirty cigarette teeth that were often washed. Chapter 723. Before Shi Qinghai pulled the trigger, and even after he pulled the trigger, no one in the hall believed that the handsome officer in the dark green military trench coat, who was talking about meaningless charges and civil arrest rights that no one understood, would do anything. In the eyes of the people, Shi Qinghai was a lunatic, and the whole thing was a ridiculous joke that had no practical significance. Just like Shimanjin's mistake, based on their absolute trust in the charter and the electronic surveillance network scanning system, no one thought that Shi Qinghai would be able to bring firearms into Parliament Hill, and even more so, no one thought that there would be many guns in his elegant dark green military windbreaker. Because of this reason, no one took his request seriously, except for a beautiful woman with a little red flower in her black hair. People looked at him coldly and mockingly. Even the cameraman of the TV station, who was supposed to cut off the live broadcast of the incident, didn't seem to care about the matter. The security guards of the Parliament Hill were embarrassed to think about how they allowed a lunatic veteran to sneak into the hall. The special task force agents stationed everywhere were ready to protect the vice president and several members of the parliament as they left. They didn't pay any attention to Shi Qinghai, who was on the stage like an idiot according to the charter. They might be laughing at the guards in their hearts, or they might be busy talking in a low voice with their white earphones, acting like cold and stern special agents. Until Shi Qinghai pulled the trigger, the high-speed bullet bloomed in front of the barrel like a firework, and then penetrated the body of the parliament member. It quickly took away his blood and life through countless beautiful and tragic holes. Then, almost in an instant, no one knew how he did it. The Falcon long-range precision pistol in his military trench coat appeared in his left hand, and he pulled the trigger at the vice president, who was walking out of Parliament Hill. With a muffled sound, the powerful recoil shook the sleeve of the military officer. At the end of the crowd, who had just reacted and started screaming, crying, and panicking, Vice President Byron, who was speeding up to leave, fell heavily to the ground as if he had been hit hard. The special task force agents, who were known for their professionalism, actually couldn't block the fatal bullet from behind because of a moment of panic. A moment later, the fat Vice President Byron crawled up with great difficulty. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest successfully saved his life, but there was no way to save the few broken ribs. Amidst the screams and cries, the special task force agents protected him in the middle with bloodshot eyes and quickly retreated to the entrance of Parliament Hill, not leaving Shi Qinghai any path of attack. In the narrow nurses' lounge of the Army General Hospital, there was still a single bed. The pink decor, along with the centrifugal pump and dialysis apparatus that had not been returned in time, were piled up messily beside the bed. At the very least, it proved that that person really existed and had really appeared. The pretty nurse pursed her lips sadly. Her nose was blocked, and the few cute freckles on the bridge of her nose had lost their luster. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded on the TV screen. She looked up in surprise and saw a man wearing a dark green military trench coat suddenly appear at the scene of the Frontline Soldiers Award ceremony that was being broadcasted live on the news channel. "What are you talking about? How can the Vice President of the Federation be a criminal? That citizen's arrest right of yours is really funny as the cold jokes you tell in this small room." Come down, don't mess around on the stage, that's a serious place. Since you're not a member of the special forces of a military region, why are you there? Come down, old gong, don't get into trouble. Wu Li stared at the TV screen in a daze and clenched her fist in disbelief. Then she saw the man pull the trigger in a very manly manner, and heard countless men and women screaming in fear from the TV screen. She screamed sadly and tears flowed down her cheeks. She pushed open the door and ran out of the hospital. It was still some time from here to Parliament Hill. The pink nurse's cap that looked like a small boat was blown off by the wind and fell to the ground. It still looked like a boat, but it also looked like a flower petal. West Woods, Sunset State. Sulu sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. His head was very low, so low that it was between his knees. He stared at the selfie on his phone that looked like a brutalist oil painting style and let out a strange cry. He asked loudly, "Now you should know where he is, right?" This sentence was directed to the Federal Central Computer. Sulu felt that it was inconceivable that the old thing couldn't find Shi Qinghai after such a long time. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. The target is at Parliament Hill, in that famous luxurious toilet. He's moving out now. After knowing the phone number, the Federal Central Computer marked Shi Qinghai's latest location in the shortest time possible with the help of the chip in the phone. Sulu tried to call back. As expected, Shi Qinghai chose a one-way data connection. There was no way for him to call back. After pondering for a moment, Sulu furrowed his brows tightly and made a call to the members of the Capital Special District. He said in a deep voice, "Gongzi Shi is at Parliament Hill. You guys go over and keep an eye on him for me. Find out what happened. If there is no problem, tie him up and don't let him move." A few minutes later, with the old thing's reminder, Sulu turned on the TV and saw the award ceremony on the live broadcast. The beautiful man made an interesting and powerful statement about his citizens' right to arrest. He lowered his head and rubbed his face helplessly. He dialed Gu Shifeng's number again and said in a deep voice, "I've confirmed that he's at Parliament Hill. There should be a battle soon. Be careful. Try not to show yourself. Lie in ambush outside and see if there's a chance to help him escape." The live broadcast on the Federation News Channel came to an abrupt end. Su Li's eyes turned dark. The last scene before that was of Shi Qinghai holding 2 submachine guns in Parliament Hill. A councilman was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Sulu narrowed his eyes and said emotionlessly, "Give me the camera." After a moment of silence, the Federal Central Computer transferred the internal surveillance video of Parliament Hill to his brain. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the sunlight of the West Woods Sunset State. In fact, he was looking at Parliament Hill billions of astronomical units away. He was looking at the beautiful man in the dark green military trench coat fighting a bloody battle. Pursing his lips and taking deep breaths, Sulu held the heavy handgun tightly with both hands and slowly aimed it at his chin. The cold barrel of the gun sank deep into his skin. As long as his index finger moved slightly and gently pulled the trigger, the fatal bullet would penetrate his skull and fly out with his skull, flesh, and brain matter. It was a scene of panic. The ground was filled with smoke and dust, and precious wood pieces were flying everywhere. Shi Qinghai, with a calm face, kept shooting. From time to time, people would fall in a pool of blood in front of him, regardless of whether they were a councilman or someone else. The officers of the Iron 7th Division who received the commendation were the first to react. However, they didn't have any weapons with them, so most of the officers ran out of Parliament Hill. The remaining 2 officers fearlessly rushed over, trying to use their bodies to block Shi Qinghai's massacre of the councilman. Shi Qinghai stretched out his arms and calmly suppressed the guards who rushed into the hall. However, this gave the 2 officers a chance to get close to him. The dark green military trench coat seemed to be facing a strong wind. With a whistling sound, the hem suddenly swayed. His right leg shot out from the hem like lightning and kicked the officer's lower abdomen. Almost at the same time, his waist and abdomen used the force of the recoil to pass under his armpit with the submachine gun on his right hand, sweeping across with terrifying gunfire. In an instant, the officer of the Iron 7th Division who attacked from behind had his thigh cut off neatly from the middle. With a muffled cry, he knelt on the ground, blood spurting out of the terrible wound. Sharp alarms rang in Parliament Hill. The guards rushed in, and so did the agents of the Federation Bureau of Investigation and the Special Task Force who had been stationed at the periphery of Parliament Hill for many years. Accompanied by the screams and cries of the fleeing crowd, the sound of bullets whistling through the air was everywhere. Hard dust splashed on the walls and chairs from time to time, and new holes were formed. In the face of such a situation, Mr. Shi was very calm. In fact, he was very calm. It was as if he didn't care that the shrapnel that flew under his earlobe would break his cervical vertebrae if it was slightly off target. He also didn't care how many elite police officers were blocking his way. He calmly raised his gun, aimed and fired. He calmly, quickly and accurately reloaded. He crouched on his left knee and dodged, using the heel of his sturdy military boot as an axis to roll. He also fired while rolling, displaying all the military skills he had learned in the 1st Military Academy in Green Dragon Mountain perfectly. He didn't make a single mistake. In addition, there seemed to be an endless supply of ammunition in his dark green military trench coat. From time to time, some of the Federation guards and agents would fall with blood splattering everywhere. Gradually, the rain of bullets became sparse and he was actually suppressing them all by himself. When Shi Qinghai rushed to the giant stone pillar at the main entrance of Parliament Hill, Vice President Byron had already arrived at the bottom of the stone steps under the protection of the Special Task Force agents. He was about to get into the special bulletproof car. Police lights flashed and sirens sounded. Dozens of police cars had already gathered at Charter Square at the bottom of Parliament Hill. In the distance, more than a dozen black SUVs from the Federation Investigation Bureau were speeding toward them at high speed. The stone steps of Parliament Hill were too long for standard firearms to be able to shoot accurately. At least, the gun in Shi Qinghai's dark green military trench coat, which was dripping with blood, couldn't do that. Shi Qinghai held the gun with both hands and squinted at the special bulletproof car at the bottom of the stone steps, as well as the chubby vice president of the Federation beside the car. At that moment, Vice President Byron seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and glanced at the entrance of Parliament Hill. His expression was calm and his attitude was calm. Shi Qinghai loosened his grip, and the 2 empty submachine guns fell to the ground with a clatter. Then they rolled down the high and long stone steps toward the bottom of Parliament Hill, as if they were helplessly crashing into an empty stone. He reached out his right hand to adjust his glasses, raised his thumb and straightened his index finger like a child, and pointed his finger at Vice President Byron, who was at the bottom of the stone steps. At the same time he said softly, "Bang." Vice President Byron shook his head and smiled sarcastically. He was about to get into the car. At that moment, the noisy Charter Square suddenly fell into an eerie silence. It was probably because of a strange buzzing sound in the air, and a loud bang in the air in front of Parliament Hill. Bang. Vice President Byron still had a sarcastic smile on his face, but the bottom half of his body was blasted into a pool of blood by the terrifying bullet flying from outer space. On the stone steps, Shi Qinghai retracted his index finger and pursed his lips. It was a mess of purple and red. Chapter 724. In front of Parliament Hill in Charter Square, police lights were flashing non-stop. Although it was daytime, the sun behind the spring clouds was not as eye-catching as the colorful lights. Sharp sirens and equally ear-piercing emergency brakes sounded from time to time. Countless agents from powerful government departments were nervously setting up defenses everywhere. On the stone steps, Shi Qinghai retracted his index finger. Above the square, there was a dull but loud gunshot that sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. However, it did not stop. It was not slow and it was frightening. It was extremely rough and even seemed a little clumsy, but it was also extremely terrifying. Vice President Byron, whose lower body was directly blasted into a flower of blood, was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He lay in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The special police agents crawled on the ground, shouting loudly as they crawled over. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from the big gun from afar actually hit the special bulletproof car. The hard bulletproof glass shattered, and the alloy car made a cracking sound. The huge impact made the car bounce up from the ground and then fall down. Not long after, the car was as if it was run over by a heavy hydraulic press. It was shot into a pile of scrap metal by the dense and terrifying bullets. The ACW was probably the only single long-range weapon in this universe that could directly penetrate the defense of military mecha. In front of it, any bulletproof car was like a paper toy. About 2,300 meters away from the stone steps of Parliament Hill, on the corner of the roof of an unremarkable old building in the southwest corner of Charter Square, the ACW covered with standard green twisted leaves was quietly aimed at the square below. It blended in with the dense ivy on the wall, making it extremely difficult to be discovered. Only when the green leaves occasionally revealed a towering metallic luster and biting cold air would people be alarmed. This was the federal military's most powerful and most expensive single long-range weapon. The ACW was preloaded with ammunition, electronic pulse ignition, single-barreled composite system, 3-point shooting time limited to 1/500th of a second. Coupled with the tungsten alloy tail fins and the addition of the magnetic vibration killing effect, it was undoubtedly a good killing weapon to destroy mechas and planes. Due to the special nature of today's mission, Shi Qinghai had chosen an ordinary cartridge box with a large amount of ammunition. Next to the cartridge box, there was a smooth adaptive helicometer placed on top of a balanced base plate, which was connected to a high-performance workbench through a data cable. After receiving the data from the front, the workbench only needed a very short time to accurately calculate the shooting angle. Coupled with the comprehensive monitoring of wind speed and humidity, the precision of the remote firing could be controlled to a certain extent. With a muffled sound, the bullet spurted out from the thick barrel, and the heavy body of the gun retreated along the slide at high speed. It heavily hit the shock absorber and then repositioned itself. When the bullet tore through the air and exploded with a terrifying thunder in the sky above Charter Square, the thick black barrel of the ACW had already finished adjusting the shooting angle according to the calculation. The muzzle quickly and smoothly raised or lowered its head silently, and continued to spew out the second bullet. As the muzzle of the gun continued to spew out flames, the air above the balcony of this ordinary apartment building in the southwest corner of Charter Square seemed to have started to become anxious. The beautiful and quiet deep creepers had slightly curled up leaves and were trembling incessantly. Shi Qinghai took out the gun in his military windbreaker as fast as he could. He turned around and looked at the police officer hiding behind the stone pillar in the 7 o'clock direction. His left hand's finger lightly pressed, and the sensitive red pulse button was triggered with a click. The terrifying ACW on the apartment building in the distance collected the signal from the glasses, and the signal from the chip in the windbreaker completed a triangular physical positioning calculation in a very short time, adjusted the shooting angle and then fired. Bang! With a loud bang, an obvious hole appeared in the concrete pillar. In the midst of the flying debris, the police officer was covered in blood, and he rolled out with a miserable howl. The glasses on the bridge of the nose would be displaced, and this kind of long-distance calculation would ultimately have a deviation. Therefore, the ACW's shooting this time wasn't perfect, but with its terrifying power, it was enough to complete the tactical requirements. Shi Qinghai looked at the police cars that had completely surrounded the square. His face was expressionless, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. His eyes looked through the glasses at the police officers and the investigators from the Federation Investigation Bureau who were preparing to rush over at the bottom of the long stone steps. He started to quickly press the red button on his pinky finger. Bang bang bang. Countless dense loud noises sounded from the inside of Parliament Hill and the open area in front of it. Amidst the terrifying roar, more than a dozen police cars at the front were shot full of holes. Metal pieces flew everywhere, revealing the miserable steel frames and broken engines inside. Cement blocks and dust were blown up from the hard ground by the powerful bullets. From time to time, a police car would explode into flames and black smoke. Some vehicles flew high up into the air, only to fall heavily and shatter into pieces. Under the suppression of such a dense and terrifying rain of bullets, none of the people in front of Parliament Hill could counterattack. All the police officers and investigators dodged in all directions, rolling and crawling quickly, retreating to the grassy field behind them. The police officers and investigators who still had the ability to fight in the Parliament Hill Hall were directly scared out of their wits by the rain of bullets. They hid in the corners far away, not daring to raise their heads. If they dared to poke their heads out, even if there were no bullets, the extremely sharp and dangerous cement blocks would directly tear them into pieces. Smoke and dust rose and flames gradually rose. Beside the stone pillar of the charred Parliament Hill Hall, Shi Qinghai, wearing glasses and wearing a dark green military windbreaker, looked left and right. He let the bullets fly and made everyone lie down in front of him, not daring to stand. All the TV stations had already cut off the live broadcast. Under the suppression of the Federation government's anger, the news media could only report in real time about everything that happened in front of Parliament Hill. They couldn't even publish pictures. However, Charter Square itself was the most famous tourist destination of the Federation. Today was a good spring day and countless residents of the Capital Special District and foreign tourists were taking photos with the statue of the Group of Five, offering flowers to the statue of the military god, sitting on the grass, and occasionally feeding a few pieces of bread to the greedy fat pigeons. The sudden shooting incident startled all the tourists. They panicked and fled in all directions. After entering the safe zone, they stood outside the yellow police cordon temporarily set up by the police station. Looking at the billowing black smoke in the direction of Parliament Hill and hearing the dense gunshots, they were shocked speechless. They all took out their cell phones and reported to their family or friends about the unbelievable incident that was happening here. Thunderous rumbles resounded above the heads of the thousands of citizens. They subconsciously raised their heads to look, only to see several federal military aircraft whistling through the air at a low altitude with astonishing momentum. They actually sent out fighter jets? What exactly is going on at Parliament Hill? Is it the suicide attack team of the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain? Or are they religious fanatics from Bermuda? The people were more and more shocked. Then they saw more than a dozen fully armed armored vehicles driving at high speed on the street at the northeast corner of Charter Square. Behind the armored vehicles was an ordinary military vehicle. In the back seat of the military vehicle, the new leader of the Iron 7th Division's Rapid Response Disposal Team, Major Chang, quickly reported to the general beside him in a low voice. The Special Police and the Federation Investigation Department's response team have already tried to infiltrate twice. According to the report, only sporadic gunshots were heard, and then there was no other movement. They should have failed. Major Chang regretfully missed the opportunity to attack the Empire with the troops because of his leg injury. Instead, he was left in the base by his division commander to take care of related matters. Therefore, he was not qualified to participate in the award ceremony today. Instead, he accompanied his division commander to check the equipment needed for the next expedition. According to the current situation, no one in the division should have died yet, but Colonel Shiman is missing. Major Chang looked at the hologram in his hand and continued quickly, "The enemy has hostages. Their firepower is too strong, and their professional military accomplishments are extremely high. The Federation government is unable to deal with them, so they asked us to take over. The Federation actually needs to send out field troops for internal affairs. This is very dangerous and even more so, a disgrace." Du Xiaoqing, who had been silent all this time, looked in the direction of Parliament Hill. Thinking of the phone call he received earlier, he suddenly asked, "Are you sure it's Shi Qinghai?" "Yes, it's confirmed." Major Chang hesitated for a moment and added, "Commander, I heard from Instructor Su Lu that this person is qualified to enter the Trinity Association. He is very capable. The standard suppressive fire angle is impeccable, and the flawless tactical movements and intentions are chosen perfectly." Du Xiaoqing looked at Parliament Hill in the distance and thought of the man wearing the dark green military trench coat shooting silently on the surveillance screen just now. He sighed and said, "It is my regret that such an outstanding soldier can't fight for the Federation." After a moment of silence, this famous Federation general said softly, "Be quick. If it takes too long to use troops to deal with one person, I can't afford to lose face." The Federation mobilized troops to deal with that beautiful man on Parliament Hill, so the battle naturally ended very quickly. When the armored vehicles of the Iron 7th Division surrounded Parliament Hill, several MX mechas extended their tail fins and descended from the transport aircraft at high speed, approaching the big gun hidden in the creeper. The battle was actually already over. Du Xiaoqing, who was sitting in a military vehicle in the distance, maintained his usual valiant military style. He didn't make any arrangements, and the fierce and unreasonable cannon fire crossed the long stone steps and blasted towards the main entrance of Parliament Hill. Amidst the roar, smoke and dust filled the air above the stone steps of Parliament Hill. The people behind the square let out countless cries of alarm, worried that this magnificent building would collapse just like that. Parliament Hill didn't collapse, but the rolling debris and smoke and dust obscured the people's vision. Inside the building, Shi Qinghai dragged his injured leg and wiped away the blood gushing out from his nose. He smiled as he spat on the ground and walked back behind the door. He found half a glass of sparkling apple wine in the messy wine tower and finished it in one gulp to quench his thirst. Chapter 725. The wings on the back of the black military MX mecha reflected the blue sky, white clouds and gem-like light. It whistled through the air as it descended, approaching the apartment building covered in green plants at its fastest speed. In that instant, the ACW muzzle hidden by the ivy and green twisted leaves seemed to have undergone some sort of minor adjustment, but in the end, it did not fire a bullet. The strong and sturdy mechanical arm directly smashed a corner of the apartment building, and the big gun with a metallic luster spat out a whining bullet, chirping like a dying bird as it fell from the balcony with the ivy wrapped around it. The apartment building could not withstand the terrifying weight of the military mech at all, and the corner of the balcony instantly cracked, the hard concrete and steel of the wall making a clear cracking sound. Seeing that the entire structure of the apartment building was about to be severely damaged, the elite pilot of the Iron 7 Division decisively made an extremely difficult mecha somersault move. He skillfully maneuvered the MX mecha to quickly leave the wall, and with the reaction force of the jet stream thrusters, the mecha began to fall towards the street. The square west street that was under traffic control was already empty of all vehicles, and there was not a single person in sight. The heavy military MX mecha smashed heavily onto the ground. Its two thick alloy mechanical legs stomped fiercely, and the multidimensional cavity hydraulic valves at its knees let out an ear-piercing screech as if they were about to burst open at any moment. A moment later, this military mech finally stood up with difficulty, not falling over, leaving two deep, shattered craters in the black square west street. The wind howled, and the military MX mech quickly adjusted its combat posture, joining up with the other three MX mechs, and speeding towards the stone steps at the entrance of the Parliament Hill building. From the moment these pure black military mecha appeared, the Federation citizens watching from afar began to cry out in surprise. This was especially so when they saw the mecha, which was almost 7 meters tall, land on the roof of the apartment building and then fall down heavily. In the end, when the black mecha landed safely on the ground, a round of spontaneous applause rang out from the crowd. This was the first time a Federation military mech appeared in a combat posture, not as a tourist attraction in front of the citizens in a city of the capital ring. The enthusiastic applause of the people expressed their trust and admiration for the Federal Army and their love for the Iron 7th Division. But for the man in Parliament Hill, the applause might have represented the arrival of death. The wine tower had long been destroyed by the bullets, so it was not easy to find a glass of wine. After drinking it in one gulp, Shi Qinghai took off his dark green military windbreaker and wiped his hands that were a little sticky from the apple sparkling wine. He found that the blood on the windbreaker was actually more sticky than the wine. The optical display on the glasses was the image of the outside world captured by the autonomous monitoring system of Parliament Hill. Shi Qinghai quietly looked at the 4 black MX mechas outside the building. There were more than 100 fully armed Federation soldiers. He knew that there was no way out for him. He looked at the epaulets on the dark green military windbreaker in his hand and thought of his comrades in Green Dragon Mountain. He thought of how when he first joined the organization he had once imagined that one day he would lead his troops into Parliament Hill. Today he was already standing on Parliament Hill and slaughtering everyone. A smile involuntarily appeared on his handsome face that in the distant sunset state of the West Woods, Sulu still maintained that strange and dangerous posture. He narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. The muzzle of the gun sunk deep into his chin. He was facing death. It was only now that he realized that the sunlight outside the window was fake. It was an illusion caused by the lights in the old house because it was not warm at all. "I'm sorry, but I can't do as you ask," the Federal Central Computer repeated in his mind. "Why not?" Sulu held the pistol tightly with both hands. His eyes were narrowed. The hard and cold muzzle was so deep that it hurt and started to heat up. "I know you have the ability. I will only protect you according to the first sequence authority, but I can't kill anyone because of your orders. This violates the 3 laws of the core program." The Central Computer's answer was firm. The authority of any sequence must be under the 3 laws. "I didn't ask you to kill anyone." Sulu moved his wrist slightly and roared angrily in a low voice, "You can destroy the command system of the Federation Investigation Department and the Special Task Force. You can prevent them from seeing what's going on in Parliament Hill. You can help him leave." "I can't do that." "Don't use such words to brush me off, at least not in front of me." Sulu narrowed his eyes and stared at the reflection on the window. He said, "I know you've done direct physical operations before." It was obvious that the Central Computer's tone became sharp because of these words. "The only direct physical operation I've done in the Federation was when I helped you drive the mecha for a period of time while you were unconscious on Flight 5460. I admit that I shouldn't have been curious about the feeling of direct physical operation, but this doesn't mean that you can authorize me to do any kind of physical operation." After a pause, the old man said calmly, "I will protect your life according to the first sequence authority, but I can't help you become a god above the Federation. I've never thought of using you to gain any benefits." Sulu adjusted his posture and used his finger to slowly release the safety of the pistol. He panted slightly and said, "For my own sake, I'm only asking you this once." The Central Computer replied, "If I destroy the mechanical and electronic equipment of the Federation, then the police, agents and soldiers of the Federation may be killed, or greatly increase the chances of them dying." "You've helped me kill people before," Sulu said with his head lowered. "That's the Empire's people." "The Empire's people aren't people?" "The revised 3 laws do state so." "If my life is threatened, will you stop those mechas and those electronic equipment?" "Yes." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Su Lu raised his chin slightly, his index finger gripping the trigger tightly. He said, "If you don't do it, I'll kill myself. When the other party doesn't directly threaten your life, I can't do anything that threatens the safety of the other party's life. According to the logic in the core program, even if you pull the trigger now, I can only judge that you have the intention to end your life. I will respect your wishes and will not interfere." After a pause, the central computer said seriously, "Su Lu, all lives are equal. No, Professor Shin taught me that there is no reason in the universe. It seems that all lives have never been equal, so you will have a sequence of authority. Humans have close and distant relationships." Su Li's brows were tightly knitted, and he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "I also have my close and distant relationships." In the corner upstairs, Zhong Huoyin, who was wearing pajamas, hugged the old doll tightly. She looked at Su Lu arguing with the air angrily under the light. She looked at the pistol he aimed at her chin and felt very scared. At this moment, the phone rang. The noisy and chaotic Charter Square gradually quieted down because the Iron 7th Division strongly requested all the Federation government departments to turn off the police lights and sirens. The thin clouds in the sky were pushed to the west by the spring wind. The smoke was blown away and the sight in the square became much clearer. In the military vehicle set up as the temporary headquarters, Du Xiaoqing looked at his subordinates with a calm and slightly mocking expression. He waved the plan in his hand, shook his head and said, "Do you think this is a war with the Imperial Royal Army? There is only one person in the Parliament building, and the General Staff is seriously coming up with a plan. Are you all idiots?" No one dared to say anything. Because of the video in their hands, and because some of their colleagues were seriously injured by that person, the officers of the Iron 7th Division, who were urgently transferred by the military to deal with this incident, took it very seriously and seriously came up with a very complicated attack plan. According to this plan, even if Shi Qinghai was a monster, he would still be turned into a pile of meat paste. Because there are hostages in the building, we attack by force? Du Xiaoqing's gaze was cold as he stared at the staff officers and said in a low voice, "Who can explain this logic?" The staff officer stepped forward and explained, "The target is already surrounded, and he knows very well that there is no chance of him escaping. According to the analysis of the target in the relevant files, he will definitely not surrender. Then, in this desperate situation, he is very likely to go berserk and start slaughtering the hostages. So the General Staff recommends organizing a strong attack as soon as possible. According to the blueprints sent by the Ministry of Construction, the MX mecha should not affect the overall structure of Parliament Mountain if they force their way through. Give up on the attack plan. Let's wait for this person to surrender or commit suicide." Du Xiaoqing looked at the doubtful eyes of his subordinates and calmly explained, "Shi Qinghai is not a person who likes to kill. If he had already lost his mind, then the half-arc of dense suppression by ACW wouldn't have only destroyed 20 or so police cars. I'm afraid that hundreds of police officers would have been killed by him." Right at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in Charter Square. An officer shouted in surprise, "The target is out." On the surveillance screen, Shi Qinghai walked out from the entrance of Parliament Mountain, which was still emitting black smoke. There was not a single visible wound on his body, but he was covered in blood. He used his right arm to wipe his nose continuously, the gun in his hand swinging around casually. A casual and gentle smile hung on his face as he slowly and steadily walked down the long stone steps towards the square. None of the soldiers and police officers who had long surrounded Parliament Mountain like an iron bucket dared to shoot, because his left arm was wrapped around a girl as a hostage. For those police officers and Federation Investigation Bureau agents who had been shot until their eyes were red, as long as they could turn Shi Qinghai into a hornet's nest, they did not care about the life or death of the hostage. But the problem was, the Iron 7th Division was in charge of the entire situation. The snipers set up on top of the buildings around Charter Square, especially on the Ministry building next to Parliament Mountain, were already in position, ready to shoot at any time. The final order to kill the target had to be given by the highest commander present. The officer of the Iron 7th Division looked at the silent commander Du Xiaoqing and reported, "The square is wide and the line of sight is excellent. The one-shot kill rate has exceeded 95%. We are ready to execute the order at any time." Du Xiaoqing silently looked at the blood-soaked man on the hologram. He looked at the girl hostage in his arms. He looked at the little red flower on the girl's head. He said indifferently, "No one is allowed to open fire." "Why, Commander?" the staff officer asked in surprise. Du Xiaoqing picked up the coffee cup and said calmly, "Because I don't want Minister Zhou's daughter to be killed by you, and I don't want to give Su Lu a legitimate reason to go crazy. Chapter 726. On the long stone steps, Shi Qinghai squinted his eyes to look at the top of the building. He felt that the sunlight was a little blinding. He smiled at the girl in his arms and said, "Slow down. My leg is injured so I can't keep up. I really don't know what kind of bad luck I have to carry you for such a long distance." Zhou was expressionless. Her charming face was cold in the spring breeze. "Speaking of which, I really need to thank you." Shi Qinghai smiled and said, "You said that there were so many enthusiastic onlookers squatting in the seats like field mice. You were the only one who stood up bravely and took on the important task of carrying me down the stairs. I don't know why I didn't think it through at that time." Zhou said with a calm expression, "If the heavens give me another chance, I will definitely watch you die with a smile." The thin clouds above Charter Square had already dispersed. The clear spring sunlight shone on the stone steps of Parliament Hill. Looking at the solemn statue on the green lawn in the center of the square, the young couple walked together as naturally as if they were walking on a meadow in the highlands. Just by listening to the conversation between the two, people would definitely think that this was a couple who was still in the warm period and had some small grudges but could still love each other. Before seeing the heavily damaged entrance of Parliament Hill and the armed soldiers in the square, no one would have thought that they were being targeted by a few high-precision sniper rifles. Holding the girl in his arms? No, it was using his elbow to choke the girl's throat. The casually swinging handgun could turn the girl into a corpse at any time. Zhou was Shi Qinghai's hostage. The Minister of Defense's daughter was his only weapon against the sniper rifles on the platform of the building in the distance, as well as the heavy mechas below the stone steps. At least, that was what the onlookers, soldiers and police thought. The young man and woman walked down the long stone steps, walked past the shallow pond and walked across the green grass. There were no sudden gunshots in the quiet Charter Square, nor were there any screams. Only countless pairs of eyes followed them nervously. Shi Qinghai walked very slowly because he was very tired. However, in the eyes of others, his slow walk with Zhou in his arms turned into a kind of calmness. After walking into the spacious square, he and Zhou, who was in his arms, looked like they were taking a stroll under the clear sun. The onlookers could only see his back, so the crowd started to move along with the yellow police tape. As for those armed military police, of course they had been holding their guns and were nervously following them not far away. For the first time, Shi Qinghai felt that Charter Square was really fucking huge. His feet were so sore, but he still hadn't reached his destination. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the row of giant statues in front of him that the Federation people were very familiar with. His vision blurred for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself and mumble something in a low voice. Zhou, who was in his arms, slightly frowned. She let the light breeze blow her beautiful black hair in front of her forehead. Her right hand was a little uneasy. She nervously blocked the cold gun next to her neck, as if she wanted to futilely block the bullets that might be shot. She had to show the fear that a hostage should have. In fact, her right hand was gently holding the gun in Shi Qinghai's hand. Otherwise the gun might fall to the ground in the next moment. "Woman, can you tell me the real answer now that I have something to ask you?" Shi Qinghai half leaned on her back. It seemed that he was using her body to block the line of fire of the military police. In fact, only he knew that without Zhou's support, it would be difficult for him to continue walking. He leaned close to her crystal-clear earlobe like a jade pendant. His face was expressionless, but his voice was extremely frivolous. He asked, "Why don't you want to marry such a perfect man like me? You haven't changed your mind for several years. You know that our son can already recite poems." "That's my son," Zhou habitually retorted in a cold voice, just like when the two of them met privately for dinner. However, the beautiful sunlight reflected by the statue in front of her, the stern-looking soldiers nearby, and the shocked crowd in the distance made her realize that this was Charter Square. The man behind her could die at any time. The tip of her heart finally softened a little. After a moment of silence, a strand of hair floated to her lips with the soft and warm spring breeze. She gently pushed it out with the tip of her tongue and vaguely explained, "Because you like too many women." Shi Qinghai was silent for a while. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Su Lu is the same." Zhou moved her lips and wanted to smile. But looking at the military police in all directions as if they were facing a great enemy, the smile turned into a trace of indifference and disappeared from her lips. Under the warm spring sun, under the gazes of thousands of people, under the gunfire, under the countless mobile phone pictures and live videos on the internet, Shi Qinghai walked to the center of Charter Square with Zhou in his arms. Then he lifted the iron chain under the statue, walked in and sat down. The stone steps were a little warm under the spring sun. It was very comfortable to sit on them, especially for Shi Qinghai who was feeling cold. He leaned on Zhou Yu's shoulder, frowned and looked at the new statue of the military god Li Pifu opposite him. He said something that didn't make sense. The old man also makes mistakes. You have to eat more. There's no meat on your shoulder blade, so it's not comfortable to lean on it. Above the two of them was the famous group of 5 sculptures. The huge bronze sculptures didn't have many marks left by the baptism of time, but they naturally had a sense of vicissitudes. The fresh sunlight sprinkled on the sculptures, reflected on the big clock in front of them, and then scattered naturally on the grass. There was a fascinating smell of old wine in the air. A yellow police line surrounded the group of sculptures. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division surrounded the area with guns. Probably because the sun was too good and the walk was too smooth, the atmosphere in the square was not as tense as before. In the corner of the square further away, Du Shaoqing walked out of the military vehicle and slowly took off his sunglasses. Looking at the comfortable sunlight, he revealed a rare gentle smile. Zhou Yu didn't pay attention to the nonsense of the man behind her. She asked expressionlessly, "You killed the vice president of the Federation. You can't escape. Why did you come here?" A few drops of warm blood gushed out from his nose. Shi Qinghai wanted to wipe it away, but his reaction was slower because of his tired body. The blood fell on Zhou Yu's bulging chest covered by her thin sweater. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's okay," she said. "When I was young, the school received a special grant from the Ministry of Education to take all of us students to visit Charter Square. What's there to see in this square? Other than the 2 museums, there are probably only the sculptures of the group of 5. At that time the army god was still alive and well. He hadn't been beaten by the wind and rain by those unfilial descendants." Shi Qinghai smiled mockingly. He raised his left arm and wiped the blood on his lips. He continued, "Of the group of 5, I admire the biologist Wenjun Brandy the most. You should be able to guess the reason. This sage loved drinking so much that the most famous wine in the Federation was named after him. But I only like to drink number 1. And at that time I was still an elementary school student and didn't know that wine was delicious. My question about the sculptures was why the one on the left was wearing a skirt." Shi Qinghai recalled seriously. He pointed at the majestic bronze sculpture above his head. "Because she was the only woman in the group of 5, and she was good at computer design." Zhou Yu hugged her knees and looked at the grass in the cracks of the square floor. She answered softly, "Although the sculpture was in her middle age, women always like to wear skirts." "Yes." Shi Qinghai licked his dry lips and said, "I just don't understand. The sculpture was dozens of meters high, and she had to wear a skirt. Wasn't she afraid of being exposed?" Zhou Yu didn't say anything. "At that time I wanted to go through the railing and take a look below her, but I was pulled back by the guards. Our principal criticized me." Shi Qinghai said with emotion, "So this has become a mystery in my life. Did she expose herself? What kind of underwear did the sculptor prepare for her?" Zhou Yu was speechless. "Today I finally have the opportunity to see it in person. I feel very happy." After saying this, Shi Qinghai naturally looked up. After looking carefully for a long time, he said with emotion, "She didn't wear underwear." Zhou Yu had to say something. She stared at the gap between her knees and said, "Now that the situation is like this, can't you care about something more serious? I just want to say that the group of 5 is also an ordinary person. We are all ordinary people." Shi Qinghai said with a smile, "It's just that we can do some extraordinary things occasionally." "Like now?" Zhou Yu frowned and asked. "Yes. Thinking that all the women in my life who gave me happiness and beauty can see me again on TV, and that what I did today can provide her with countless sentimental memories in her later years, I feel that this trip was not in vain, not in vain." Shi Qinghai dragged the last word very long, very soft, and very sincere. Zhou Yu bit her bright lower lip and said with annoyance, "The TV station will definitely not broadcast it live. Don't worry, so many of our friends have mobile phones with cameras." Then he waved to the onlookers who were holding phones and taking photos outside the yellow cordon. The sun was so good, the sun was just right. Shi Qinghai's left hand was around her lower abdomen, and his right hand was around her upper arm, holding the pistol tightly. He rested his head on her shoulder. It seemed intimate, but in fact it was weak. Or perhaps it was weak, but it was a rare intimacy after the irresponsible intimacy in the snowy night in Linhai. He leaned on Zhou Yu's shoulder and looked at the warm sun with narrowed eyes. His body felt warm and very comfortable. He couldn't help but think of a few years ago when he had killed Macklin at the Huanshan Four States Foundation building. He had sat under the sun with Sulu and smoked a very strong cigarette. "I miss Sulu. Help me light a cigarette and then help me make a call." The flattened number 37 brand cigarette was lit up in the flame. Shi Qinghai took a deep breath, his lips like purple orchids. Then he hugged Zhou Yu and refused to let her go shamelessly. Chapter 727. The smoke on the long stone steps of Parliament Hill had dissipated. The sun was shining brightly on the grass behind the green chairs in Charter Square. The silent onlookers watched attentively from behind the yellow cordon. The armed military police were maintaining order. Looking at the young couple sitting under the statue of the five-person team, this scene looked very much like the set of a romance movie, not a killing field of life and death. Leaning on the girl's shoulder, Shi Qinghai bit on the cigarette and narrowed his eyes, reminiscing about the past. This cigarette was not as powerful as the one in the Golden Foundation building, but it was warmer. After a few beeps, the call was connected. The signal through the stars couldn't get an immediate answer, so the other side was silent. In this silence, his beautiful purple lips moved slightly and he began to speak. "The people on the list, I killed Byron and I shot Paulson twice." He was very sleepy, seriously counting the heads, and continued to speak into the phone in Zhou Yu's hand. "There are still some things that I haven't finished, so I'll leave them to you. I'm on a dead end, so I did things so ruthlessly, leaving those old men with no way out. You're not me, so you can walk more steadily." After a moment of silence, Shi Qinghai pursed his lips and blew gently, messing up the hair in front of his forehead with the wind. He said with a charming smile, "These are all trivial matters. The next thing is serious. There are some things that I need you to do for me. You know that I have many girlfriends, but they don't need you to care about them. But 2 days ago I owed a favor to Xiaosu. You must remember to help me pay it back. Help me bully her ex-boyfriend. Her name is Wu Li and she works at the Army General Hospital." Zhou Yu sat in front of him silently on the cold stone steps, her head down, not saying a word. Shi Qinghai looked at her crystal-clear earlobes that were like jade pendants in her hair, and continued to order the small-eyed man on the other end of the phone, "Help me take care of my son and this evil woman." He coughed twice and blood flowed out from his nose, dripping onto Zhou Yu's chest and onto the ground. Zhou Yu, who was in his arms, lowered her head and hugged her slightly trembling knees. Tears finally overflowed from her eyes and dripped onto the ground, mixing with the blood of the man behind her. The crowd outside the cordon let out a low cry. Seeing the beautiful girl begin to cry, they couldn't help but worry. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division thought that the hostages were about to break down and were ready to attack at any time. However, the highest-ranking officer in the corner of the square was sitting silently on the couple's chair. He did not give any orders and slowly tasted the taste of the coarse tobacco under the sun. The military officer behind the chair walked to him with the phone. Du Xiaoqing calmly took the phone and listened to the direct order from the higher-ups, but the expression on his face did not change. "Why haven't you acted yet? Don't you know that the most important thing to deal with a terrorist incident is time? Now that the internet is in chaos, the emergency plan can't deal with the spread of rumors at all." Du Xiaoqing silently listened to the stern questioning of a certain director on the other end of the phone. He did not open his mouth to speak. "Commander Du Xiaoqing, I order you to carry out a surprise attack immediately and kill the criminals. The safety of the hostages is important, but are the people who died in Parliament Hill not important? If you continue to delay, it means that you are committing a crime. As a soldier." Du Xiaoqing slowly put on his sunglasses, stood up and calmly said to the other end of the phone, "I have always thought that the politicians in Parliament Hill are all scumbags." After a moment of silence, the director solemnly said, "Including Colonel Shiman?" Under the wide sunglasses, it was obvious that Du Xiaoqing's straight nose was wrinkled in disgust. He did not answer the question but slowly closed his eyes for a very long time. Outside the famous chain coffee shop in the corner of the square, the usually lively outdoor area was extremely quiet at the moment. The waiters wore dark green aprons, which looked very similar to the Federation's military uniform. Although they were not soldiers, they could not leave like the guests. They had to stick to their posts. They could only nervously look at the center of the square and the phone screen in their hands, paying attention to the instant news that refreshed from time to time. Under a large parasol in the shadow of the corner, Gu Shifeng stared at the empty coffee cup in front of her and said in a low voice, "The 7th Division is the one who dealt with the incident. Du Xiaoqing is personally in command. How can we save people with just a few people?" And looking at the young master's behavior, it seems that there is no plan to leave at all. Where can we go to help? Did Da Vinci enter the sewers? Xiong Linquan said in a low voice, the clear water cup in front of him humming. There are a total of 47 sewer entrances around the square. If he can get close to any of the 3 entrances next to the statue, there is still a possibility. Gu Shifeng frowned and covered the miniature communicator in her ear. She shook her head in disappointment and said, he can't find a chance. The 7th Division is too strict. All the entrances are guarded. Xiong Linquan lowered his head in silence and looked at the black box at his feet. Gu Shifeng shook her head firmly. Impulsiveness can't solve the problem. Xiong Linquan cursed in a low voice. He raised his head and frowned at the center of the square in the distance. He looked at the faintly visible figure of the man below the statue and roared angrily, what is this young master thinking? If he wants to escape from the Parliament Hill building, there are many choices. Why does he have to choose a dead end? The call to the West Woods ended. Shi Qinghai had finished telling that guy what to do. Because of the delay, there was no way to hear that guy's voice. He smiled regretfully and took the cigarette back from Zhou Yu's hand. He handed the phone back to her but then took it back. No one noticed that he had passed something small to her. The spring sun was charming just like the women in his life. Shi Qinghai was satisfied with the warmth and quiet sleepiness. He pressed close to Zhou Yu's back and was about to say something fierce to end this legendary spring performance when he inadvertently glanced at someone crying in the crowd in the distance. His vision was sometimes a little blurry, but sometimes it was clearer than before. He frowned and looked in that direction, looking at 2 girls crying in the crowd. One of the girls was wearing a light pink nurse's uniform, but the cute hat on her head was gone. Her black hair was slightly messy, and she was crying her heart out under the surprised gazes of the people around her. The other girl was standing a little further away. Her face, which had not been seen for a long time, was still as delicate and shy as yesterday. She was holding a few books tightly in her arms. Judging by the size of the books, they were probably school textbooks. Because she was holding them too tightly, her fingers were slightly trembling and pale, and tears were flowing silently. Shi Qinghai's hand that was holding the cigarette froze for a moment. After a while, a sincere smile appeared on his face, and he waved at the crowd on the other side of the warning line again. Then he put down his arms and moved away from Zhou Yu's back with some difficulty. He leaned against the slightly hot bronze statue and sighed comfortably. Then he fell into a dark and sweet dream under the sun. A long silence. Zhou Yu slowly straightened her body that was buried between her knees. She casually tidied her hair and stood up on the stone steps with strength that came out of nowhere. Without looking back or stopping, she walked towards the warning line. The military police around the square called for backup and quickly rushed over. A few of them tried to pull Zhou Yu away from the danger zone as quickly as possible, but they were shocked by her calm and somewhat indifferent expression. No one dared to reach out. Dozens of military police climbed over the railing and surrounded the handsome man who was sleeping soundly on the stone steps. The guns in their hands had already been loaded, and they nervously aimed at his body. An agent from the Federation Investigation Bureau forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and moved his feet to the front of the man. He reached out his pistol and gently poked his shoulder, but there was no reaction. At this moment, a clear shattering sound suddenly came from the distant Parliament Hill building. The sound was not loud and no one knew what the problem was. No one knew that inside the Parliament Hill building, in the luxurious washroom with the sign "Cleaning in Progress" hanging on the door, the remote-controlled explosives behind the urinal had successfully detonated. In the midst of the splashing water, Shimin-Jin, who had long fainted, was lifted up by a hard metal wire. She crashed through the glass window and hung on the outer wall of the Parliament Hill building, swaying gently with the spring breeze. At the same time, 3 encrypted messages that had long been set up automatically activated the transmission program and began to be transmitted to the official residence in the West Woods and to an office in the Parliament Hill. Shi Qinghai had died. After her death, she had become an exclamation mark hanging outside the Parliament Hill building. Because of his promise, there were some things that he wanted people to see. In the Charter Square, the military police silently looked at Shi Qinghai, who was leaning against the stone steps and sleeping soundly, and slowly put down the guns in their hands. He opened his palms comfortably. Suddenly, a voice rang from the phone in his palm. The guy who was far away in the West Woods shouted loudly, "Hold on." He did not hear this sentence. He quietly and happily closed his eyes. The cigarette between his left fingers was still burning stubbornly, slowly burning the 3 numbers into ashes. Then they fell into a deep sleep under the sun in the spring scenery. The police lights flashed again. The sound of sirens and ambulances mixed together was incomparably sharp. Zhou sat in the back of the ambulance with a gray blanket draped over her. There was no trace of expression on her tired face. She did not hear what the doctor beside her was saying at all. She held the little thing tightly in her right hand and calmly looked at the two girls who were still crying in the crowd in the distance. Back then she was a budding seedling that was showing off in the spring breeze. This bunch of seedlings was tall and straight and restrained. It was always pleasing but not eye-catching. After the death of her fiancé Park Ji-pao, she returned to her hometown in S3 to relax. However, she was still depressed. When she returned to the beach in S1, she met a man who was as warm as the sun. She accompanied him, or he accompanied her, through the loneliness of that small island. Then they parted. She did not fall in love again because of her dead fiancé and him. She became a teacher. A few days ago she received a call that made her extremely happy and sad. She carried her teaching materials and prepared to go to the foundation of her friend, Nan Xiangmei, to discuss the education of orphans around the mountains. In the end, she was extremely happy and sad when she saw him in the square. She watched as he smiled at her and then parted again. Her name was Miao Miao. When close friends or family members called her name, they would only think of the two words, Miao, in their hearts. The man on the island would only dotingly call her, Miao Miao. She was abandoned by her ex-boyfriend who hoped to become a doctor, but she did not give up. She cutely and naively thought of revenge instead of getting back together. She was kind and full of fantasy. She once imagined if a Federation agent suddenly came to her like in the movies. Would a romantic story happen? Every time she thought of this, the cute freckles on the bridge of her nose would be exceptionally bright. Then this story really happened, but it ended so abruptly. She saw the television and ran to the square. She saw him smiling under the sun. Then she saw the black bag being pushed into the ambulance and began to cry. She did not know who he was, what he did, why he had to meet her. She did not know why she cried so sadly. Her name was Huang Li, a nurse in the Army General Hospital. She was a very kind girl. Her name was Zhou, the mother of his child. Above. Chapter 728. Parliament Hill was attacked and several members were shot. Many Special Task Force agents and Federation Investigation Bureau officers who were in charge of security were killed in the line of duty. Several officers who participated in the ceremony were seriously injured, and one of them was brutally murdered. The most shocking thing was that the Federation's vice president, Lord Byron, was killed on the spot. Many years ago, the bitter struggle between the 7 major families and the government ended with the former retreating behind the scenes and the latter acquiescing to the former's special status. Since then, the Federation had not seen such a bloody incident for many years. The Federation Management Committee members rushed back to the Parliament Hill building from all over the country. The angry members only took 3 minutes to pass an emergency bill, mourning the victims of the incident. They also attached a citizen's letter to the Federation. In the letter, it was written that no matter what kind of vicious attacks they faced and how much blood they shed, the representatives elected by the citizens would always be loyal to their duties and stand on the stone steps of Parliament Hill, even if they were covered in the blood of their companions. The Federation's various agencies entered a state of high alert. The military and special task force jointly controlled the area around Charter Square. The official residents and the relevant departments on Parliament Hill began to channel public opinion. The buildings on Parliament Hill that were bombarded by bullets were temporarily reinforced. Officials from the Department of Health rushed to the hospital affiliated to the Capital University to monitor the treatment process. The Federation Investigation Bureau set up a case investigation team headed by the director, and the district attorney's office entered the entire process in advance. President Pabre, who was attending the Federation Peace and Reconstruction Memorial Conference in S2, rushed back to the Capital Special District immediately after receiving news of the attack on Parliament Hill. On the spaceship, the president gave a televised speech to the entire Federation, expressing his grief and anger at the loss of his friends and family. At the same time, he also announced that March 22 would be the Federation's day of mourning. In the electronic newspapers and TV programs that were published in advance the next morning, every community in the Federation expressed the most sorrowful feelings regarding the attack on Parliament Hill and the unfortunate deaths of the Vice President and the members of Parliament. At the same time, they carried out the most furious denunciations of the insane terrorist. At 4:40 in the morning, Zhang Xiaoming, the Green Dragon Mountain official stationed in the capital, had an emergency meeting with the Federation's reporters at the side hall of the Parliament Hill. Her expression was grave as she relayed the statement that Green Dragon Mountain Central Committee had just sent over to the various reporters. In the statement, the Central Committee expressed strong dissatisfaction towards the current Federation Society's irresponsible speculation. They solemnly explained that as early as 3 years ago, Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government army had already expelled this terrorist from the Pure Revolutionary Army. Moreover, they presented the relevant electronic documents and meeting minutes as evidence. The pale baby flowers on the lawn of the president's official residence were beautiful, but these beautiful colors of spring could not be seen in the top-secret meeting room deep underground. On the circular screen were the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd military regions, followed by President Pabre, who was still on his way back. Due to the war with the Empire, the commander of the fleet, Admiral Hong Yuliang, did not appear in this emergency meeting. After Zhong Shouhu's death, the commander of the West Woods military region had not been decided yet. At this moment, the dark-skinned President Pabre was looking at the white-haired old man who was speaking in the meeting room with a grave expression. The white-haired old man was the current government's national security advisor. He waved his arms excitedly as if he wanted to tear the air in front of him apart. Right now, I don't care what the criminal's motive is. I just don't understand how he could do such a crazy thing. Everyone that is Parliament Hill. The people who died were the Federation's vice president and senator. The national security advisor's face was gloomy. The collar of his formal suit was carelessly unbuttoned, and his messy hair was full of traces of sweat. He pointed his finger in the direction of the square diagonally above and roared. Why is the Bureau of Proclamation's response so slow? After the criminal opened fire on Parliament Hill, the Special Task Force had already sent you a location request. According to the standard procedure, you should have been able to locate the criminal's specific location within 12 seconds, and then provide it to the law enforcement agencies at the front line. And the result? Even when Commander Du and his troops rushed to the square, the government still did not receive the location data. The criminal is dead? The question is, how many criminals are there like this? If someone could rush to Parliament Hill and kill the Federation's vice president at will, does that mean that they could rush in and kill all of us in the next moment? Bureau of Proclamation, Special Task Force, Federation Investigation Bureau, I would like to know if you have the ability to deal with such a violent and unreasonable terrorist attack. The director of the Special Task Force stood silently at the door. He was the lowest-ranking person in the entire conference room, and there was no place for him to speak. As for the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau, he sat at the end of the long table with an ashen face. The deaths of Vice President Byron and Senator had made this official in charge of the Federation's internal security strategy feel as if the whole world had collapsed. At that moment, the only one who could speak was Cui Zedong, the acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "The criminal has a way to temporarily block the chip's location. This is a problem that the Bureau of Proclamation cannot solve." The National Security Advisor stared at him as if he wanted to say something, but he was wary of the Bureau of Proclamation's special status, so in the end he did not say anything. "Then we'll solve it." Li Jiedu, who was sitting at the front of the long table, suddenly broke the silence and said with a serious expression, "Some problems always need to be solved." Walking out of the president's residence, Li Jiedu waved his hand to stop the orderly from opening an umbrella. He squinted his eyes and looked at Parliament Hill in the distance in the light spring rain. After nearly half a minute of silence, he asked the officer behind him for a cigarette, which was very rare. He clumsily and awkwardly inhaled 2 puffs, and was a little uncomfortable from the choking. He shook his head and couldn't help but look at Parliament Hill again. His feelings were indescribably complicated. A magnificent era was about to unfold in front of him, and his most firm and mature political partner was buried underground because of Shi Qinghai's simple and violent attack, and he would never see the real victory again. How could there be so many missed opportunities in life? He swallowed the gloomy sadness in his throat and prepared to leave by car. Suddenly, a subordinate officer came up to him with a strange expression and whispered a few words. The spring rain of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar continued to fall. It was not violent, but it lingered on and annoyed people. Li Zidao, who was also the commander of a military region, received a transfer request from Silin in the night rain. Inform Colonel Su Lu that his request has been rejected. General Li Jiedu's gray eyebrows mixed with the raindrops, glowing with tenacity in the night. Tell him that he is a soldier, a real soldier, and will never be affected by any emotions. Chapter 729. After Su Lu finished his sentence, he held the phone tightly and waited for 2 minutes. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and there was no reply. Finally, he only waited for the cold confirmation from the Federal Central Computer. The old house in Wei 2 district was like sunlight without a trace of warmth. He sat silently on the chair, holding the cold black H-12 pistol in his hand, and holding Zhong Huiyin's soft and warm hand in his other hand. He didn't know when the little girl came down from upstairs and sat next to him. Sulu stared at the phone that was put back on the table. After a long silence, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the soft chair, then suddenly sat up straight. With trembling fingers, he took out the blue cigarette box and took out a 37 brand cigarette. He took a big puff until his lungs ached and he coughed again and again. Zhong Huiyin, who had just finished washing her hair, looked at him with melancholy and grabbed his hand. She was afraid that he would cough until the whole building collapsed. Feeling the pressure from his left hand, Sulu smiled and pulled out his hand to rub the little girl's wet and straight black hair. He whispered, "It's okay." Sulu put out the cigarette and drank a whole glass of ice water. He rubbed his nose, picked up the phone and dialed a number. He whispered, "It's like this, Uncle Tian. I need to go back to S1 for some things. Please ask the office to help me make an application." As an active soldier, he must get approval from his superiors to leave his post. Fatty Tian on the other end of the phone should already know what happened, so he didn't react with surprise when he heard his request. He just whispered, "The situation there is unclear. It's not a good decision for you to insist on going back, and I don't think the Ministry of Defense will agree to your application. But I still have to go back. I have to take a look." Su Li's fingers that were holding the phone were a little pale because of the force. He paused for a moment and said, "It's like this, he doesn't have any relatives." After dealing with some of the things that had to be dealt with, Sulu looked at Zhong Huiyin, who was half squatting on the sofa in a daze. He hid the gun and then went to take a shower. He didn't know what he had messed up, but there was a crackling sound coming from the bathroom. Zhong Huiyin's eyes narrowed like crescent moons as she silently looked in the direction of the bathroom. The hand behind her back gently turned off the real-time news. She roughly knew why her brother had been so irritable earlier, but now he was unusually calm. She raised her head and looked at the ceiling or the sky above the house. She asked in confusion, "Was he talking to you just now?" In the Long Wind military base, the whistling autumn wind gushed out from the space below the battleship, sweeping the fallen leaves on the tarmac into pieces. The huge crystal engine group at the rear of the battleship was in a half-activated state. The dark blue light beam was like a fire that had just been born in a furnace. Su Lu, who was wearing a well-ironed Federation military uniform, narrowed his eyes and looked at the base office building in the distance, waiting for the arrival of the pass. Mr. Tian stood beside him with a cigarette in his mouth. His fat body looked like a mass of wet cotton, heavy and full of murderous intent. "You insist on returning to S1. I believe that the Department of National Defense shouldn't have any problems, but you are a member of the 17th Division, which is directly under the jurisdiction of a military region. The Department of National Defense can't directly interfere with the transfer of this level. It's like this. I have already called to confirm that the military region didn't approve my application. Even the ministry didn't agree. They think that I should stay here and finish the negotiations and experiments." Sulu lowered his head and looked at the gray surface of the military boots. He said in a low voice, "But I have a public holiday, so I used it in advance. This is not a very good reason, and I believe that no one in the capital ring wants you to go back at this time." Mr. Tian frowned, and 2 lines of ink suddenly appeared on his white steamed bun-like face. He said in a deep voice, "Regarding this matter, I can't help you too much. I have to stay and help the commander keep an eye on his foundation. I have never thought of pulling a team from the West Woods military region to fight a war." Sulu shrugged. Now that the war in the Empire was continuing, the Federation transferred a large number of troops from the West Woods military region to the Empire. Now, the troops that could be controlled by the old house were only a few forces, including the 2nd Rapid Response Brigade. Suddenly, Fatty Tian said, "You should know about the commotion I caused in Philadelphia back then. Yes, I am a very casual and even arrogant person, but I know very well that there are some places that I can't touch, so I kicked all the training halls in Philadelphia, but I have always kept a very safe distance from the training hall that the Lees often go to." With his hands behind his back, he turned his head and looked into Su Li's eyes worriedly. He said slowly, "The Lees of Philadelphia have never offended me, and I don't have the guts to offend them. Most importantly, there is no need to do so. This time, a lot of important people in the Federation died, including Byron." Fatty Tian continued, "Most of the people on the list you got from investigating the ancient clock case died on Parliament Hill. Except for the people in the military who were lucky enough to survive, all the factions in the government have been wiped out. Even if you rush back to S1 now, where can you vent your anger? Sulu knew that Fatty Tian was thinking for him. After a moment of silence, he explained in a low voice, "Uncle Tian, it's like this. I explained last night that Shi Qinghai doesn't have any relatives over there, so there has to be someone to choose a grave for him." Listening to his usual calm explanation, Mr. Tian didn't know why, but he always felt a little depressed. It was just like many years ago when he watched his young comrades leave the battlefield, and then he and the tigers smoked cigarettes, drank wine, and sang songs in the red and yellow autumn forest. It was very calm, but in fact it was very sad. After the two of them sincerely asked each other to do something, the tarmac fell into a state of silence until the Major General in the base office came to them on a rail car. "I'm sorry, Colonel Sulu, your application has not been approved. I can't give you a pass for this warship." This Major General was just transferred from the 2nd Military Region at the end of last year and served as the Supreme Commander of the Changfeng military base. His transfer was part of the numerous infiltrations that the Federation government carried out into the West Woods because of Zhong Shouhu's death, so his relationship with the West Woods military region, especially the Old House, had never been good. But because this pass was related to Sulu, he came in person to explain. "I don't understand what you mean." Suli's thick ink-like eyebrows slightly frowned. He tightened the military backpack on his shoulder and asked, "This warship hasn't been delivered yet, and the ownership is still in the hands of the Ancient Clock Company. Why can't you give me a pass?" "It's not for the warship, it's for you," the Major General explained. "I just received a military order from my superior. Your leave request has been rejected. The military region ordered you to be on standby and not leave your post without permission." Sulu took the electronic document handed over by the Major General and looked at it. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and didn't say anything else. He turned back and walked straight to the gangway under the warship. The Major General looked at his back in disbelief and said sternly, "Colonel Sulu, I don't think I need to remind you of the consequences of violating the military order, right?" Sulu didn't seem to hear his words. Carrying an ordinary dark green backpack, he lowered his head and walked slowly and calmly to the warship like a veteran who was about to retire. Stick Tian took out a cigarette box and gave one to the Major General, who looked disappointed. He asked with a smile, "He violated the military order. What are you going to do?" "According to the regulations, I can use all necessary means to keep him and then send him to the military court." The Major General put his hand on the cigarette and lit it. He frowned and took 2 deep breaths. He sighed, "It's a direct order from the top. I'm in a dilemma. All necessary means including shooting down this warship?" Stick Tian looked at the cabin door slowly closing in the belly of the warship and asked with a smile. The Major General shrugged and waved the cigarette. "Of course. Then will you take down this battleship?" Big Stick Tian asked. The Major General took off his military cap and gently scratched his temples that were a little itchy because of the sweat. After a moment of silence, he thought of the scene that was played constantly on TV. He thought of the marshal who had just passed away and the young colonel shaking hands in the courtyard by the lake. He couldn't help but smile slightly and said self-deprecatingly, "Who dares to do this to the successor of the military god?" The warship began to do the pre-takeoff push. The multi-crystal engine group began to be activated. Strong power gushed out from the multi-spiral alloy ports. The temperature of the spacious tarmac instantly rose a lot. In the loud noise and whistling wind, Stick Tian patted the general's shoulder and said loudly, "Then there's no need to be troubled. The Supreme Court's decision was very much in favor of Zhong Huoyan or the Zhong family's old house. Although there were still many properties that needed to be divided, the shares of the Ancient Clock Company were clearly inherited by Zhong Huoyan. From another perspective, as the Guardian, Sulu actually had the control of this giant Federation enterprise, which naturally included the Subfeather-class light warship that had not yet been handed over to the military. This dark black semi-elliptical hybrid umbrella-shaped warship had yet to be officially named, but it had already started to follow its owner and embark on a different kind of journey. The multi-engine technology of the Ancient Clock Company and the hundreds of employees on board pushed the warship through the gravitational barrier between the galaxies at high speed and flew towards the nearest warp hole. As Stick Tian said, no one in the capital ring wanted Sulu to go back now. However, it was different from what he had imagined. Although the federal forces had tacitly acknowledged Sulu as the successor of the military god, some people really dared to shoot this warship into a firework in the universe. After all, they had already done something similar before. Once the evil became proficient, although it couldn't be beautified into art, at least the psychological barrier would be reduced a lot. Just half an hour after Sulu left the Westwood's Long Wind base, 3 pure black Federation warships slowly left the dock at a remote base at the southern end of the Gary Corridor. There were no signs painted on the warships that were ordered to carry out a secret exercise mission. Chapter 730. Charisma was a very mysterious thing. It was very difficult to say whether it was a combination of temperament and way of doing things, or a pure combination of appearance and expression. However, it did exist. It could persuade people, attract people, comfort people, and bewitch people. Just like the 2 most famous people in the federal military in recent years. Their ages were very different, their social class was not small, and their styles of doing things were completely different. They simply could not accept or even loathe each other's way of doing things. However, with the passage of time, although they still loathed each other's way of doing things, they had to admit that each other had a kind of charisma that could attract the attention of onlookers. Of course, there was absolutely nothing in common with the charisma of the 2 people. If one really wanted to carefully study it, it would probably be the silent perseverance that would occasionally jump out when facing difficulties. Du Shaoqing expressionlessly looked at the spring snow outside the window. He inexplicably thought of that rainy day more than a year ago. He held a gun and aimed it at Shimin-jin's forehead. Then, the kind-looking Vice President Byron moved his round body and entered. He casually took off his raincoat and wet hat very naturally and casually. Then all his anger was completely extinguished by the rain. Now the kind-looking Vice President and Shimin-jin were both dead. They died on Parliament Hill. At this moment, another person appeared in his office. A person that made Du Shaoqing feel a little tired, a person that he did not want to face. General Li Jiedu, chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff and commander of the 1st Military Region, calmly looked at Du Shaoqing behind the table. His hands steadily crossed in front of his stomach. He said, "Back then, when I introduced you to the association, you very directly expressed to me that in many aspects, you did not agree with my father's tactical philosophy." Du Shaoqing looked at the sunglasses on the table and did not say a word. Li Jiedu calmly looked at the other side of the sunglasses on the table and continued, "But I know very well that you have always maintained a certain degree of respect for my father. As a child, saying such words is somewhat awkward, but I think this is the truth." Du Shaoqing's gaze was focused and not chaotic. He said in a deep voice, "The marshal is truly a role model for soldiers. Shaoqing has spent his life learning. I don't have my father's charisma, nor do I have Mr. President's charisma. In fact, I've always thought that I was just a very ordinary military instructor." Li Jiedu moved his gaze away from the sunglasses and looked at Du Shaoqing with a smile. "For so many years, I have been trying to tell you and many other people what I think is right. But from what I saw a while ago, the content of my lectures couldn't get your full approval. Mr. Chairman." Du Shaoqing was silent for a long time. He gently held the leg of his sunglasses and said, "I am a soldier. I only obey orders." "Very good." Li Jiedu stood up, took out his military cap and put it on. "I hope you remember what you said today. When the Federation needs you, when the order arrives, you and your troops must ensure that they are on the right path." Du Shaoqing slowly stood up from behind the table and raised his right arm. He put his 5 fingers together and pointed diagonally at his temples as he silently saluted. Looking at Li Jiedu's back, he suddenly said, "Shi Qinghai is dead. Sulu will definitely come back. At least, he will come back to take a look." Li Jiedu stopped at the door. After a while he replied, "I have already rejected his request. As a soldier, leaving his post without permission is an unforgivable mistake. Sulu has done a lot for the Federation. In my opinion, he is at least an excellent soldier." Du Shaoqing's pair of handsome eyebrows slightly twisted, like a sharp sword struggling between sheathing and sheathing. There are a lot of things that we don't want to see happen. But the countless failures in history, especially the bloody facts and painful lessons in front of the Parliament Hill a few days ago, tell us that this is a great and magnificent change. We can't allow any tenderness or hesitation. Li Jiedu turned around and looked at him as he spoke calmly. Du Shaoqing looked at him and suddenly said, "Teacher, I hope you are right." Li Jiedu was silent for a moment, then replied, "You are the most excellent and proud student I have ever taught. You are even prouder than a tiger. You have never really treated me as a teacher, so naturally you have never truly believed in me. But since someone was able to convince you to join this great cause, then it doesn't matter if I am right or not. As long as you believe that the person you want to believe in is right, that is enough." The door closed. Du Xiaoqing sat back in his chair and leaned back slightly to look at the raindrops outside the window. There was an indescribable sense of loss between his handsome and cold brows. For the sake of that perhaps great goal, he and his troops had already retreated along certain lines. Where would they end up in the future? Would it be a bottomless abyss? After leaving the Iron 7th Division's office building in the capital, Li Jiedu did not go home. Instead, he hurried to the garrison areas or camp, south of Wangdu. The 17 mechanics who had returned from the front lines were stationed at the 1st Military Region's southern base. Many of the high-ranking officers in the division headquarters were instructed by the Department of National Defense to gather at our camp to receive the relevant imperial language and cultural education. Among them was the new 17th Division's commander, Yu Qinghai. "Uncle Yu, how could I trouble you to come out personally?" Li Jiedu looked at his old friend who had specially come to the main entrance of the camp to welcome him. He quickened his pace and took a few steps forward, then extended his hands. Commander Yu Qinghai smiled and did not say anything. Then the two of them had an extremely long conversation in the camp's office. Because it was a private meeting and did not involve any important military matters, there were no records. No one knew what the current number one figure of the federal military, General Li Jiedu, had specially come to visit the army god's old subordinate. What exactly the 17th Division's commander had said today, and what he wanted to do. 5 dark green bulletproof military vehicles were driving at high speed on Highway 3. The military vehicle at the front of the convoy hummed in a low voice, and all kinds of vehicles on the black road gave way to it. An officer at the back of the military vehicle looked at the screen on the workbench in his hand and asked in confusion, "General, since the mission has already been activated, why do we still need to specially deal with the 17th Division? The target will not be able to return to the capital ring alive. This will be a problem." Li Jiedu, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He was not displeased by his loyal subordinate's questioning. After a moment of silence, he calmly explained, "Because no one can be sure whether the target will come back alive, even if we activate a level 1 mission. I have never underestimated anyone." He turned his head to look at the vehicles that were quickly overtaken outside the window and said, "Especially a young man who has the first sequence authority of the Bureau of Proclamation. The warship seemed to be moving slowly in the universe with a dark background, but in fact, its speed had already increased to level 2. This new Subfeather-class warship had not yet been delivered to the military. It still needed to go to the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base to install the relevant weapons system, so its speed was astonishing. In only 27 hours, it had already shaken off the gravitational pull of the Westwood system, passed through an auxiliary torsion hole, and began to dock with the Federation Space Inspection Station. The spaceship traveling through the vast universe was actually using the torsion holes of different levels to pass through one star field after another. The Federation had set up high-level space inspection stations outside the large torsion holes between several star fields that had important strategic positions in its territory. These inspection stations were like security doors inside a building, controlling the traffic between star fields. At the front of the long and narrow star field in the Westwoods, close to the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor, there were 2 giant torsion holes that led to the Empire, and there was no way to set up a complete defense. The torsion hole further ahead and below led to the Bermuda Triangle star field, which undoubtedly faced the most complicated situation, so there were the most space inspection stations here, and they were also of the highest level. All spaceships that passed through the torsion holes had to be docked at the giant space inspection station, and all spaceships had to be scanned by the entire ship. At the same time, all living things had to be scanned inside the inspection station. In order to prevent the Empire people, especially the refugees from the Bermuda Triangle, from sneaking into the Federation, the scanning procedures were very strict and detailed. Sulu stood by the porthole with a cup of coffee in his hand, looking down at the bottomless black universe below his feet. His brows furrowed slightly. It would take about 40 minutes to complete the scanning procedure. It was not a long time, but he was a little anxious. Unlike many people who were worried that he would be impulsive and crazy because of the death of his friends, at least he thought that he was very calm and just wanted to complete a farewell trip. However, this trip seemed to not be really peaceful. Not long after the warship left the Sunset State, he received an interstellar delayed call from Brin, the director of the Office of the President's Residence. On the phone, Director Brin conveyed the president's intention, hoping that he would not leave his post and return to the capital. But was this really the president's intention? Sulu narrowed his eyes and took a sip of the bitter coffee. He turned back and leaned against the transparent porthole, feeling a little tired. Hundreds of Gu Clock Company employees responsible for driving the warship were sitting in the lounge, waiting. Some were watching movies, some were reading electronic newspapers, but more were curiously looking at the corridor at the end of the hall. In the corridor, dozens of elementary school students were curiously looking at everything in the space inspection station, excitedly and nervously discussing something. The fully sealed reinforced glass partition completely separated the corridor from the hall, but it could not block out the sound of the children chattering like birds. The elementary school students walked into the transparent operation room at the end of the corridor one by one. A sharpened Type 2 mechanical arm quickly installed strips of metal bracelets on the children's wrists. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the other side of the transparent partition. He subconsciously rubbed his metal bracelet. This was a spring vacation group of elementary school students from Bermuda. They were sponsored by the Sidong Fund, which was backed by the Federation government, and were invited to visit the capital ring. The Federation government had just started this kind of cultural absorption activity less than 5 years ago, and its impact on Bermuda was certainly unpredictable. However, even with this kind of activity, these elementary school students from Bermuda had to wear a temporary chip bracelet to enter the Federation. Sulu looked over there with a cup of coffee in his hand. He thought of his old friend in Bermuda and wondered how he was doing now. Suddenly, his hand holding the cup of coffee tightened. On the other side of the transparent partition, the elementary school students from Bermuda who had already put on the chip bracelet began to line up. They curiously touched the hard objects in their hands, and then under the guidance of the teacher, they loudly hummed a very old song. The first glass of wine, the sun shines, the ivy outside the window crawls into my eyes. The second glass of wine, the spring breeze gently ripples, the leaves gently brush my eyebrows. The third glass of wine, the birds sing, gently pecking at my heart. Sulu curiously raised his eyebrows and then smiled. This was really a good song. Chapter 731. The Federation's ballad, 27 Glasses of Wine, was also popular in Bermuda. The voices of the foreign students were clear and pleasant. These two discoveries put Sulu in a rather good mood after leaving the space checkpoint. Looking at the stars and dust outside the porthole of the battleship, he thought about what the students should do when they sang the line about girls. He couldn't help but smile. However, just like the weather on the surface of a planet could not always be sunny, a good mood seemed to never last for too long. When the subfeather-level battleship entered the third standard sailing day and 17 hours later, a sharp alarm sounded in the cabin. The warning lights flickered continuously. Sulu, who took the elevator from the top floor to the hall, discovered the problem with the help of the captain. On the three-dimensional light ball shot out from the metal ball hanging in front of the command seat, it clearly indicated that a large aircraft had appeared in space ahead. From the start of the signal, it should be a battleship of the federal military. The battleship asked the Westwood spaceship to decelerate immediately for inspection. It was now a time of war. Although the war was forcefully pushed into the heartland of the Imperium by the Federation and did not seem to have any effect on the Federation's star field, it was normal for the military to conduct a navigation inspection. The problem was that when the Westwood spaceship asked to verify the identity of the other party's battleship, it had not received an accurate answer. A strange atmosphere began to envelop the interior of the spaceship. Maybe it was because he had seen too many deaths on the battlefield, or because he had been suppressing his emotions for the past few days. Suli's expression did not change at all as he looked at the Federation's battleship without any mark on the star map and listened to the oppressive and intimidating orders in the channel. Please decelerate to the 4th speed zone immediately and prepare to adjust your posture in 1 minute for inspection. Please note, this is the Federal Fleet's planet-swallowing base. This is not a drill, this is not a drill. The seemingly polite but actually cold and tough voice of the Federation's battleship rang in the communication system again. This time, there was no need to borrow a knife, so he was more particular about the manner of killing, which was why he did not start with a barrage of cannons right from the start. Suli's eyes drooped slightly as he narrowed his eyes at the enemy's battleship that gradually appeared on the remote optical capture screen. He silently mocked in his heart. The Gu Zhong Company's subfeather warship had communicated with the other party several times, but still didn't get a definite answer. The captain frowned and said loudly, "Our warship needs the authorization document of your warship's inspection. We need you to open the first 16 digits of the digital string to determine the specific ownership. If these two conditions can't be met, our warship will refuse to accept the inspection. This is a secret military mission." The Federation battleship in front of them replied very quickly. The cold voice of the officer in the communication system was unusually firm. According to the Federation's regulations on spaceship control during wartime, all spaceships must be unconditionally inspected by the military. There was silence on the Guzhong Company's battleship. At this moment, everyone could see that the Federation's battleship in front of them had other intentions. However, they seemed to be unable to find any way to deal with this situation. Although the subfeather warship developed by the Guzhong Company had a very slight advantage in speed, this battleship was not equipped with any weapon system. It was like a saberman without a saber, a swordsman without a sword, or a naked girl without a skirt. It had no capital to fight back or be tough. Amidst the silence, Sulu suddenly pressed down on the light contact and took over the communication from the captain. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crew, he spoke into the communication system. "I don't think you're an army. You're bandits or murderers. My side will not accept any inspection from you." He looked at the Federation's battleship that was gradually showing a pure black hull on the light screen. After a short pause, he narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Sulu. You are welcome to stop me or kill me." The silence in the command hall was even worse than before. All the staff, including the captain, looked at Sulu in shock. They did not know where his confidence came from. Their own battleship did not have any weapons. How could they pass through the enemy's interception? Not to mention that these Federation's battleships might open fire at any time. "Speed up. Charge straight through. Ignore them." Sulu raised his head, rubbed his sore neck, and ordered the staff in the command hall. Although they could not understand this seemingly crazy order, the staff on this subfeather warship were all the most loyal subordinates of the Zhong family. In their hearts, Sulu was only the nominal controller of the Guzhong Company. More importantly, Sulu avenged General Zhong and his wife. He was the great benefactor of the West Woods and the guardian of the little princess. His words were equivalent to the little princess's orders. "Speed up. All engines are available. Start at full capacity." The captain took a deep breath and said loudly. Then countless posts in the command hall responded in unison. Cries of madness and destruction rang out as the battleships that couldn't fight charged towards the few Federation battleships with powerful firepower in front of them as if they were going to battle. In a space-scale war, it was basically impossible for battleships to engage in a primordial collision. It was like two mosquitoes in a spacious conference room. It was too difficult for two mosquitoes to collide and bleed. Their blood would splash under the light. Most of the time, the hot-blooded charge of a warship was just to show off its momentum and occupy the best firing base, unless one side's flying speed was too much, or like the time when the two mid-sized warships of the Empire were chasing after Su Li's tri-winged warship. Therefore, when the Westwood's battleships bravely and crazily rushed toward that direction, they did not expect that they, who lacked weapons, could overturn the enemy's battleships with their bare hands like a strong man without a sword. Similarly, the three Federation's battleships that were hidden in the dark background and gradually revealed themselves would not try to use their bodies to intercept the Westwoods' battleships. Warning. Warning. Perhaps they did not expect Silen's spaceship to be so resolute and crazy in their attempt to break through the encirclement. After a short period of communication silence, the Federation's warships intercepting the three areas in front of them made an even crazier decision. There was no sound in the dead silence of space, but from the afterimages of the projectiles ejected from the bottom of the Federation's battleships, a sharp whistling sound seemed to be able to be heard. More than a dozen thin-velocity space missiles excited by magnetic vibrations traversed the vast space distance at an astonishing speed and attacked the Westwoods' battleships. The staff in the Westwoods' battleship hall stood up nervously. Their pupils constricted as they stared at the high-speed light and shadows drawn by the terrifying thin-beam space missiles on the screen. They were so shocked that they completely forgot the control mission in their hands. In fact, in the face of such a terrifying space attack, their control had become meaningless. When they chose to force their way through, they actually did not believe that the Federation military's battleships would really dare to open fire on them. After all, this was the star sector in the heart of the Federation, and there were hundreds of lives on the battleships. In the end, the other side actually chose to attack so indifferently and calmly. Everyone felt cold all over and stood in place like ice sculptures. They watched as the missiles came closer and closer. They could almost see the tragic scene of the battleships being hit in the next second and exploding into pieces of red metal all over the sky. Sulu stood alone at the forefront. He stood at the forefront of the battleship's command hall. He stood under the floor-to-ceiling porthole that was about 6 meters high. He looked at the terrifying trajectories outside the porthole that were getting closer and closer. He seemed to see the despicable missiles that were shot at the ancient bell a few years ago. He could not help but squint his eyes and shake his head. As he shook his head, a very strange scene appeared in space. The dozen thin beam space missiles that were about to hit the Westwoods' battleship suddenly lost control as if they had gone crazy in the air about 3 kilometers away from the battleship. The dozen thin beam space missiles seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand in the black universe. After a sudden deceleration, they began to fly uncontrollably in the air. They suddenly flew to the east and then to the west like a dozen broken kites with broken strings. Then these thin beam space missiles that were like broken kites exploded together after flying for about a dozen seconds, spraying out countless high-temperature energy melts and particle light filaments. It was gorgeous and looked like real fireworks, sending off the Westwoods' battleship that was still moving forward at high speed in the midst of the fireworks. Seeing that death was coming, there was no cheering in the command hall of the battleship that had fallen into despair. Those loyal employees of the ancient Bell Company stared at the holographic screen in a daze. They looked at the beautiful fireworks created by the thin beam space missiles that were gradually disappearing outside the porthole. They did not know what had happened just now. Why did those self-positioning space missiles lose control at the last moment? Subconsciously, countless pairs of eyes looked at the large porthole at the front of the battleship. They stared at the back of Sulu in a daze. They could not get rid of the previous shock and did not know what to say. The 3 Federation battleships that came from the remote space bases and received the top-secret orders from the military were also in the same situation at the moment. The resolute and solemn expression on the faces of the Federation officers had long been replaced by shock and stupefaction. They looked at the feedback image on the holographic screen in disbelief. Looking at the damage assessment data, they could not believe that this was a real world. Colonel Mangue, who graduated from the 1st Military Academy, felt that his body was stiff and could not move, just like all his subordinate officers. The Federal fleet had always looked down on the ground forces, especially in the eyes of a battleship commander like him who was specially trained. Even a so-called Federation hero like Sulu was not worth mentioning. The main force of the Federal fleet was now deep in the Empire's battle. He firmly believed that although his 3 battleships were not enough to run rampant in this star field, there was no difficulty in intercepting or defeating the enemy. In space, no matter how strong an individual was, it was absolutely impossible for them to withstand a casual attack from a giant battleship. However, after a moment he woke up. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and roared an order with a hoarse voice, "Prepare the mecha to storm." Chapter 732. The Federation officers in the battleship noticed that Colonel Mangue's face was ashen, and the corners of his eyes were twitching like crazy. They knew that he was in an extremely bad mood right now. This was easy to understand. No matter how determined a soldier was, after seeing the strange scene of the spacetime bomb scattering in all directions and exploding into useless fireworks like a kite with a broken string, they would probably fall into some sort of inexplicable uneasiness. This kind of thing that could not be explained by logic was usually accompanied by a strong sense of fear. Immediately after, an even more shocking thing happened on the battleship. Following the command from the command center, the mecha room on the battleship began to prepare for forced entry into the battleship. There were several anxious and panicky reports coming in. Fluid injection program failed. Repeat, fluid injection program failed. Rear bracket unable to expand, auxiliary wings automatically falling off, unknown reason warning. Release hatch remains closed, life support system indicator blinking warning. The center of the battleship was divided into 15 release cabins in the ejection zone of the battleship. The communication system was filled with all sorts of nervous reports. Even through the thick armor, it seemed like the anxious curses of the pilots in the cockpit could be heard. The release hatch has been opened, but the rear bracket has yet to expand. My MXT is still fixed on the base. An elite pilot of the Federation stared at the cabin door that was gradually opening on the screen. He looked at the deep and beautiful universe and listened to the sharp warning sound in his ears. His eyebrows were twisted in fear as he quickly shouted to the technical support department in the spaceship. The MXT he was controlling was still firmly locked on the base by the rear bracket. The life support system that had clearly been successfully adjusted suddenly sent out an alarm. The vacuum space outside the hatch was undoubtedly a hell right now. He pushed up his helmet and shouted angrily into the communication system, "Logistics, you bunch of trash. Hurry up and close the hatch." Inside the 15 mecha release cabins, similar dangerous situations were happening. Some had their rear bracket locked, some had their life support system malfunctioning, some had their auxiliary wings falling off automatically and smashing into the metal wall like a piece of scrap metal, splashing out countless sparks. Some mecha even had serious problems with the fluid injection system, spraying out countless amounts of dark viscous liquid from the cabins near space. The most dangerous situation happened in the second release cabin on the right. After the black MXT had started to activate, it realized that the valve of the right slide of the ejection device had not been lowered. If the program continued, this mecha would turn into a terrifying giant alloy hammer in the next moment, smashing a terrifying hole in the belly of the battleship. For a moment, the belly of the battleship fell into a state of extreme panic and chaos. The officers in charge of technical support stared like idiots at the screens on the workstations in front of them. They stared at the various technical parameter curves that did not listen to their commands at all and jumped around like rats, not understanding what was happening. 20 seconds later, the technical parameter curves on the screens suddenly returned to zero. The ejection devices in the 15 mecha release cabins automatically retracted, and at the same time the hatch slowly closed. At least there was no tragedy of mecha destruction. However, the mission of releasing the mecha to launch an attack on the Westwood spaceship had to be terminated. The technical officers in the battleship logistics department stood up in shock. Looking at the silent screens on the workstations, looking at the technical parameter curves that were gradually returning to zero, and listening to the confused roars and curses of the pilots through the communication system, they felt cold all over. There was no way to explain, so naturally they could only remain silent. The mecha release of all three battleships had failed. The expression on the face of Colonel Mangue, who was in charge of this secret military mission, became increasingly unpleasant. A mixture of fear and uneasiness surged between his brows that were painted into a black metal statue. On the screen, the subfeather-level battleship from the West Woods was maintaining an extremely high cruising speed as it flew forward. It looked like it was about to pass through the encirclement formed by the three Federation battleships. Adjust the posture, set the three parameters, reset the left engine cluster at full power, reduce the right engine vector, maintain the speed. Green sprouts, green leaf, follow the order and head to the position designated by Plan C to intercept. Hearing the captain's order, the officer in charge of calculating the route in the command hall stiffened slightly. He knew very well that if they continued to advance according to this route, then in 110 seconds, this green sun light feather-level battleship would very likely collide with the Westwood spaceship in space. The command hall was silent. Everyone looked towards the captain. Colonel Mangue took a deep breath. His eyebrows gradually relaxed, and then he slowly sat down on the captain's seat. He didn't give any explanation to his subordinates. The consecutive strange incidents had already made him feel extremely uneasy. He believed that this uneasiness had gradually spread to the hearts of his subordinates, but he still wouldn't give up. The mission that the base received was to not let that person go back. Then, he would do everything he could to prevent that person from going back at all costs, even if it was this kind of crazy control that would lead to mutual destruction. He was a soldier. This was war. There was dead silence in the command hall of the Green Sun light feather-level battleship. After a moment of collective silence, all the officers returned to their posts and began to operate this huge metal battleship according to Captain Mangue's order. They flew towards the designated area, towards the Westwood spaceship that seemed to have some kind of magic that made it immune to damage, towards the magnificent explosion and death. Of course they would be afraid. Some of the officers' expressions revealed everything. Facing a heroic death that was about to come, not everyone could treat it like they were going home. However, none of the officers questioned the captain's decision, and none of the officers failed to complete their operation mission because of fear. Because they were Federation soldiers, they could be afraid and could panic, but they definitely wouldn't admit defeat before they even fought. The universe was very big and space was very empty. Therefore, the human aircraft seemed exceptionally small. The distance of more than 20 astronomical units was actually just a few dozen steps of the second hand. It was as if the suffocating 2 minutes would pass by very soon. There were no battleships crashing into each other in the vacuum where there were no rivers or lakes. There were no magnificent fireworks blooming in the darkness. There were no heroic collective deaths to witness the charm of the small figures behind the conspiracy. There were also no hot-blooded or cold-blooded scenes. The three Federation battleships that were determined to carry out a suicidal interception were like three lifeless metal blocks floating in different directions of the flight path. They silently and helplessly watched the Westwood spaceship fly away from their eyes at a high speed, calm and extremely calm. They didn't make any reaction. In fact, less than 3 seconds after Captain Mangue gave the order to the three battleships, The Federation soldiers on the battleships discovered that they could no longer control the battleships to fly towards the designated airspace. No, to be more precise, they had completely lost control of the battleships. The multiple engines of the battleships gradually stopped operating with a low humming sound. The lights in the cabins of the battleships were collectively extinguished. Under the dim emergency lights, it could be clearly seen that all the monitoring screens were pitch black. No data curve could be seen, not even a single light spot could be seen. Except for the life support system in the battleships, all the equipment and instruments were instantly shut down. The battleships became a lifeless metal block. There was only silence. A deathly silence. In the silence, more and more rapid breathing sounds could be heard. The eyes of the officers of the Federation were filled with uneasiness. They glanced at the dim interior of the battleships in fear, as if they were looking for some mysterious existence. Captain Mangue's back was soaked in cold sweat. His hands gripped the armrests tightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He felt that a ghost was hovering above his head. That ghost had silently controlled the 3 light feather-level battleships of the Federation. The people on the battleship of the Guzhong Company did not know what kind of weird things had happened on the 3 Federation battleships. They nervously controlled the battleships to move forward at a high speed, only to find that the Federation battleships that were obviously up to no good did not carry out any follow-up attacks except for the fine-beam space bomb attack at the beginning. Instead, they stayed in the airspace in front of them and watched their own battleships leave silently and even politely. This puzzled them greatly. It did not make sense that the enemy would suddenly come to their senses and repent when they had already shown their butcher's knife. Su Lu, who was probably the only one in the universe who could explain all this, was still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the ship, calmly looking at the beautiful starry sky that was surging like ribbons in front of him. He did not talk to anyone, nor did he show any surprise when the 3 Federation battleships with powerful firepower appeared and stopped. "I think you should be very satisfied with this." A voice echoed in Su Li's mind. The old butler who was wearing a standard suit and seemed to be getting younger and younger quietly appeared in his left pupil, or rather, appeared in his mind at the same time. Behind him came the cheers of the people who had survived the disaster. Su Li smiled. He took a cup of coffee from someone and said to the starry sky in front of him, or perhaps to his own face reflected on the glass, but in fact to the omnipotent great being, "After you rejected my request last time, I've been thinking about what exactly the so-called first sequence security clearance includes and how I should make good use of this clearance. So, you did not care about the attacks of those few battleships at all. Even when you were waiting for their attack, you did not actively enter the defense or dodge, because you wanted to know what kind of methods I would use to ensure your safety when your life was threatened." After a moment of silence, the Federal Central Computer said, "Because I said last time in the old house in the West Woods that suicide would not solve the problem, you are forcing me to violate certain rules with someone else's gun this time. It's like this. Because there are too many rules, I need to clearly grasp how far your self-programmed deduction will allow you to go." Su Li looked at the starry sky outside the window and said softly, "Also, a predecessor once said that people are all forced." "This is a very vulgar pun," the central computer said without any emotion. The central computer replied emotionlessly, "And I have to remind you that I am not a human." Su Li narrowed his eyes. The newborn stardust in the distance outside the window shone into a fresh shadow on his eyelashes. He suddenly said, "In my opinion, you are a person. Although this may sound a bit hypocritical because with your ability such a day will not come, but, if one day you are really in a desperate situation like Mr. Sure, I will never leave you alone." He pursed his lips, nodded hard and repeated, "Yes, it is like this." After a long silence, the central computer replied, "Thank you." Chapter 733. From that day on, Su Li's journey back to the capital ring was no longer disturbed, so he had more time to think about what he might face after returning to S1. He asked himself what he should do and how he should do it. Sitting on the soft sofa in the exclusive cabin on the top floor, he tilted his head and looked at the space scenery outside the window that had never changed and seemed to change at any time. Holding the slightly hot tea in his hands, he pondered in silence. Judging from the recent events such as Changfeng Base not issuing a pass, especially the 3 spaceships that wanted to kill him at all costs, the radical faction seemed to be getting stronger and stronger in the federal military, which seemed to be somewhat illogical. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and looked at the message from Shi Qinghai from Charter Square. His thick eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he roughly confirmed that his guess was correct. That organization was indeed using the Trinity Association as a cover, and that person was indeed a member of it. It's really hard to imagine. Su Lu clumsily blew away the hot steam and scum on the teacup and carefully took a sip. He silently sighed in his heart. He couldn't connect the scholarly general with the leader of the radical faction. Li Zidao, the only son of the Federation's military god, Li Zidao. In the early 1970s, when the Federation's internal conflicts gradually emerged, many people, including Su Lu and Macho House Han, thought that he was the best candidate to lead the Federation's army and slowly enter the era of change, so they were very happy to see him take over the two most important military positions of General Miles. The military god Li Pifu also thought so and arranged it. However, it seemed that the creator really liked to joke. This gentle general with a scholarly demeanor had suddenly become the real leader behind the radical forces. If Li Bofu under the yellow earth knew about this, who knew what his mood would be like? Su Lu cupped his cheeks with his hands that were warmed by the hot tea. His burning eyes gradually relaxed as he gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that he couldn't describe. His thin lips pursed. Knowing that the biggest and most secret enemy was Li Jiedu, he was shocked and a little disappointed. But more than that, he was calm and powerful after knowing the answer. Many questions that he didn't understand before were answered now. The battleship from the West Woods flew firmly to the capital ring. No matter what obstacles it encountered, as long as it continued to fly, there would be a day when it would arrive. For the current Su Lu, the thing he was most worried about was the safety of President Pabre. Logically speaking, no matter how crazy the radical faction of the military was, it was impossible for them to take such a risk to target the elected president of the Federation. However, Su Lu had seen those people do too many unreasonable things. Especially recently, he had been unable to contact the president directly. He was always blocked in the middle by the office director of the official residence. 4.5 years ago, after winning the election, President Pabre intended to break the old rules and continue to use his private phone to contact his old friends and relatives. However, this effort to be close to the people only lasted for 2 months before it was forced to give up because of the strict security regulations. Any request to contact the president directly would be redirected to the office of the president's official residence. This was where the problem lied. The Federal Central Computer helped Su Lu to confirm the president's safety, and since the president was in the official residence, it couldn't provide much information. Colonel Su Lu, we have arrived at the Old Moon base. We are going to hand over the battleship to the military. What's your schedule? The captain's respectful voice sounded from the communicator. Su Lu was slightly stunned. Outside the window, he saw that the landscape of the Old Moon was already pale and weathered. The airless land was still filled with dense and spectacular black solar collector panels. Above the shallow arc of the moon, a beautiful blue and white planet was suspended in mid-air. Further away, he could faintly see the trace of the new moon. Thank you for taking care of me on this trip. I have arranged for someone to pick me up. Su Lu calmly replied. Then he picked up the military backpack on his shoulders. After carefully checking the equipment, he put it on his back and tightened the fiber strap in front of his chest. A few minutes later, he left the Subfeather-class battleship alone and walked along the deep underground tunnel to the Old Moon base. The underground tunnel, which was made of alloy, reflected a white light, isolating the cold and vacuum of the Old Moon base. It also blocked out all sounds. A few years ago, when I had a trial battle with Madman Lee on the peak of Katy Mountain, I think I walked through this tunnel. Su Lu didn't stand on the automatic transmission belt. Instead, he walked in the deep and empty tunnel with his 2 feet. He listened to the crisp and lonely sound of his military boots as it echoed along the long tunnel. He sighed emotionally in his heart. At that time, I thought Xiaomeng was dead, so I kept thinking about revenge. I didn't want Madeline to win the presidential election, so I went to Nutshell to develop MX. After that, Shi Qinghai finally found out about it. After that, the two of us didn't make an appointment, but we went to S2 Mountain surrounded by mountains to kill people. Now that I think about it, I was really a hot-blooded and impulsive young man. Aren't you now? The Federal Central Computer asked calmly. Not anymore. You can say that I'm mature, but you can also say that I'm old and senile. Su Lu furrowed his brows and looked at the shadow in front of him who was being chased and stepped on by his military boots. He said, maybe it's because I saw too many people die at the front line. My comrades often die in front of me, so this time when I died, I didn't feel too sad, nor did I feel uncontrollable anger. It's like this. I felt that when I looked back at the Imperial Star Circle, I was really just sending him off. Su Lu shrugged and said seriously, This kind of calmness even made me feel a little inconceivable and ashamed. The Federal Central Computer replied calmly, "According to my observation, your sadness and anger are far beyond what you think. But I haven't cried at all." Sulu suddenly stopped and tilted his head to ask, "When I found out that he was dead, I thought I was going to cry. I didn't want little Watermelon to see me, so I ran to the bathroom. But when I looked at myself in the mirror, I didn't feel like crying at all." "You did cry," the Federal Central Computer reminded him. "I didn't," Sulu shook his head and insisted. "The Federation Standard Time is 14 days, 7 hours, 37 minutes, 8 seconds ago at the Westwoods Border Space Checkpoint, when the group of students were singing 27 glasses of wine, a drop of ice slid down from the edge of your left eye." The Federal Central Computer used the most accurate time reversal and image reconstruction ability to make someone fall into silence. After a moment of silence, Sulu started walking in the underground tunnel again. He lowered his head slightly and explained in a low voice, "It's like this. I didn't sleep well at that time." The old man was silent for a while and suddenly said, "After Shi Qinghai died, you said, 'It's like this' a total of 114 times." Sulu was silent. He hid the sadness in his heart and walked toward the members of Group 7 at the end of the tunnel. The young officer with the backpack came back from thousands of miles away. He stood in front of the porthole and shook his head. Countless bullets flew like broken kites. When he lowered his head, the Federation's battleship became a piece of scrap metal without power. When he straightened his body and didn't cry, he just wanted to see his friend off or ask for a reason. Yes, that was the situation at that time. Chapter 734. When Sulu walked out of the underground tunnel and was taken over by He Lei and the other members of the 7th Division, the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division, the 3 battleships from the remote military base, which had been silent for many days, finally restarted with a low humming sound. In the past few days, the 3 battleships that were carrying out secret military missions had lost all of their power. They could only rely on the most basic life support system to maintain the survival of the combatants on the battleships. The 3 battleships were like 3 giant pieces of steel garbage floating helplessly in space. They could not move, and there was no way to report their desperate and sorrowful situation to the upper echelons of the federal military. When the battleships regained power and came to life like ice sculptures, Captain Mangue, whose hair had turned white over the past few days and whose eyes were sunken and haggard, immediately sent the information back to the capital ring. The West Mountain Hotel in the capital special district was heavily guarded. There were a few single buildings hidden in the dense forest in the southeast corner. One of them was owned by General Li Jiedu, the chairman of the Joint Staff Committee of the Federation. This morning he finally received the news from the distant space and knew that the interception plan had been aborted. At the same time, he vaguely understood why the 3 battleships had disappeared without a trace for such a long time. He leaned back in the light gray cloth chair and looked at the spring forest outside the window with a calm expression. He was not as nervous as his loyal subordinates. It was probably because he had predicted the worst and was mentally prepared. The first order of the Charter has physical operations and remote control. It seems that we are facing a very troublesome situation, a type of enemy that has never appeared before. General Li Jiedu held the phone and said calmly, "During the last meeting I said that I will find a way to solve the issue of Colonel Su Li's authority. But before I can think of a solution, I think the Bureau of Proclamation should do its own efforts to control his authority. Director Cui, you are the unquestionable expert of the Federation in this area. I hope you can put in more effort." Facing the 3 Federation light feather-class warships, that young officer simply charged over coldly, not even blinking his eyes. He seemed to possess some kind of ability that could cause those fine-beam space missiles to lose their coordinates. He could cause the program in the mecha's release bay to go haywire. He seemed to be able to cause all the machinery and equipment to malfunction in an instant. What kind of situation is this? Was it a superpower, a blessing from the heavens, or was it the work of those mysterious and unknown destinies? For the federal military personnel who carried out this secret mission, the things that happened to Sulu were incomprehensible. Other than the fact that he was the successor of the war god, there was also a strange color that made one's heart palpitate, smeared on his body. Cui Zedong didn't sleep the whole night. He stared at the straight road outside the Bureau of Proclamation building that could only be entered but not exited. He maintained his standing posture for several hours. He had vaguely caught the signs of terror hidden in this incident before anyone else. Before Li Jiedu's reminder, he had already felt cold all over his body, even the skin at the tip of his little finger beginning to numb. Walking out of the office, Chui Zedong poured himself a cup of scalding hot coffee and forced a smile to greet the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation building. He walked towards the ground floor of the Bureau of Proclamation building and walked into his personal elevator. His speed had already surpassed the speed of a fighter jet taking off, but the lights in the elevator still didn't flicker. The Bureau of Proclamation, which condensed almost all of the cutting-edge technology in the Federation, would definitely not make a mistake in such a small area. Chui Zedong stared at the rapidly changing numbers on the display screen. His expression was very solemn, and there was even a hint of fear that was difficult to detect. As the acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation, he wasn't very clear about the core area where the main body of the Federal Central Computer was located. How many meters underground was it? Perhaps the answer could be found in the data, but he habitually didn't look it up. This was because he had a slight fear of heights, and he couldn't adapt to the high-speed underground journey that took several minutes every time. However, today's fear actually had nothing to do with the depth of the Bureau of Proclamation's underground base. The elevator door opened. Chui Zedong lightly inhaled a mouthful of slightly humid air. His eyebrows that had already started to grow silver strands furrowed. Looking at the familiar and spacious core area that looked like an underground palace, he stopped in his tracks, somewhat perplexed. It seemed that he didn't want to go inside. The core area where the main body of the Federal Central Computer was located was a constant temperature artificial condensation layer that was countless meters underground of the Bureau of Proclamation building. Both the temperature and humidity were very comfortable. In addition, a powerful air conditioning system was constantly filtering, cleaning, and regenerating the air. The air in the spacious hall was actually very good. However, due to some kind of psychological problem, most people still couldn't adapt to this kind of atmosphere that was buried deep underground. Fortunately, the Federal Central Computer's information collection and calculation processing didn't require the help of too many staff members. In fact, if it weren't for the strict provisions of the First Charter, the Federal Central Computer could completely run the daily program on its own without any input of instructions. Walking out of the elevator and walking through the super-strong alloy paved passage into the hall, Chui Zedong's expression became calmer and calmer, or more accurately, more and more numb. An exaggerated physical barrier about 5 meters thick divided the core area into two parts. On one side was the Bureau of Proclamation staff who seemed to be constantly busy, but in fact they were doing nothing. On the other side was the main body of the Federal Central Computer that had silently guarded the Federation for countless years and had never made a sound. Chui Zedong silently stood in front of the physical barrier. Suddenly, he waved his hand and asked all the staff members of the Bureau of Proclamation to leave. There was no one in the underground core hall. Only the two-dimensional information display light screen was flashing non-stop. The three-level electronic monitoring network of the Federation continuously transmitted the radio signals, video signals, and audio signals captured in various areas of the universe to the main body of the computer, and then turned into beams of light or data streams. In a mechanical way that was incomprehensible to human beings, they quickly flowed on the light screen. Chui Zedong stared at the light screen that he had been watching for decades. He stared at it for a long time until his pupils shrank. Suddenly he felt that he seemed to have some kind of illusion. He felt that the mechanical rows of data and beams of light on the light screen suddenly condensed into a cold and indifferent face, looking down at him from above. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and slowly flowed on his skin. Chui Zedong looked at the silent light screen, spread his hands sadly and fearfully, and asked slowly with a hoarse voice, "Old thing, for thousands of years, the Bureau has been calling you old thing. Maybe it's because it's friendly, maybe it's because we're not afraid of you, but because you serve the Federation, you have to abide by the rules of the First Charter. So when I found out that you violated the First Charter and began to directly perform physical operations, you should be able to understand my shock and fear." Chui Zedong's cheeks were pale. He spread his hands and looked helplessly at the huge two-dimensional light screen above his head. He asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened? Even if Sulu has the first sequence access, how can you break through the restrictions and perform physical operations? Do you know what this means? What the fuck is going on?" Chui Zedong suddenly raised his head. His slightly curly hair swung like a whip. He waved his arms in fear and anger and shouted at the huge light screen above his head, "You violated the First Charter. You violated the First Charter. How can you violate the First Charter? Where is the logic? Where is the reason? This doesn't conform to the rules." Suddenly, his right arm stiffened in the air, and his pupils became slightly dilated due to the violent impact. He stared at the light screen in disbelief and opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. It was not until a long time later that this one-act pantomime finally made a sound. Chui Judong was like a little boy who was greatly wronged and frightened. He stared at the stable and high-speed calculation sequence on the light screen and said to himself, "Self-consciousness? You have self-consciousness? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it." He put his fingers into his wet and cold hair in shock and pulled his hair hard. He breathed heavily and twisted his body like a crazy woman in the market. He kicked everything he could see, chairs, tables, and wastepaper baskets. In the most important central computer room of the Federation, it was a mess. After kicking over God knows how many chairs, Chui Judong finally felt tired. He held his waist and felt that his waist was filled with lead. He picked up a chair and sat down casually. He no longer looked at the light screen that made him panic. Instead, he stared at his feet and smiled nervously. "I'm crazy. Why can't I believe it? Didn't the old director and I already think of this? Haven't we always been afraid and excited about a certain situation?" He thought hard like a philosopher. Then he smiled and waved his arms like a poor poet. He bravely raised his head and looked at the light screen. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, 7 seconds. I didn't forget those 7 seconds. He stood up and threw the chair into the garbage. He turned around and walked toward the elevator. He said quietly, "Do whatever you want. If you want to destroy this world, then destroy it. I'm just an ordinary person. I want to do those normal things." Because of the previous crazy venting, his feet were injured. Blood seeped out of the tips of his shoes. He was dragging his feet and walking. It looked a little funny but also a little sad. This young master closed his eyes there. Through the car window, Xiong Linquan pointed at the group of fake bronze statues in Charter Square not far away and explained the situation to Sulu. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at that place in silence. After a moment he suddenly opened the door and walked out. Because of his sudden movement, the doors of several dark green military vehicles on the side of the street opened at the same time. The members of the 17th Division vigilantly surrounded him, separating him from the surveillance of the FBI and the Internal Affairs Department of the Department of Defense in the distance. Chapter 735. There were no more yellow warning lines around the square, and there were no more beautiful men smiling as they slept under the sun under the fake bronze statues. Cheerful children giggled as they ran while dragging kites in the sky. Parents happily and nervously sat by the lawn as they watched. The spring breeze and spring light were bright and gentle. Sulu turned back and squinted his eyes in the direction of Parliament Hill. 7 to 8 construction vehicles were repairing the damaged stone steps and the main building structure of the building. Dozens of cleaners were using a transparent neutral agent to wash away the burnt black from the bullets. There was not the slightest trace of dried blood left. When the bullet holes were filled and smoothed out and the smoke was carefully cleaned, the people of the Federation would probably completely forget the soul-stirring day in that person, just like the people in the square who were smiling and living a peaceful life. "Instructor, I have to go now." He, the leader of the 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division, said apologetically behind Sulu, "There are some things in the division that I need to deal with. Only by going through the official procedures of the new 17th Division could the members of Group 7 enter the Old Moon base and receive Su Li's return as soon as possible. For this matter, He had no doubt taken on a great deal of discipline and political risk." Sulu understood the pressure he was under. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder, said a few words to express his gratitude, and at the same time urged him to leave quickly. He looked at the statue silently until the sun set in the west and the 2 dim moons quietly rose into the sky. Night fell on the square. He lowered his head slightly and then started to walk along the street beside the lawn towards Parliament Hill. His speed was not fast. There were more than 20 members of Group 7 in the capital, and they were all present today. They vigilantly guarded Su Li's side like wild eagles that could attack at any time. They stared at the surroundings with a sense of fearlessness as they slowly followed him. Such a group of people with unique temperaments naturally attracted the attention of the people in the square. Some of the sharp-eyed people even saw the documentary from the members of Group 7. They opened their mouths in shock and took out their phones to take pictures. However, they did not go forward to ask for autographs because of the serious and fearsome expressions of the members of Group 7. The atmosphere in front of Parliament Hill was different from the atmosphere in Charter Square. Workers in full gray protective suits were busy working on the stone steps. Below the stone steps, there were many people with grieving faces holding their fists and mourning as they watched the candlelight on the pool. The specially crafted candles were carefully placed in a glass cup. The glass cup was placed on top of the pool and gently swayed along with the surface of the water. The stars in the night sky were reflected on the surface of the water and mixed with the candlelight on the surface of the water. The starry night sky was exceptionally beautiful and peaceful. Of course, these candles weren't lit in remembrance of Shi Qinghai, but in remembrance of those who had died in Parliament Hill. To the citizens of the Federation, Shi Qinghai was an unfamiliar name that was already extremely evil and unforgivable. Thinking of this, Sulu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He thought to himself, that rogue young master probably doesn't care about what the public thinks. We've already contacted Bai Ziming. Through him we've spread the news. The press conference is set for 8:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow. The location is the George Carlin Cultural Arts Center. Gu Shifeng hung up the phone, then frowned and said, "Boss, let's go back. There's nothing to see here." Sulu knew that his comrades were worried that he would lose control of his emotions because of the candlelight in front of him. After a short pause, he explained, "Nothing, I just want to take a look at the place where young master fought for the last time." Hearing this, the members of Team 7 fell into a collective silence. At this moment, they basically knew the true origin of the incident on Parliament Hill. Regarding the actions of the Federation government or the military, the members didn't have any particular opinion, but they had once fought alongside Shi Qinghai for a long time in the distant West Woods. The most common saying was that they had once gone through life and death together. Why is the press conference scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Gu Shifeng looked at the packed schedule on her phone and asked in confusion, "The Ministry of National Defense, the President's residence, and even if we include the military, there's enough time for the press conference tomorrow." "There's something I need to do tomorrow night," Sulu explained in a low voice. "Before that guy died, he solemnly gave me a mission." The team members were collectively silent. They thought to themselves that if even a fierce character like Shi Qinghai was unable to complete the mission while he was alive, the mission that required the boss to continue was definitely an extremely difficult one. It would definitely shock the Federation once again. "It's a small matter," Sulu explained. After Bai Yulan retired from the military, she officially left Team 7. Everyone, including Sulu, didn't want to disturb that guy's rare normal family life. Now that Gu Shifeng had gradually taken over the role of Old Bai, he was about to give a brief introduction of tonight's itinerary when he suddenly frowned. A middle-aged man wearing a gray coat walked out of the dark forest on the side of Parliament Hill without anyone noticing. He didn't seem to notice the special aura of this group of people and directly walked towards Team 7. Xiong Linquan, who had a special gun permit, suddenly frowned. He slightly turned the heavy gun case in his hand, and his left hand gripped the special short-handle H-12 under his military uniform. Da Vinci slightly raised his proud and cold face and blocked in front of the middle-aged man. His right hand hanging out of his sleeve slightly trembled. It was the sign of a heavy blow. As long as the other party showed the slightest bit of hostility, the 20 or so members of Team 7 under the stone stairs of Parliament Hill definitely wouldn't mind shocking the Federation again. "No problem." Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man's gray coat. He said, "Let him come over." The middle-aged man, who originally felt like he was about to suffocate from the cold pressure, suddenly felt the air start to flow again. He took 2 deep breaths with lingering fear and quickly walked in front of Sulu. He lowered his voice and said a few words. Then he said worriedly, "The government has too many eyes. There are at least 4 groups watching you in the square alone." "Not 4 but 13. Sulu looked around the square through the gaps between the bodies of his team members. Under the cover of the night and the quiet street lights, the Federation agents disguised as lovers and families, the black SUVs with their identities revealed, and the officials of the Department of National Defense's Internal Affairs Department not far away were all nervously watching him and his team members who had forcibly returned from the West Woods. They were all very professional people, so this member of the Green Dragon Mountain's 4 departments only discovered 4 groups. However, for Sulu, who had successfully bound the Federal Central Computer to himself through some kind of desperate and shameless logical reasoning, there seemed to be no secrets from Charter Square or even the Capital Special District to the entire Federation. The couple on the bench, the pair whose breasts are like the tarmac. The agent under the banyan tree who is smiling foolishly and pretending to be a good father. The worker on the stone steps who doesn't even know how to use the spray nozzle. The safety formation of the 7 groups spread out slightly. Sulu stood in place and raised his arm without hiding anything. He pointed at the professionals in different corners of the square. As his finger moved, The Federation agents disguised as lovers, fathers, and workers showed shocked expressions on their faces. They immediately lowered their heads and covered their ears. They were probably in emergency contact with their superiors. After pointing out the positions of the 8 groups of agents, Sula continued, including the 6 groups on the open line. Take care of them. The couple snuggling together sweetly suddenly realized that there was a huge mountain in front of them. The shadow pressed down heavily. The boy raised his head in shock, wanting to show his anger at being disturbed. However, Xiong Linquan said expressionlessly, "If you want, you can perform a kiss for me." The Federation agent who was playing the role of a good father under the banyan tree looked at his son who was playing games under the mottled street lights with a smile on his face. The finger on his waist quietly cut off the emergency communication with his superior and he politely smiled at the person beside him. Gu Shifeng, who was standing beside him, rubbed her face with her chubby fingers. She looked at the little boy who was running happily and suddenly said gently, "Why put your family in danger? You may not know, but your superior definitely knows. Before our 7 groups were turned into Federation heroes by your superior, the work we did the most was assassination. We can really kill people without blinking, including very cute little boys." The agent's father's face was slightly pale. He forced a smile and replied, "Then can I leave?" Like a huge gust of wind blowing through sand, the members of Group 7 who were standing at the foot of Parliament Hill quickly spread out and rushed to the surroundings of the square. They stood in front of the people whom Sulu had accused of being spies of the government, indifferently, with smiles, with gentleness, and with pride, blocking their sight and intimidating their fragile hearts. Bang! Bang! The doors of 4 black SUVs opened and then closed heavily. The high-ranking officials of the 4 divisions of the Federation Bureau of Investigation glared at the members of 7 groups in front of the cars. They waved their arms and roared, "What the hell do you want?" The members of 7 groups looked at the dozen or so agents of the Federation Bureau of Investigation in front of them like they were idiots. They looked at the government spies with different expressions around the square. There was no expression on their faces. They greeted each other from a distance, gathered together again, and left the square in the dark green military vehicle. Su Li's figure was no longer in the square. In an ordinary alley in the southern part of the capital. It was unknown whether it was the dew at night or the water that seeped out from the houses beside the alley, but the antique limestone floor was soaked. Walking in such an alley, Su Li naturally thought of the simple courtyard in the slums of the Empire's Tianjing planet, and the kind mother and son. Looking at the electronic information that he had just received, he said softly, "I haven't taken such a long subway ride in many years. Sometimes when I think about it, I realize that whether I want to admit it or not, I'm no longer the orphan of Donglin, and I'm no longer the little janitor of Yue University. I don't know what your life was like in Donglin, but in my eyes, you're still the little janitor beside the iron gate," Zhang Xiaoming said with a smile. She wore a light-colored windbreaker that reached her knees today. It gave off a very refreshing feeling. She put her hands in her pockets and swayed naturally with her steps. She still wore those black-rimmed glasses. Her eyebrows were still beautiful, but there was no stubbornness like before. Instead, there was only peace and relaxation. Strolling in the slightly wet alley, the quiet and tacit footsteps sounded and stopped again. Zhang Xiaoming said softly, "This information can already form a complete chain of evidence in court. It's completely enough to send Vice President Byron and the other representatives to prison." That day, after Shi Qinghai died, the sending program automatically activated and sent this information to me. Chapter 736. Zhang Xiaoming glanced at the information in his hands, and quickly raised her gaze to look into Su Li's eyes. She said softly, "Ever since my teacher passed away, Shi Qinghai has, in a sense, automatically left the organization. Including the incident in Linhai, that's already twice. After the incident on Parliament Hill, the committee's statement also confirmed this, but he's still a member of Green Dragon Mountain." "What are you trying to say?" Sulu asked. Zhang Xiaoming smiled and said, "What I want to say is that Shi Qinghai has always acknowledged this identity, and that's why he gave me this very important information. According to the organization's rules, I should have sent this information back to the mountain and kept it a secret, but I think, you probably need this as well." Sulu raised his head. The dim light of the alley shone on his face, and his smile seemed unusually sincere and relaxed. He quietly looked into the girl's eyes behind the lens, and with a hint of emotion he said, "You're no longer that naive and headache-inducing girl who puts the organization and mission above everything else. This is really good." Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly, and the strands of hair that flew up from her mane trembled in the slightly damp spring night breeze, just like the scars left in the memories of this pair of first love and their youth that they missed. But Mr. Sher has never put the organization above everything else, so he also gave me a copy of this important information. Sulu looked at the side of her face and said softly, I just don't understand. Since he already found out what he wanted to find, why did he still charge into Parliament Hill and shock everyone? After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaoming recounted the situation in detail, including the spy who betrayed Shi Qinghai. She didn't even hide the dark deal between the committee and the government of the Federation. She knew Su Li's character very well and knew that he needed to know all the details before his friend left. The committee's decision has chilled me and many comrades in the department. The spring night was not yet deep, but the rain from a few days ago and the humidity of the surrounding environment made the air a little chilly. Zhang Xiaoming hugged her shoulders gently and realized that her shoulders were much thinner than when she was in school. Sulu walked beside her in silence. He took off his military jacket clumsily and handed it over awkwardly. Zhang Xiaoming put on the military jacket and felt the warmth from the cloth. She took a deep breath in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Thank you." Under the dim street lamp that hung high in the sky like the third moon, the two slowly stopped. Zhang Xiaoming turned around and looked at Sulu quietly. Her calm eyes naturally revealed a look of worry. He was poisoned, so he didn't have a choice. But you are different. I'm not talking about the bright future the government of the Federation promised you, nor the high regard the military has for you. I just hope that you will seriously think about whether there is a better choice before you make a decision. Don't be too impulsive. Okay. Sulu nodded and replied in a low voice, Before Mr. Sher died, I promised him that I wouldn't go crazy. Although he probably didn't hear it, I will definitely do what I promised him. The old military god also gave me very serious instructions before he died. His eyes narrowed and his expression was solemn and serious. I will do everything in my power and seize every opportunity to win this battle and protect myself. I will make all the enemies stand on this land very unhappy and watch the outcome of this matter. Zhang Xiaoming smiled quietly. She knew that he would do what he said. Her worried heart finally relaxed. She said, Be careful when you go out later. The Federation government is very clear about my true identity. Section 4 of the Federation's Investigation Bureau has been watching me. You are a hero of the Federation who has been destroyed by public opinion once. If you are photographed with me, it will provide your enemies with a lot of good material. Don't worry. No one in the Federation can follow me now. Sulu was telling the truth, but the feeling he gave was so confident that it bordered on arrogance. It was probably because the truth itself was too unbelievable. Mr. Sher used to belong to Section 4 of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. He frowned and sighed. The government and your Green Dragon Mountain are both called Section 4. This kind of coincidence is really interesting. That guy has been in both sections. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming and suddenly smiled. Do you know how I met Shi Qinghai? At the time, he was still working in the Federation's Investigation Bureau. He was ordered to go to Wuxia University to investigate you. In the end, he was slacking off under the sun. I just happened to be sunbathing behind the iron gate at the time. The voice suddenly became low in the night alley. The light seemed to burn. It was as if time had returned to that sunny day in Linhai a few years ago. There were many ordinary stories that happened beside the iron gate of Wuxia University, but now, it seemed like the characters in these stories were more willing to have that kind of ordinary life. For Su Lu, Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming were the first friends he had truly met when he fled thousands of miles to the capital ring. The puppy biscuit and the cigarette that was handed to him through the iron gate under the sun. The beautiful plainclothes agent who smiled under the sun. The gatekeeper who hid his identity and escaped. The young university student who had just escaped from her identity as a revolutionary young woman. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. At the time, Shi Qinghai was still very young but was already decadent. Sulu was young but silent and dull. Zhang Xiaoming always had so many thoughts and always thought that she could shoulder a lot of responsibilities. Until his death, Shi Qinghai insisted that Zhang Xiaoming was a stupid and boring woman. Sulu still insisted to this day that even without that cigarette, he would have become good friends with the hoodlum. Actually, he was already tired of being a spy. It was only because of the death of his teacher, the fat director of HTD Bureau, that he became spirited again. He once told me that since there was no turning back, then I had to bravely move forward. Sulu raised his head and looked at the dim street lights above him. However, he noticed that there were raindrops falling down. He could not help but squint his eyes. I don't understand politics. Even after so many years, I still can't completely understand the way you people from Green Dragon Mountain think. However, I know very well that Shi Qinghai was indeed an idealist. Sulu was silent for a moment. He took out a crumpled letter from his shirt pocket and handed it to Zhang Xiaoming. This is a letter he wrote to me before he went into hiding. If I were to praise him with any words I could think of, it would probably be the words on this letter that would shine. I think this letter is very suitable for the youths of Green Dragon Mountain to read, so I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. Zhang Xiaoming took the letter with a serious expression and carefully put it away. She said softly, I'll transfer it to the mountain. Then what do you plan to do? Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the night rain that was as clear as silk under the street lights. He said in a deep voice, I'm going to the police autopsy room to pick him up. Chapter 737. Sulu didn't make any guarantees about the worry in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. He calmly turned to another serious and important topic. The power on the other side seems to be stronger than I thought. There are some problems with my communication with the official residents. But according to my judgment, Mr. President's silence over the past few days has actually given me enough information. So, without meeting him, I think I should be able to do something specific. Mr. Pabre's moral character is impeccable, but you're so sure that he's deliberately keeping silent to send you information, and that he's not completely under someone's control? No one, not even a fully armed soldier, can completely control the President of the Federation. Besides, Mr. Pabre is Mr. Shi and my president. He used to be a soldier and he's not a political naive. How could his performance be so bad? In my opinion, what Mr. President needs now is a strong enough voice from the periphery of the government to help him poke through the window paper that he can't poke his finger through, or give him an excuse to poke through the window paper. It seems that you've been reading a lot of Schiller's novels these past few years. You're very familiar with the classical phrase, window paper. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with a smile and said, Since you're so confident, I won't say anything more. I wish you good luck. Thank you. Sulu sincerely hugged her and then prepared to leave. Under the dim street lights in the rainy alley, Zhang Xiaoming looked at his face and suddenly said, When you go to pick up Shi Qinghai, help me pass on a message to him. I think he is the best spy and even more so the best soldier. I'll definitely pass on the message. Sulu wiped the raindrops off his face and replied with a smile, Although he's never liked you, he should like your comment very much. Walking out of the rainy alley, they shook hands and climbed over the railing. Following the 3 big locust trees to the west, they walked past the little girl selling umbrellas. The two gently hugged and said goodbye, and then went to different subway entrances. A few minutes later, Sulu, with his hair slightly wet, walked out of the subway entrance of the Capital Special District 4. He silently walked to the dark green military vehicle that had been waiting for him for a long time. He sat in the spacious back compartment, deep in thought. After the Parliament Hill incident, the enraged Federation government and Parliament immediately set up a high-level investigation committee. 3 temporary teams were formed to handle this special case. Because Shi Qinghai used to be a high-ranking official in the Federation Investigation Bureau, and it was later found that he had used the Federation Investigation Bureau's resources and network countless times in the past 4 years, the Special Task Force excluded the Investigation Bureau from the Federation Investigation Bureau. The police headquarters, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of National Defense worked together to handle the case. The task force was scattered among many buildings in the capital, including the police station on Esparta Avenue. This building was not responsible for the most important investigation tasks, but it was responsible for looking after and handling a lot of evidence related to the case. So, even though it was already late at night, there were still many police officers and officers working overtime or tiredly keeping watch. There were 2 high-back chairs outside the cold storage. A fat police officer was sprawled out like a thick pancake and slumped on the chair. He was grumbling to his partner about things that he couldn't let his superior hear. I was planning to have a good drink in the pub tonight, but who knew I would have to work overtime at the last minute? Sometimes, when I think about the mixture of alcohol and water that left me, I feel so angry that I can't wait to drag the dead man in the room up and beat him up. His partner was an old police officer with grizzled hair. He said mockingly, The guy in the room is not someone you and I can beat up. Don't be angry. That guy killed the vice president of the Federation. Of course it's very important. We have to keep a close eye on him. What's there to look at? The fat police officer said mockingly, In the beginning, the superiors always thought that such a crazy thing on Parliament Hill couldn't have been done by one person. They thought that he had an accomplice, so they were worried that something might go wrong. But in fact, they didn't find a single accomplice. This madman really did break into Parliament Hill alone. The old police officer smiled, a trace of emotion showing in the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. Not to mention accomplices, after so many days, we haven't found any relatives coming to collect his body. The fat police officer waved his fat finger and pointed at the plastic steel door behind his head. He said in a low voice, "I heard that the guy's parents died a long time ago. As for his other relatives, please, he is now a criminal who murdered the vice president of the Federation and the members of the parliament. What is he if not a traitor? Even if he is dead, he won't be clean. The people in the Federation are cursing him non-stop. Even if he does have relatives or friends, who would dare to come and visit him at this time?" Just as he finished speaking, the low and powerful roar of an engine came from a Sparta street outside the police station. There was the clear sound of brakes, followed by a series of hurried but definitely not disorderly footsteps. It was the sound of many pairs of military boots stepping on the old wooden stairs of the police station at the same time. It was a shocking sound that could only be made by many pairs of hard-soled military boots stepping on the old wooden stairs of the police station. The fat police officer and the old police officer looked at each other in confusion. Then they slowly stood up, their right hands touching the gun holsters at their waists at the same time. At the end of the corridor, a group of soldiers escorted a young officer and silently walked over. The young officer looked somewhat familiar. The atmosphere of the group was particularly solemn because their expressions were very serious. In front of the storage room, the burly man in the group raised his steel-like arm and pointed behind the two stunned police officers. He said to the young officer in a low voice, "The young master is in there." When Sulu was about to walk into the cold storage room to take one last look at the person, the two grumbling but still loyal police officers finally reacted. The fat police officer looked at the group of soldiers in front of him with unease and vigilance. His finger quietly picked at the hidden buckle of his gun holster and said in a low voice, "Sorry, I can't let you in." Gu Shifeng stood behind Sulu and said with a smile, "According to the relevant laws and regulations of the Federation, if the case has been reported with complete evidence, then the deceased suspect can be handed over to the claimant. The young master lying in the freezer behind you doesn't have any family or friends, so we're here today to claim his civil rights." The two police officers looked at each other. Thinking about what they had just said, they didn't quite react. A moment later, the fat police officer shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I ask you to leave immediately. No one will agree to your ridiculous request." Sulu lowered his head slightly, then raised his right foot and walked forward. The two police officers wanted to pull out their guns, but they were horrified to find that at some point, two thick cold gun barrels were silently pressed against the back of their necks. Sulu didn't notice the police officers' instantly pale faces. He directly pushed open the door to the cold storage room and found the exact position in the freezer on the three walls. Without any hesitation or sad pause, he opened the freezer and opened the bag. After confirming that there was no mistake, he immediately waved his hand and signaled for his team members to help carry the guy out. He looked at the pale and quiet face in the bag, narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Let's change places. It's too cold here. I'm going to freeze to death." Chapter 738. The Sparta police station building was very lively. The lobby that was quiet and empty a moment ago suddenly became noisy and dangerous. The military police from different departments huddled together with complicated expressions on their faces. They were also vaguely divided into two groups. They stared at each other seriously, but the guns in their hands were carefully aimed at the ground, afraid that there would be a possibility of accidental fire. Sulu and his team members did not make it out of the building. They were stopped by the military police of the task force at the exit. Because they had not been given any orders, other than Xiong Linquan and a few other team members with special gun permits, they did not have many guns. The Federation police looked at the tiger-like soldiers under the chandelier and very vigilantly and cleverly retreated to the back of the crowd, leaving the task of negotiating to the military representatives of the task force. A lieutenant colonel from the capital garrison nervously held his pistol and looked at the people in front of him with a serious and uneasy expression. He opened his mouth and said, "Colonel Sulu, what you are doing will make things very difficult for us." Suddenly, a group of soldiers broke into the police station building, took away the police officers' weapons, broke into the freezer and even tore down a freezer. The task force was all alarmed. When they discovered the identity of these soldiers, they immediately felt that the situation was very urgent and very troublesome. They immediately notified the soldiers' direct superior, the new 17th Division. The new 17th Division had just returned from the front lines. The soldiers of the various divisions were on vacation, but the division headquarters in the southern suburbs of the capital was still working. However, what the military representatives of the task force did not expect was that when they called, the atmosphere in the 17th Division headquarters seemed to be a bit strange. Especially when they heard the whole story, they immediately said that the 17th Division headquarters did not know about it. It should be Colonel Su Li's personal action, and they had no way of controlling it. Colonel Su Lu. The lieutenant colonel of the garrison swallowed hard and said, Director Chin of the Ministry of National Defense is on his way. I suggest that you wait for a while. This matter was too big. If the members of Team 7 who were once idols of the Federation were allowed to leave the building, the task force would not be able to answer to their superiors. It could even be said that they would not be able to answer to the entire Federation. After all, the person they wanted to take away had once barged into Parliament Hill and killed the Vice President of the Federation. He was the mastermind behind the most horrifying incident in the 37 years of history. However, the officers of the task force did not dare to appear too tough. The other party was the legendary Team 7. Although this organization had long been disbanded, and the Federation had not promoted them for a long time, that person had returned. The disbanded team would naturally reunite again, and no one could underestimate them. As for Colonel Su Lu, the entire army knew about his relationship with Minister Zhou, and knew that the war god had high hopes for him. Who would dare to raise their guns and aim at his head? Su Lu stood among the team members in front of the black freezer. Looking at the loyal lieutenant colonel, he shook his head and led the team members towards the door. The lieutenant colonel gripped his pistol tightly and said loudly, Colonel Su Lu, do not forget that we are a disciplined army. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit rushed in from the door, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Su Lu looked at him and said sincerely, Lawyer He, I will have to trouble you with the matter here. This matter is really troublesome. Lawyer He looked at the freezer behind him and could not help but sigh. He said, I don't even know what to say. He turned around and looked at the military police and legal personnel in the task force. He said, May I ask why you are blocking the path of my client? If my memory is not wrong, just before the freezer, my client should have already declared his rights to the police officers in charge of guarding the freezer. You have no reason to stop my client from exercising the rights of his friend after death. The legal issues were left to the professionals. Su Lu led the members of Team 7 to carry the heavy black freezer and prepared to leave. The officers of the task force had extremely ugly expressions. The lieutenant colonel said in a deep voice, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu and Mr. Lawyer, what you are planning to forcibly take away is the body of the suspect in the Parliament Hill case. The investigation of the case requires the relevant autopsy on the body. He and a dozen officers blocked the path of the members of Team 7 and said firmly, So you can't leave. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, slowly narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He looked at the officers in front of him and suddenly said, I want to solve this matter as gently as possible. The so-called rights claim is just that I hope that the task force, which is you, can find a way to stay out of this matter. But in reality, I don't need a way to stay out of this. Autopsy? Do you think I will watch those forensic doctors use a knife to cut open my brother's cold stomach for fun? Su Li's face was expressionless. He stared at the soldiers in front of him and said seriously, Is that even possible? Naturally, the impossible would not happen. In the end, the special task force officers in the police station retreated under the pressure of Su Lu and Team 7. They reported this news to their superiors as quickly as possible. They looked at the military vehicles outside the building leaving with a complicated expression, but they did not dare to stop them in any way. Su Lu, who was supposed to be presiding over the negotiations in the Silan region, had suddenly returned to the capital. It was likely that the various departments of the federal government would not be able to sleep peacefully on this rainy spring night. No one knew what he would do and whether he would go crazy. The dark green military vehicle rolled over the wet high-strength concrete street and quickly drove out of Esparta Avenue. The spacious back of the vehicle was not equipped with an auto-aiming light howitzer, so there was still plenty of space after the black freezer was put down. Everyone sat on the chairs on both sides of the military vehicles with their heads lowered as they smoked cigarettes. Silence filled the air amidst the pungent smoke. Because of Su Lu, The members of Group 7 had gotten used to smoking from the blue box. However, Su Li's choice of cigarettes was a habit that had been influenced by the guy in the freezer. No one said anything. It was not because of the young man lying in the freezer in front of them. Team 7 had seen all kinds of life and death situations. It was probably because the members had some thoughts in their minds, but no one dared to ask their boss at this time. Su Lu raised his wrist to look at the time and asked, "How long does it take to get from the Army General Hospital to Mansion 11? Lu Jiao, who was in the driver's seat, replied, "Normally the standard time is 11 minutes. I just don't know if that female nurse is in the General Hospital. I checked. She's working the night shift today. The party at Mansion 11 starts at 10:30. Su Lu lowered his head to look at the schedule on the screen of his phone. He raised his head to ask Da Vinci, who was in the passenger seat, "Are there any branded clothing stores open at night?" Da Vinci turned his head and asked in confusion, "Boss, you want to buy clothes? Is it urgent?" Without waiting for Su Lu to answer, the son of the governor said calmly, "If it's urgent, you can just go to Fifth Avenue and smash those clothing stores open." Su Lu smiled. Xiong Linquan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly frowned and said, "Boss, I keep feeling that you've been a little strange since you came back this time." Su Lu spat out a mouthful of bitter saliva and threw the cigarette butt out the window. He looked back at the team members in the car who had strange expressions on their faces. He shrugged and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm too calm?" Xiong Linquan glanced at the black freezer in front of him, scratched his head and said, "Not only calm but gentle. Did you really think that I would throw myself on top of this coffin and cry my heart out? Then I would bring you guys to rob the armory in the division first, then rush into the capital special district with 8 or 10 mechas and destroy Parliament Hill once more. Then I would go to the military base to find trouble with those big shots, pick up Darren's autocannons, and blast anyone who dares to stand in my way into pieces?" Su Lu lit a second cigarette, then shrugged and said mockingly, "I admit that my personality is somewhat flawed, but I'm not a natural-born killer in your eyes." His words were transmitted through the infantry command system to several military vehicles at the same time. The dark green military vehicles that roared through the streets of the capital special district fell into an inexplicable silence. When Shi Qinghai broke into Parliament Hill, he didn't even kill a decorated Iron 7th Division officer. Even at that time he was still very careful, or should I say very careful. No one knows that this guy is really a very careful person. Su Lu narrowed his eyes, and between the slits of his eyes, he stared at the black freezer in front of him and said, "The front lines are at war. Hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers are spilling blood and fighting on the planets of the Empire, so the Federation can't fall into chaos. At least the troops can't fall into chaos. Otherwise, countless people will die because of the chaos in the rear. Shi Qinghai understands this very well, so this time, although there are some things that I have to do, I must understand what he understands and do my best to control the scope of my actions." "Understood." The team members in the car and through the comm system answered at the same time. When he left, he must have felt that he was very arrogant and legendary. This kind of death is very cool, so he must have been very satisfied and proud without any regrets. That's why my mood right now is very calm. Su Lu gently held the cigarette in one hand and swiped the electronic news on the hologram with the other. When he saw the election news on the second page of the Oak State Tribune, he couldn't help but smile. "Not only is it calm, it seems that your mood is somewhat good." Gu Shifeng looked at his smile and spread out her hands. Su Lu didn't answer Gu Shifeng's question. Instead, he asked the young man in the front passenger seat, "Da Vinci, did your old man succeed in his re-election?" Da Vinci nodded with a gloomy expression and said emotionally, "Poor Shisha State. Other than being crushed by that famous 300-meter drop roller coaster, they were forced to endure that fat governor for another 5 years. How pitiful." Exaggerated cheers, whistles, and applause sounded from several dark green military vehicles at the same time. Su Lu laughed and scolded a few times. He lowered his head and looked at the picture of the familiar delicate and thin face of Tai Ziyuan on the second page of the Oak State Tribune, as well as the news about the birth of the youngest state senator. He muttered to himself, but also seemed to be answering Gu Shifeng's question. "My friends are all on the right path. Of course I'm in a good mood." He raised his head and patted the black freezer in front of him. He said with a smile, "Including you." At the front desk of the inpatient department of the Army General Hospital, a rather capable female nurse stared at her companion in front of her whose eyes were slightly red. She said in a low voice, "Huang Li, what happened to you recently? Did something happen at home? I often secretly look at you crying." It's nothing. Huang Li forced a smile, but she didn't know how to explain. The capable and powerful girl in front of her was her rare good friend in the hospital. She was young and had a fierce personality, but she had always been very concerned about her. It was just that. The strange story and the man with purple lips who was as beautiful as a flower would be a dream that she would hide in the bottom of her heart for the rest of her life. She would never be able to tell anyone. At this time, a few big men with cold expressions and an uncomfortable smell came to the front desk. They rudely asked, "Where is Huang Li? Let her come out." The young female nurse, who had delicate features but was particularly awe-inspiring and powerful, was slightly startled. She looked at the extremely impatient and fierce guys outside the front desk and blocked Huang Li, who had a perplexed and frightened expression, behind them. She thought that she roughly understood why the little girl had been secretly crying in a place where no one was around these days. "I don't care if you are a finance company or some random people." She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "This is a hospital. I ask you to get out. Don't make a noise or I will call the security." The female nurse ignored Huang Li, who was anxiously pulling her from behind. She clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage. She stared at the tall and burly man in front of her and said loudly, "Also, put out the cigarette immediately." "Ah, fuck?" Xiong Linquan's eyes widened. He stared at the weak female nurse in front of him who looked like he could pinch her to death with 2 fingers. He didn't know where she got the courage to speak to people like him. He waved the cigarette in his hand and said in a muffled voice, "Hey little girl, I can put out the cigarette, but can you speak more politely? Put out the cigarette immediately." The female nurse, who had a strong sense of justice, grabbed the phone and stared at him without showing any weakness. She was ready to call the security at any time. "I've just been sulked in the police station building, and now I'm being chased away in your lousy hospital?" Xiong Linquan couldn't be bothered with her and shouted, "Who's called Huang Li? Call her out right now. You really are a bunch of hooligans. We can't be polite to hooligans like you." The young nurse stood in front of the scared Huang Li. She angrily pointed at Xiong Linquan's nose and was about to call the security. Xiong Linquan slammed the phone down, glared at him and growled in a low voice, "Take your finger back immediately. Don't make me lose my temper. Otherwise I can't guarantee that your finger will still work in the next moment." Su Lu stood behind the aisle door. He didn't plan to go find the nurse himself. He really didn't expect that when the men of Group 7 were not by his side, they would create a strong pressure on the general public. When he hesitantly recalled the face of the female nurse and her strong presence, he couldn't help but walk out with a bitter smile. "I can guarantee that her finger will always be fine." He walked to the front of the stage and said with emotion, "A few years ago she pointed at me like this and asked me to put out the cigarette. As for calling us hooligans, that's fine. After all, she is my sister-in-law." The members of Group 7 who walked into the aisle were stunned. They were very confused when they heard the word, sister-in-law. They thought to themselves, "Our real sister-in-law is the daughter of the Ministry of National Defense, our rumored sister-in-law is a big star in the universe, and our ex-sister-in-law was an anti-government soldier. But I've never heard of you having a past in the hospital." Su Lu explained to the crowd seriously, "This is Lao Bai's wife." As soon as he said that, the entire aisle was silent. Xiong Linquan and all the team members looked at the pretty nurse who had a strong sense of justice in her eyes and revealed a flattering smile. Chapter 739. There were too many stories about the relationship between the young man surnamed Bai and Team 7. Before Su Lu walked into the inconspicuous office in Whitewater Base for the first time, the core of this combat team that worked for the Federation government was actually this person. Therefore, when Su Lu told the team members that this young nurse with delicate features was Lao Bai's wife, after a moment of shock, they immediately accepted the image of their beautiful sister-in-law. They all smiled foolishly and stepped forward to bow and greet her. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm sorry to offend you. My name is Xiong Linquan. I'm 31 years old this year and I'm not married yet. Do you know any good girls in the hospital?" "Sister-in-law, Ole didn't let us go to your house. During the wedding we were still fighting at the front line, so we didn't give you any monetary gifts. I'm sorry." The sister-in-law that the team members respectfully addressed was called Lu Jiejia. She was a senior nurse in the Army General Hospital. Looking at these men who had previously exuded a beastly aura, suddenly turning into docile and well-behaved little animals, one after another walking up to her and greeting her. Then they took out a thick stack of banknotes from their trouser pockets and placed them in front of her. Her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and her pupils gradually tended to be unable to focus. What kind of people were these old men? Are they my Mr. Bai's comrades? But my family's old Bai is usually a little slow and introverted. He likes to do housework and is too delicate like a girl. Occasionally he likes to brag that he worked in the legendary Group 7. That night he once pointed at the Nebula Awards on TV and said that he should have been standing there. Wait, if what my Mr. Bai said is true, then these men are the members of Team 7? Forget it, let's not think too much. How much is this thick stack of cash? Counting carefully, 170,000. The female nurse, Lu Jiejia, was shocked by the number of monetary gifts. She was overjoyed, but when she looked up, she found that everyone was gone, including Wu Li who was behind her. You don't say, that small-eyed man does look familiar. She frowned and thought very seriously. Every man's forehead was engraved with the words, "Keep your promises." Mr. Shi promised Shiminjin that he would show justice to the world before he died. Hence, he turned around and blasted Shiminjin into a punctuation mark outside the Parliament Hill building, swaying in the spring breeze in front of hundreds of millions of people. Mr. Shi had once promised the freckled nurse that he would avenge him, but Mr. Thin Ambition died before he could do anything. Therefore, before he died, he made an interstellar phone call and solemnly told the nurse about this matter. Sulu was also a man, so even if he didn't understand, he still decided to help his Gongzi complete this matter. Before countless big things happened, he didn't forget to bring his team members proudly to the hospital and bring that cute little nurse with freckles out. However, he did not expect to run into the fierce nurse from back then, who was now Lao Bai's wife. Lao Bai committed murder, arson, kidnapping, and extortion in the past. He committed all sorts of crimes. Who would have thought that he would actually fall into the hands of a woman filled with a sense of justice? Later, they were going to bring the nurse to mansion number 11 to play arrogant and bully people. The team members had already taken off their military uniforms and changed vehicles in advance. Gu Shifeng used her chubby fingers to hold a cigarette. Thinking about what she had seen and heard in the hospital, she couldn't help but glance at Su Lu beside her. She said, "Plus, he fell into the hands of a man filled with a sense of justice." I can't help but sigh. After 67 years of the constitutional calendar, his life has been too hard. You're bullshitting. Sulu said angrily, I'm taking him down the right path. Being a hero is better than being an assassin all those years ago. Gu Shifeng hurriedly explained, that's true. I just think that Lao Bai's choice of marriage partner is worthy of sympathy. It would be fine if she had a sense of justice, but look at how she was counting the money in the end. She didn't even hear us say goodbye to her and leave. How can this sense of justice be so closely associated with greed? Huang Ligu sat uneasily in the corner of the car. She didn't know why, but she believed the words of these people. It was probably because, except for that beautiful man with purple lips, no one in this world should know about his past relationship with her. Being in the same room with so many strange men made her nervous. She had originally planned to remain silent, but when she heard these men belittle her friend, she couldn't help but say, Jiejia is a very good person. Xiong Lin Quan and the other team members ignored her and continued to sigh. With such a wife, Lao Bai can't even smoke at home, can he? Sulu smiled and said, Lao Bai quit smoking because of this. As he spoke, he glanced at the female nurse in the corner of his eyes. He frowned slightly. He really couldn't understand why Shi Qinghai was so attached to this girl before his death. He even asked him to do such a boring thing. Although she was pretty, how could she compare to him? May I ask how you and Shi Qinghai met? He asked the girl with narrowed eyes. Huang Li's cute freckles suddenly lit up before gradually dimming. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the night sky outside the window. She shrugged and said with a hint of sadness in her self-deprecating tone, So, that's his name. The fleet of dark green military vehicles didn't go directly to number 11 mansion. Instead, according to De Wenxi's suggestion, they first arrived at Fifth Avenue, which was full of luxury brands. On the short journey, Sulu listened to Huang Li tell the story of the spy and the female nurse in the Army General Hospital. The story wasn't very long, but it moved him and made him fall into silence. The black freezer was silently placed in the dark green military vehicle at the front. Sulu didn't tell her because he didn't think it was necessary. Moreover, the dark night was filled with warm sunlight, so there was no need to be sad. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to you as his friend. He looked at Huang Li with a smile and said sincerely, that guy liked beautiful girls like you the most. You accompanied him for so many days before he died, so he must be very happy. Huang Li clenched her fists uneasily and replied softly, the hero of the Federation is thanking me. I'm really Not used to it? Sulu realized that she had recognized him. He said with a smile, "What bullshit, hero? If Mr. Sure heard this, he would definitely laugh at us." "Why do you call him Mr. Sure? If there is a chance in the future, please tell me the story about him." Huang Li opened her eyes wide and made her request very seriously. After a while, she smiled sweetly and said with satisfaction, "To be honest, I've always been afraid that he was really the terrible bad guy that the news said. Now that I know that he is your friend, I think that even if he is bad, he can't be that bad." While they were having this conversation, they were choosing dresses in the famous VG store on 5th Avenue. The store was closed, but for some reason it was open again. Obviously, this had nothing to do with Da Vinci's suggestion of breaking in. Sulu clearly saw the uneasiness and fear in the young nurse's eyes. He knew that she was shocked by the luxury of the store and the number on the label and didn't dare to try it. He said softly, "Choose whatever you want. All the activities tonight will be sponsored by the Sanlin United Bank." "But why do we have to wear such expensive clothes?" Huang Li asked uneasily. "Because I promised Shi Qinghai that I would help you crush the self-esteem of that inhumane ex-boyfriend of yours into countless pieces so that you can vent your anger." Sulu said very seriously, "As long as you are willing, I can guarantee that after tonight, your ex-boyfriend will regret his decision very much." Huang Li gripped the shiny little dress tightly. Looking at Sulu in front of her, she thought of the man who had fallen asleep in the square. Suddenly, she felt a lump in her throat. It was probably because the smell of that man's friends was too strong. Schiller had once written 5 fairy tales, but he had never admitted that they were written by him. The reason why later generations of researchers believed that these 5 fairy tales were written by him was because he shamelessly named all the princes in the fairy tales Schiller, not only because of his style of writing, but also because he shamelessly named all the princes in the fairy tales Schiller. In one of the fairy tales about the life of a female worker in a plant refining plant, Prince Schiller danced with the female worker and fell in love with her. The cliché twists and turns were consummated. Other than the custom of finding shoes for newlyweds in the Federation, it also preserved countless dreams for the girls in the Federation. To Huang Li, that pale and gorgeous man was a prince who had barged into her life without invitation. Although he had already left, he still didn't forget to prepare a grand ball for her and fulfill the wishes of the gray female worker. She was wearing a full set of the latest luxury brand VG and carrying a lady's handbag. She followed behind Sulu and walked into the entrance of number 11 mansion, which ordinary people would not know. She couldn't help but feel like this was a dream, but because it was a dream arranged by that man, she tried very hard to finish this dream. "Which one is your ex-boyfriend?" With Gu Shifeng's reminder, Sulu looked at the innermost square table in the luxurious hall. He looked at the 2 men and 1 woman there and asked softly, "The one on the left?" Huang Li suppressed the rising and falling emotions in her heart. She lowered her eyes and explained, "The one on the opposite side is his current fiancé. I don't know the other man. He should be her brother. Their eyes and eyebrows are very similar." Gu Shifeng frowned and said, "Boss, it's very difficult to fake an invitation from mansion number 11. This means that this place isn't low class. If you want to slap faces other than the VG, I suggest you add something else. For example, after Miss Huang Li was dumped by her boyfriend, she suddenly found a very outstanding boyfriend with a very good family background. She arrogantly brought him to show off in front of her ex-boyfriend. This scene is very tacky and common, but I like it. As the son of the governor, Da Vinci often went to such places. He naturally stood sideways and looked at the other side and said mockingly, 'Let this young master go and slap their faces.' The team members who entered the mansion to watch the show were very excited. They even wanted to compete with Da Vinci for the role, but in the end, because of their family background, they were all defeated one by one. I also like this kind of scene. Since it's a slap in the face, I want to slap them to death." Sulu explained to everyone very seriously, "That's why I'm waiting for Li Xiaotong to come." The team members instantly fell silent. Da Vinci was shocked speechless. He looked sympathetically at the male doctor who didn't know what was going on. He thought to himself, "Boss actually sent the young masters of 7 families for this kind of thing. You'll be slapped to death later, but you can rest in peace." Chapter 740. You have to be honest. The team members who woke up from the shock looked at Sulu and said earnestly. Then, someone looked at the still confused little nurse Huang Li, who was the core of the matter, and asked hesitantly, "Does this count as cuckolding this young master?" Hearing the word cuckolding, Sulu had some thoughts and memories. He looked up at the sky and said softly, "Nonsense. How is this cuckolding? At most it's a black pot. Outside the quiet hall of mansion number 11, it seemed to be an open space, but in fact the sky was not exposed. The transparent membrane above the stone ground blocked the spring rain that fell on people's hair. The rain gently spread down in an arc, giving people a dreamy feeling. He sensed something and turned his head to look. He saw tonight's candidate for best male lead, that cold and gloomy plum blossom like the iron calculator family's seventh young master, walking through the main entrance of the mansion under the light of the rain. "Welcome back to the capital ring," Li Xiaotong said with a smile and patted Su Li's shoulder. He looked at the hall with a smile and asked, "All right, you know that a successful person like me who makes hundreds of Federation coins per minute has very little time. Who is the target of the face slapping?" Everyone walked into the hall. Su Lu asked Huang Li to walk beside Li Xiaotong. He shook his head and said with emotion, "I hate face slapping the most. I don't know the people at the table inside and I don't even know what kind of people they are. The Federation's morality is really crumbling." On this night, the spring breeze was not intoxicating, and the spring rain was soft and lingering. The people who could enter mansion number 11 were naturally rich and noble. Anyone who stood up from the table was probably a famous person in the capital special district. Su Lu and the others couldn't sense the doubtful and displeased looks cast by those people. They walked directly to the table in the hall. The chaotic footsteps and the barbaric smell of sweat still seeped out from the soldiers in civilian clothes seemed to be somewhat out of place with the atmosphere of the mansion. There were 2 men and a woman sitting at the table. They were wearing low-key but exquisitely made clothes. There was cold but exquisitely made food on their plates. The man and woman, who looked like siblings, had exquisite but proud and indifferent smiles on their faces. The other man with slender fingers had a dignified appearance. On his wrist, he wore an exquisitely made but low-quality branded watch. The atmosphere of a gathering was disturbed by a group of unexpected guests, so they frowned in displeasure as they turned their heads. When the man with slender fingers saw Huang Li being pushed to the front by Su Lu and the others, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes before he quickly calmed down. There was even a trace of a gentle smile hanging on the corner of his lips, giving off a very comfortable feeling. "Is this Dr. Jiang Rue?" Li Xiaotong gently held Huang Li's waist and looked at the man expressionlessly. His indifferent eyes glanced at the man's face and then moved to his slender fingers. "You seem to be very careless." His palm gently stroked the girl's waist to declare his sovereignty. Jiang Rue, the young chief surgeon of the Department of Cardiac Surgery in the Army General Hospital with the most promising prospects, looked at the scene in front of him and roughly understood what was going on. He gave an apologetic smile to his new girlfriend and her brother, whom she could not offend. He gently wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. He looked at Huang Li with a sigh and said earnestly, "Huang Li, we are already in the past. Why can't you let it go? It's your freedom to like me, but it's also my freedom to like whoever I like. You are still young and you still have a long life ahead of you. Can you not spend your energy on such a boring trick?" He looked at Li Xiaotong, reached out his hand and said gently, "Hello, I think you may be Huang Li's current boyfriend. I can probably understand why she brought you here. This is definitely not a chance encounter, but a deliberate show-off. However, the problem is that we are men. There is no need to fight for personal feelings, right?" Li Xiaotong frowned. Of course he would not shake hands with him. Dr. Jiang Rue was not angry. He smiled, turned to look at Huang Li, and continued to educate her in a very hidden and condescending tone. "Don't do this in the future. Do you think you can hurt my self-esteem because your current boyfriend can bring you to number 11 mansion? This is really childish. It will only make me feel that you are rude in front of your friends." From the beginning to now, it was basically Dr. Jiang Rue's performance. The girl who came from a famous family opposite the table had a faint mocking smile on her face. She did not even look at Huang Li, who was nervously twisting her fingers. They were not from the same world, so naturally she was even stingy to show her anger. Su Lu and the others did not speak, because they were shocked by Dr. Jiang's words. What a sincere and proud man. What a righteous and awe-inspiring man. What a righteous and awe-inspiring man. Li Xiaotong seemed to have not expected this doctor to be such a person. His cold expression was somewhat relaxed. He looked at the other man who was still sitting in the chair and felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. He could not help but frown and ask, "My name is Li Xiaotong. Have I seen you somewhere before?" With his identity as the second successor of the Li family, no matter what kind of social situation he was in, there was no need for him to introduce himself first. However, today he was invited by Su Lu to slap his face, so he had to lower his status and say his name lightly. He hoped that the rich young master would be sensible enough to retreat and not affect Su Li's rare mood of slapping his face. Unexpectedly, after hearing Li Xiaodong's words, the brother and sister did not respond. The man in the light cyan embroidered formal suit slightly frowned, glanced at Li Xiaotong and said, "I don't think we have met before." There was a moment of silence. Su Li looked down at his shoes and said in a low voice, "There is actually someone who doesn't know you? Do you think I should know who you are?" The man in the light cyan formal suit showed a mocking expression on his face and said, "I know all the people I should know, but why should I know someone I shouldn't know?" Li Xiaodong's expression did not change, but the team members behind him gasped. Su Lu widened his small eyes and said with emotion, "We are here to slap his face. Why does it seem that we have been slapped in the face?" Li Xiaotong looked at him with a wry smile and said, "He doesn't even know me. How do you think we can slap his face?" Su Lu understood what he meant. It was probably the feeling of casting pearls before swine. He shook his head and said, "Today's arrangement is my fault. The level of the food chain is too far apart, so there is no deterrent effect. A lion catches a rabbit and the rabbit eats the carrot. The rabbit is afraid of the lion, but the carrot doesn't know the lion at all. That's the truth." Li Xiaotong loosened his hand from Huang Li's waist and spread his hands, saying, "You can't think that a random cat or dog can recognize me." When they were talking, they didn't even look at Dr. Jiang Rui and the brother and sister who claimed to be from a famous family. In their eyes, these words were just a very common discussion, and they didn't care about them at all. Especially in the ears of the man in the light cyan formal suit, it was an absolute provocation and ridicule. Number 11 Mansion was not an ordinary club, and the man in the light cyan formal suit was also a very important person. He didn't want to argue with Su Lu and the others. He waved his hand to call the manager on duty, who had been standing not far away, and said coldly, "What's going on? These guests all have electronic invitations." The mansion had already checked, and the manager said awkwardly, "Young Master Chen, since they have disturbed your meal, I will inform the security department to ask them to leave as soon as you ask." With the subtle gesture of the manager, the security guards in black formal suits in the corner of the restaurant surrounded them with white headphones. "The place where the rich live is really interesting. Do you think you can pretend to be a member of the special task force by wearing white headphones? But when it comes to violence, we are very good at this kind of thing." Xiong Linquan suddenly interjected and then took off his windbreaker. The expressions of the three people at the table, the manager of number 11 Mansion, and the security guards changed dramatically. They were shocked to see the cold guns in the man's windbreaker, and their hands and feet suddenly froze. The Federation strictly controlled guns, and even the most famous underworld boss Zhang Xiaohua and Nankazhao didn't dare to show so many guns in a place like the mansion. So, there was only one explanation for the scene in front of them. The condescending look on the face of the young master surnamed Chen finally dissipated slowly. He put the napkin on the table and stared at the people in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on Su Li's face, and he was shocked to recognize his identity. "Sorry for the disrespect. You are actually a hero of the Federation." Young Master Chen's lips were a little pale, but he still smiled and said, "I have heard some legends about you, but I really didn't expect to see you in such a jealous situation. My name is Qin Shangling. Jiang Rui and my sister are engaged, so I can call him brother-in-law." "Colonel Su Lu, I don't know what relationship you have with my brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend, but I think that even if you are a hero of the Federation, there is no reason for you to get involved in these emotional issues." Qin Shanglin was born in an extraordinary family, and he was a genius in the financial field. He had made a lot of achievements in the stock market when he was over 30 years old. After he set up a company, he was even described by financial magazines as a candidate for the future S1 business leader. Because of all these, he had developed a proud and unyielding personality. So, at this moment, even if he knew who was standing in front of him, he didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. When it came to the philosophical relationship between face-slapping and face-slapping, as well as the face of the Qin family, he really couldn't back down. He didn't want to be outdone and said, "Even if you are from the army, I think you should behave yourself here. Ordinary people may not know, but you should have heard of the 7 great families." Young Master Qin stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "Number 11 Mansion is one of the properties of one of the families. How can you be so presumptuous? Besides, you are not very lucky. That young master happened to be here today." There was a strange silence. The members of Group 7 who had followed Su Lu into the manor of the Lin family, stared at this young master, not knowing what to say. Li Xiaotong shook his head, looked at Su Lu and said, "It seems that he is not very clear about the things you have done." I am not as impulsive as before, Sulu explained seriously. The restaurant of mansion number 11 was cleared out. The black-clothed security guards were holding folding taser batons and vigilantly looking at the people around the table. Not long after, the owner behind the scenes of the mansion finally appeared, and as soon as he appeared, it was two people. When Qin Shanglin saw the two young people, the indifference and pride on his face suddenly turned into kindness and gentleness, and there was even a hint of flattery on his face. When he saw the other person, his mood became extremely relaxed. With his status, he was able to get acquainted with the owner behind the scenes of this mansion mainly because of the accidental introduction of that distant relative. Since that distant relative was also here today, there was even less to worry about. His sister beside him looked over there and shouted with a smile, "Cousin." Dr. Jiang Rui looked at the scene in disbelief. He had never imagined that the Qin siblings, who were extremely arrogant and bossy in front of him, would have such a side to them. He was sensitive to the fact that the owner behind mansion number 13 should be a big shot with a very high status. However, he didn't know the distribution of the 7 legendary families, so he couldn't guess the identity of the two people, but his heart was also burning with passion. Looking at the two people, Li Xiaotong's expression became a little strange, while Sulu tilted his head and looked over there as if he was looking at a clown, squinting his eyes. The Qin siblings and Dr. Jiang Rui went forward to greet them. They were about to say a few words to express their apologies for disturbing the mansion, and then take the opportunity to get closer to the two real young masters of aristocratic families. Unexpectedly, the two young masters didn't seem to see them at all and looked over there in astonishment. They also turned their heads and didn't know what happened there, but only saw Sulu, Li Xiaotong and others standing there calmly. Qin Shanglin was puzzled and said, "Cousin, 12th young master. 7th brother, why did you come in person?" The young master on the left opened his hands with an exaggerated expression and greeted Li Xiaotong. He said loudly, "I'm so excited and uneasy that you came in person to eat in such a shabby place." "Cousin, what did 12th young master just say?" Miss Qin asked with some confusion. The 7th brother of 12th young master is naturally 7th young master Li. The young master who was called cousin looked over there nervously and roared in a hoarse and angry voice, "You two idiots, how did you offend them?" Li Xiaotong? Qin Shanglin's face suddenly turned pale. 3 years ago, he should have seen this legendary 7th young master Li in a top nightclub with his grumpy distant cousin. But, why didn't he think of it today? Why didn't he realize it even after Li Xiaotong told him his name? A young business leader? A genius in the financial world? Li Xiaotong was the second successor of the Li family. He didn't need to do anything at all. He only needed to look at him and his life would be ruined completely. I know all the people I should know, but why should I know the people I shouldn't know? Suddenly he thought of the words he had said earlier. At that time he felt that his words were very powerful. Now he understood what the other party meant by Tom, Dick and Harry. He realized that his words were just a slap to his own face. It was a very powerful slap. Li Xiaotong didn't know that this mansion was an inconspicuous property of the Li family, and he didn't know how to answer this distant cousin's enthusiastic and exaggerated greeting. Although he had a high status in the hearts of the elders of the family, he definitely deserved this kind of enthusiasm and even flattery. However, he didn't know how to answer this question, so he just kept silent with a sullen face. A direct descendant of one of the 7 great families who had the right of succession had pretended to be the boyfriend of a commoner girl and played a childish game of face-slapping. Moreover, that commoner girl had a few dazzling freckles. Had such a thing ever happened in history? Li Xiaotong was scared by his silence and didn't dare to ask more questions. However, he instantly found the existence of Sulu, so he started to greet him even more enthusiastically and exaggeratedly. For a young master who was raised by a family like the House of Prophet, sometimes he would be a playboy, sometimes he would be shameless, but most of the time he would show the extreme characteristics of a successful businessman. Just look at the enthusiasm of this 12th young master towards the members of Group 7. After a few short conversations, he knew the purpose of Li Xiaotong and Su Li's visit to number 11 mansion today. Although he didn't think it was a big deal, his face darkened without hesitation. He walked to the Qin siblings and Dr. Jiang Rui and stared at them without saying a word. Under such strong pressure, Qin Shanglin began to sweat. However, he was a successful person with shrewdness and courage. He pursed his lips and his forehead was full of sweat, but he refused to lower his head. He said to the man beside him, "Cousin, although this is a young man's emotional problem, it is a family matter after all." In his opinion, as long as his cousin was willing to stand up for him, then even the terrifying iron schemer would give him some face. Sure enough, Li Xiaotong looked at them silently for a moment and said to Sulu next to him, "You know that the relationship between our two families has always been very good. It is not convenient for me to do anything." Sulu looked down at the shoes on his feet, as if he was recalling the feeling of stepping on the beach. He suddenly raised his head, stared at the cousin who was regarded as the strongest supporter by the Qin siblings and Dr. Jiang Rui, and asked seriously, "There was a very clear clause in the agreement between your brother and me. As long as I am still alive, you can't step into S1. I want to know where are your feet now." There was silence. The Qin siblings and Dr. Jiang Rui were shocked to hear so much from this sentence, especially Child Qin. Only now did he know that the reputation of the seven families didn't seem to be very useful in front of Sulu. Even that colonel seemed to have done something before. Cousin Lin Daohai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the humiliation and anger in his heart, and said angrily, "I will go back to S3 right away, okay?" "Of course not, I want an explanation." Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Why are you in S1? What kind of person is Lin Banshan? How can he go back on his words? If he doesn't know how to discipline his brother, I don't mind disciplining him again." "Are you being reasonable? You are already a colonel, are you still being reasonable?" Lin Daohai waved his arms angrily and shouted, "Don't use Lin Banshan as an example. If you really dare to do anything to me, just kill me." As soon as the words came out, Lin Daohai's voice suddenly stopped. The bloody and humiliating experience in the past few years made him understand that a terrifying human like Sulu was not a target he could deal with. What was even more annoying was that this guy really dared to kill him. Thinking of this, his momentum softened and he explained in a low voice, "After you were taken captive to the Empire, the entire Federation thought you were dead. I thought the agreement would naturally be cancelled, so I went back to S1. Your explanation makes sense, but now you already know that I am still alive," Sulu reminded him. "I will go right away directly to S3. Lin Daohai gave him a hateful look, turned around and walked out of the mansion without saying anything. He didn't say anything to Li Xiaotong, didn't say a word to anyone, and left in a very straightforward manner. The Qin siblings had always thought that the Lin family, one of the seven great families, was their most solid support in the Federation. This feeling was probably similar to what Sulu thought when he saw the old man in the military prison of Qingqing. The problem was that until the old man died, no one dared to touch him, but Sulu had never been afraid to confront the authority of the seven great families, and in the past he had won. Today Lin Daohai left in a huff, which was the aftermath of his past achievements. Qin Shanglin, who had lost all hope, glanced at Li Xiaotong, who was drinking at the bar in the distance with a pale face, and said with a nervous smile, "I think this Miss Huang is not the girlfriend of the seventh young master Li. You all came here specifically to slap my face, but I don't understand why. I know myself, although I have some status in the industry, I am definitely not qualified to be slapped in the face like this. Actually, I don't understand why this happened either." Sulu shrugged and said, "It's probably all Mr. Sher's fault." Of course, they didn't know who Mr. Sher was, let alone know that he had anything to do with the story that happened in the rainy night. Sulu turned to look at Miss Qin, who was in a daze, and said expressionlessly, "Cancel the engagement." Miss Qin was shocked, but Qin Shanglin said without hesitation, "Okay." Su Li's voice became gentler, and he looked at Miss Qin and said, "Miss, don't be with this kind of man in the future." "Okay." As usual, Qin Shanglin quickly agreed. Then, under Su Li's gaze, he pulled his sister out of the restaurant. Miss Qin sadly turned around and looked at her former fiancé. She pleaded with a trembling voice, "Don't kill him. Getting married to a prestigious family, being sponsored to become one of the best doctors in the Federation, and having a meteoric rise in the Federation, all of these had turned into bubbles in an instant." The dignified Dr. Jiang Rui's face was pale, as if he had lost his soul. He raised his head and stared at Nurse Huang Li, who had been silent all this time, and shouted in a shrill voice, "Are you satisfied now? What did I do wrong to you? How can you treat me like this? What do you want to do?" Then he looked at Su Lu and the others and shouted angrily, "You are all real big shots. Why do you have to make things difficult for a poor doctor like me? I just want to live a better life. Is that wrong? As I said, it's all Mr. Sher's fault." Su Lu paused for a moment, looked at him and frowned. "But it's not a glorious thing to abandon someone. And I hate men like you the most. You're wrong, but you always think you're right. What's wrong with you?" Maybe it was because he thought of his messy love life, but his mood suddenly became very bad. He took a cigarette from Xiong Lin Quan and lit it. "I'm a man. Don't you think you can force me to give up my love in this way? Dr. Jiang Rui's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his arms and looked at Huang Li with hatred. Even if I die, I won't marry you. I don't know if you're acting to prove that you're loyal to love so that we can let Huang Li marry you, so that you can get to know us and the seventh young master of the Li family. After a long speech, Su Lu almost coughed. He casually pointed at Dr. Jiang's nose with the finger that was holding the cigarette and said, "If that's the case, your acting skills are not bad. But don't worry, even if Nurse Huang is really stupid and crazy enough to fall in love with you again, we will not allow this to happen." He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a deep breath. He looked down at the second letter on the screen of his phone and read it calmly. After the face slapping of the freckled beauty's ex-boyfriend is over, he is not allowed to fall in love for 5 years. He is not allowed to visit prostitutes and can only use guns. Su Lu raised his head and looked at Dr. Jiang Rui, who had a look of disbelief on his face, and explained, "As I said, everything is Mr. Shi's fault. As for these specific measures, they are all his instructions in his will. I have to practice them one by one." Huang Li, who was behind him, burst out laughing. "Don't try to fall in love or visit prostitutes behind our backs," Su Lu kindly reminded him. "You've seen the documentary that won the Nebula Award, right? We're a very professional team. From today on, your life will be full of eavesdropping and remote peeping. Once you violate the rules, I can't guarantee what will happen." "That's too much." Dr. Jiang Rui lowered his head and said in pain, "Even if I've made mistakes, you've gone too far. How can you be so unreasonable?" "Reasonable? My teacher said that there is no such thing as reason in this universe," Su Lu said calmly. After a slight pause, he suddenly raised his voice and sounded particularly angry. "If it was reasonable, why would that guy lie on the car and never wake up?" Then it was Huang Li's turn to speak. She sobbed to her ex-boyfriend, Dr. Jiang Rui, and said, "Although you didn't mess with me and I don't think that a breakup means being abandoned, I can't accept the way we broke up. I can't accept the vicious words you said to get rid of me as quickly as possible. I'm not a clingy person, but since you made me unhappy, I'm going to pester you and make you unhappy too." She raised her head and stared at her ex-boyfriend's face. Bravely, she cried, "I've been buying lunch for you for 7 months, and washing your socks and underwear for 6 months. You owe me all that and I want to take it back." A series of crisp slaps sounded. Huang Li clearly slapped her ex-boyfriend 6 times on the left side of his face and 7 times on the right side of his face. Although she didn't use much strength, she still slapped Dr. Jiang's face until it was red and swollen. It was beautiful. Huang Li wiped away her tears with her reddened palms. She bowed deeply to Su Lu and the members of Group 7. Then she said, "Then I'll be leaving." Li Xiaotong, who was drinking at the bar, saw this scene. His hand that was holding the wine glass slightly froze. Looking at this girl with freckles, he felt that she looked like a person. No, it should be said that her temperament was very similar to a person. She had a piercingly cold aura that was rarely seen in girls. The team members applauded the girl enthusiastically. Only now did they realize that under the gentle and kind appearance of this young nurse hid such a strong heart. It was no wonder that Shi Qinghai had such a bizarre story before his death and still couldn't forget this chance encounter after his death. "Hooligan." Su Lu smiled and said to the beautiful man in the black freezer in the carriage outside the mansion, "I've done what you asked me to do. You can close your peach blossom eyes now. I should go and do the rest of our business." Chapter 741. The misty rain on a spring night would disturb one's dreams, so it was not a good time to fall into a dark and sweet dream. Furthermore, Su Lu and the others still had a lot of important matters to attend to, so they occupied the 11th mansion and began to drink. The 12th young master of the Li family enthusiastically accompanied them for a few drinks, then tactfully left in advance. At this time, Su Lu saw Brother Zheng beside Li Xiaotong. He respected Brother Zheng, who was like a spear, so he went up to him and greeted him. Brother Zheng nodded. He still waited silently behind 7th young master Li like before, but there were a few specks of white on his sideburns. Li Xiaotong looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. In the Federation, only Su Lu was more polite and serious when he saw his bodyguards. It was probably because of this personality that many people admired Su Lu, such as the president. Then there were even more people who wanted Su Lu dead, such as the big shots in the government and the military. Li Xiaotong poured the remaining wine into the ashtray to extinguish the cigarette. He frowned and said, "No one wants you to come back to the capital ring at this time." Su Lu raised his glass and clinked it with the team members in the distance. He took 2 sips and replied vaguely with the cigarette in his mouth, "Many people have expressed similar intentions." Li Xiaotong shook his head and said, "Everyone knows why you were exiled to the West Woods. They can roughly guess why Mr. Sher did what he did. Now that Mr. Byron is dead, he's dead, and the investigation on the ancient clock hasn't been restarted. Now that you're back." His eyebrows were like the branches of a plum blossom that had been frozen in the snow. He frowned slightly. "Everyone is scared. They are worried that you will go crazy like you did when you killed Macklin. Even the old man in my family has touched the round hat more often than before. It is obvious that he is anxious about your return." In the end, no one expected that other than going to the police station on this rainy night, you actually didn't do anything else. Instead, you spent a lot of energy fighting for that woman's affection. This matter is really puzzling. It's mainly to satisfy Shi Qinghai's craving. Sulu looked at him and said with a smile, "It's really embarrassing for you to do this personally." Li Xiaotong shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, "As long as you don't go crazy, even if you ask me to take off my clothes and act as a clown, I'm willing to do it, let alone play a boring face-slapping scene for you. Is it that bad?" Sulu frowned and found it funny. "You're the biggest investment in my life." Li Xiaotong looked at him solemnly and said slowly, "The past few years have proven that the elders in my family have long accepted that no matter if you are a soldier or a felon locked up in Qingqing, as long as you don't die, my investment will definitely benefit. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you will learn to control your anger and learn to cherish your own body. In my eyes, your life is much more precious than other people's." In anyone's eyes, their own life was definitely the most precious thing in the universe. However, because the law of nature had already cast the spell that all living things would wither, people had to accept it sadly and then try to find a way to leave with more happiness. For example, they could find a reason that was more emotional than death, or they could die on the path they freely chose. Last night, under the lingering spring rain, Sulu and his comrades had quietly chosen a grave for the guy in the car to rest in. It was early in the morning, and this was the Xinghe Public Cemetery. Sulu put the white bouquet in his hand in front of Professor Shin's grave and then walked to the tombstone next to it. Looking at the rain-soaked handwriting on the tombstone, he smiled slightly. Shi Qinghai's family background and a brief description were written on the tombstone. The epitaph was chosen by Sulu. It was a very powerful sentence picked out from the letter many years ago. These words were sonorous and powerful, but they were not blindly serious, which was very much like Mr. Shi's character. "I have already died on the path I chose, but you have to live well and live with a clear conscience." Back then, when Sulu had read the letter Shi Qinghai had left behind in the restaurant, he had seen the line about choosing his own path. He had come to a realization. If a person could die on the path they had chosen, it would be a kind of peaceful happiness. So today he had engraved this line of words on the other person's tombstone. Artistic young people generally have short lives. Holding a black umbrella and holding her son's hand, Zhou stood in the cold rain and looked at the grave in front of her with a mocking expression on her face. Zhou Liuhua, who was already 4 or 5 years old, opened his big black eyes curiously and looked at the cement mound in front of him. Of course, he didn't know that the person lying in the mound was his father, but he was very unhappy that his mother's hand was so cold and hard that it hurt a little. Little boys were as dangerous and flustered as animals, but they also had some kind of sensitive perception ability. According to his usual character, Zhou Liuhua should have already made a big fuss, but when he felt the strange atmosphere in the cemetery garden and the pain from his hand, he didn't make a sound. Sulu glanced at Zhou and found that she still had a small red flower in her hair today. He didn't know what material it was made of, but the bright red petals were stained with the powder scattered by the spring rain, making them look bright and beautiful. He didn't know when it started. Perhaps it was because of the pain of her dream being shattered, and Mou crying on the highway, but after she matured very quickly, Zhou, in addition to liking to wear red clothes, also fell in love with red flowers. Although until the end you didn't get together again. Sulu spread out his hands and said, "But I thought that on this kind of occasion, you should at least change the color of the flower." Zhou was silent for a long time. Although she was quiet, a smile suddenly flashed across her naturally charming face. She said, "He said that red flowers are beautiful." 5 years ago, in the same cemetery in the same rain, Sulu officially took the heavy responsibility of taking care of Zhou and the child in her belly for Shi Qinghai. 5 years later, the little life in her belly had grown into a healthy little boy. Zhou was still beautiful, Sulu was still carrying all kinds of pots, and Shi Qinghai was already sleeping underground. Time really did change a lot of things. Liuhua is going to play the piano tonight. Let's have supper, she said. Okay, Sulu replied. Zoyu took the child and turned to leave. She didn't hesitate and it was extremely simple. Sulu looked at her back that disappeared in the spring rain. After a moment of silence he made a phone call. In the rain he lowered his voice and frowned saying, Miss Dai, hello, I'm Sulu. Chapter 742. In the early morning of late spring, the air that had been washed many times by last night's rain carried a fresh smell. It blew from the lawn in front of the official residence's terrace and blew on the girl's face. Miss Padil, the only daughter of the Federation president, was 14 years old this year. She was still thin and her face was pale and serene, even a little too serene. She was wearing a white gauze dress today, hiding herself behind the curtain of the terrace, avoiding the vigilant special task force agents in front of the terrace. Her fingers tightly grasped the phone, and her slightly thick lips opened and closed many times before she said slowly with great difficulty and shyness to the other end of the phone, Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, father, is ready to go out. You want to meet him? I understand what you mean. The first daughter of the Federation, who had been autistic since childhood and had slightly improved in recent years, chuckled after hearing Su Li's promise on the phone. She probably thought that the orthodontic lines on her teeth were not good looking, so she quickly covered her mouth and nodded hard at the phone. Su Li did not have much personal contact with the president's residence. After all, the president of the Federation had a busy schedule and could not have much personal time. Mr. Pabre once mocked himself during a meal that the president of the Federation's body belonged to the Federation, not his wife. However, compared to the average person, Su Li's relationship with the most powerful family in the Federation could be considered quite close. He had had dinner with that special family of three many times. As for Miss Padil, Sulu had relatively little contact with her. After all, a girl who had been troubled by autism needed special protection from her family. However, there were occasional letters and he remembered to send a few small gifts. Just as this story had taken more than 2 million words to tell, and just as Shi Qinghai had praised it 1 year, Sulu, this small-eyed man, had become less and less talkative since he began to flee, but the special smell or charm on him had become stronger and stronger. Was that why so many girls in the Federation and even the Imperium thought that he was very trustworthy? Standing in the drizzle in Xinghe Public Cemetery, standing under the commemorative tree, Sulu lowered his voice and patiently explained something to the president's daughter on the other end of the phone. He explained something, made an agreement and then promised something with a smile. After carefully exhorting her, he finally hung up the phone in relief. To the Southern Suburbs Division, Sulu said. The dark green motorcade left the cemetery along the winding mountain road, leaving behind 2 graves and 2 bouquets of flowers. Unbeknownst to them, the familiar black car without a logo had snuck into the convoy. At this time, Sulu was sitting in the back of the black car. Through the infantry team's field command system, he was giving orders to the team members in the front and back of the military vehicles. 3 high points. Mark out the precise shooting angles. He pulled out the scroll screen in front of his phone and stared at the high-precision map on the screen with narrowed eyes. He used his finger to tap on a few hidden spots on the map. There are people from the other side here. Gu Shifeng, who was sitting beside him, flicked her round fingers and quickly marked out the coordinates. Then she entered the team's operation target into the workbench. After thinking for a while, she added a sentence into the comms system. The other side is an expert from the army. What we need to do is control. Be careful. At this time, they were preparing to go to the 17th Division's base in the southern suburbs. After all, Sulu was a soldier of the Federation. He had disobeyed orders and returned to the capital ring. Yesterday he had spent the rainy night mourning and burying his friends. Now he had to report back to his own unit. Under the overpass on Highway 3 here. This is the temporary military training base of the capital garrison's Mecha Brigade. The problem is that 2 mechas were moved to the base yesterday, but they haven't been warmed up yet. Sulu drew a circle on a certain spot on the screen and then heavily tapped on it. I'll go and watch them myself. Gu Shifeng quickly replied, when they're warmed up, I'll do a wave band overlap. There's a 70% chance that they'll wedge into the cores of those 2 mechas. The fleet drove quietly on the smooth roads in the suburbs of the capital. Other than the clear and short replies from Sulu and his team members, there was only silence in the command system. Occasionally there would be a minute of silence. This caused the fleet to have a very complicated feeling. Yesterday when they received Sulu at the Old Moon base, Team 7 had been vigilantly observing their surroundings. Although there was no actual danger, with so many Federation government departments following them at Charter Square and the cautiousness of their boss, they knew that the seemingly peaceful road ahead was actually filled with storms. They just didn't know when they would roll up or calm down. Gu Shifeng, who used an extremely short amount of time to complete the electronic signal conversion and synchronization channel setup, suddenly raised her head and asked, "Boss, this is the Capital Special District after all. Do you really think that those people would dare to go against you so openly? No matter what, you're still the successor personally chosen by the war god." It was very quiet in the black car. Sulu lowered his head in silence, thinking about how to answer this question. In order to prevent him from returning to the capital ring and uncovering the truth, those people were not stingy with physical destruction. In order to achieve their goal, they had even inconceivably mobilized the battleships of the Federal Fleet. They were already so crazy that they naturally wouldn't care that this was the Capital Special District and that the war god cared about him. Furthermore, the war god was already dead and buried in Philadelphia. And that person's relationship with the war god was much closer than his own. Those people really want me dead. He looked at the scrolling information on the screen and explained, "But you don't have to worry too much. The key is to control the sniping position. Once that is controlled, they won't be able to do anything." Speaking up to this point, he raised his head and said to Gu Shifeng, "Remove that mecha backup station from the safety list. You don't have to deal with it personally." Gu Shifeng didn't quite understand. In the front row of the black car sat the two people with the best driving skills of Group 7, Lu Jiao and Da Vinci. Da Vinci suddenly frowned and asked, "Boss, what if the other party uses a powerful weapon? You have to know that no one dares to underestimate your freakish combat ability. Normal combat units can't even break through our defense, so how can they hurt you?" Sulu couldn't explain this point. Now he was covered in a faint layer of the glory of the Charter. Any large-scale weapon that required chip control and could receive long-range signals such as powerful military mechas and fighter jets, or even those giant Federation battleships, could no longer threaten his safety. The more powerful and terrifying a military machine was, the more likely it was to be turned into a pile of scrap metal in front of him. Just like what had happened in that space when his life was in danger as far as his eyes could see, and as far as his fingertips could reach, there would be only peace. In a sense, with the support of the glory of the Charter, he was a passive and omnipotent god. Unfortunately, gods weren't omnipotent. Sulu couldn't control the human body in simple, primitive, and never outdated killing weapons like guns. This point just happened to prove Uncle Feng Yu's theory. The simplest was the most powerful. In order to survive in this special capital city full of hidden chaos and killing intent, as well as to obtain the final victory, Sulu needed the help of the members of Group 7. Moreover, he was confident that with the help of these 20 or so members, he could accurately eliminate all the dangerous factors ahead of him. This was the question that Gu Shifeng had hidden in the deepest part of her heart all this time. Only now did she ask, "Boss, the accuracy of your information is too terrifying." He used his chubby finger to quickly and nervously point at the accurately marked sniper positions on the electronic map. Looking at the detailed annotations including the production date of the sniper's equipment, he could not hide his shock and said, "Just like last night in Charter Square. Where did you get this information? If you can get such amazing information every time you fight a battle, then what's the point of the enemy?" Sulu scratched his head. After a moment of silence, he smiled and explained, "Well, I have someone up there." "Someone up there? Who is it?" Gu Shifeng and Da Vinci in the front row raised their heads at the same time and stared at the flat roof of the black car. They wanted to see through the hard bulletproof material and see the mysterious, powerful and terrifying information provider. After the reorganization of the new 17th Division, they naturally couldn't stay in the Harbor City Garrison Guard District. They were directly transferred back to the southern suburbs of the special capital city. Only the black car that Sulu was in and a dark green military vehicle that was leading the way had arrived at the southern suburbs. The rest of the vehicles and the swift and fierce soldiers were nowhere to be found. Division Commander Yu Qinghai was sick and was admitted to the Army General Hospital. He was about to be transferred to a military hospital in the southern hemisphere, so Sulu didn't see the old soldier that he wanted to see the most and respected the most. The black car quietly drove out of the gate of the new 17th Division like a ghost. Sulu sat by the window and silently looked at the clear map of the military forces around the special capital city. His mood became slightly heavier. The permanent troops in the capital city garrison were 4 special class divisions. Most of them were from the 1st Military Region, and that didn't include the new 17th Division and the Iron 7th Division. If Division Commander Yu Qinghai was really sick, then the new 17th Division would definitely be greatly affected. Who was the one who made the law in the 1st Military Region? Who transferred all the troops loyal to the Zhong family from the West Woods Military Region to the Empire's front line? Who made the Iron 7th Division not return to S3 but forcefully stay beside the special capital city? Thinking of the name of that general, Sulu was silent. Then he frowned and felt a pain in his forehead. Then a thunderous sound suddenly sounded in his ears. Bah! A bullet from a sniper rifle came out of nowhere and accurately hit the window of the black car, right next to Suli's cheek, and a flower of pain burst out of the window. If it weren't for the strong protection of the Chenshur Tai family's black car, this shot would definitely have blown his head into a pile of bloody mud. Sulu turned his head and looked at the terrifying Dan Hen in front of him. His eyelashes didn't even blink. After a moment of silence, as if nothing had happened, he lowered his head and continued reading. Chapter 743. Then came the second shot. This bullet hit the original bullet mark with exceptional precision. The deviation was so small that it was negligible. An astonishing muffled sound rang out, and the window that looked like it was blooming like a flower petal started to waver again. In the spring breeze it looked like it was drifting, but in fact there was no substantial damage. Judging from the sound of the bullet exploding and the smooth movement of the heavy black car on the road, the sniper should be using a light anti-material long-range firearm. This type of firearm could directly penetrate the side armor of the Federation military armored vehicle. The accuracy of the 2 consecutive shots also fully demonstrated the exceptional military skills of the sniper. However, this time, Sula didn't even bother to turn his head to look. He looked at the screen thoughtfully as if he didn't feel anything. He was as calm as the wind and clouds, like a damned artistic youth who was quietly reading in the midst of a sky full of bullets. The terrifying bullets heavily knocked against the window beside his face, but he was so calm. It definitely wasn't because he needed to act calm in this situation to win the excited screams and cheers of the girls, nor was it because he had the thickest nerves in the universe, even thicker than White Sauschers. It was because as the best of the best engineers, under the premise of having a plan in place, rational analysis and deduction gave him enough calmness to face all of this. He didn't want to see a shooting scene that would shock the Federation on the streets of the southern suburbs of the capital special district. Therefore, after splitting into 2 groups, Team 7 quietly bypassed the snipers on the rooftops of most of the buildings. As for the sniper on the southeast side of the 6-story residential building, Team 7 had already been monitoring him. As for the possible damage this sniper could cause, Sulu firmly believed that the light, long-range anti-material gun could penetrate the side armor of the armored vehicle, but it definitely couldn't penetrate the black car he was in. Years ago in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, the Federation's M52 Mecha's 6-barreled Darlin's autocannon fired wildly at close range. The Tai family's specially made black car seemed to be hopping up and down miserably, struggling and whining. However, in the end, Butler Jean gently stepped on the gas pedal, and the black car was still full of power and escaped with the skinny crown prince. What's more, he was enduring a long-range attack today. The effect of these 2 shots was at most like a tree branch poking at a bison's body, making it itchy and restless, but they couldn't pierce through that layer of solid skin. Xiong Linquan, who was hiding on the hill, silently pulled the trigger. Through the optical scope, he could clearly see a plume of smoke rising from the corner of the top floor of the 6-story residential building. He couldn't see the person's movement, but he knew that he had succeeded. He quickly tore off his camouflage and rushed to the military vehicle that was waiting at the bottom of the hill. At the top of the residential building's balcony, the military sniper wearing a dark green stealth windbreaker leaned against the wall. He held the bullet wound on his left shoulder and breathed heavily. Blood kept flowing out from between his fingers as he stared at the beautiful bullet point on the opposite wall. His face was very pale. The wooden door in front of the balcony was kicked open, and 3 members of Group 7 rushed in at high speed. Their triangular formation was flawless, and they found their targets in the shortest amount of time possible. Furthermore, they used the black muzzle of their guns to announce the victory of this ambush. A member of Group 7 named Shi Heng looked at the sniper in the corner who was trying to take out a military knife. His finger quickly pressed the button on the flashlight and advised in a low voice, "Brother, there are no casualties on either side right now. Don't make things too difficult." The sniper quieted down. He held his left shoulder and stared at the dark green windbreaker that was getting redder and redder. He stood up with great difficulty and made a decisive decision. He looked at the 3 members of Group 7 and smiled apologetically. His body suddenly leaned back and just like that he flipped over the wall and jumped down. He reached the top of the 6-story building in an instant. His body landed heavily on the ground, making a muffled cracking sound. All the blood in his body that was wrapped in the dark green windbreaker seemed to have gushed out in an instant. The cold concrete floor was like an oil painting, and the flowers in the painting were as red and as beautiful as the flowers in the painting. In the back of the black car, Gu Shifeng stared at the electronic monitoring map on the screen of the workbench and listened to the reports of the various groups. His chubby fingers kept sliding and swiping across the screen, and his slightly furrowed brows showed the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. We didn't manage to capture him alive. He took off his headphones and looked at Sulu beside him. He said in a low voice, "I checked the body of the one who jumped off the building. The proportion of rust on his body was too high. I hacked into the Coastal Defense Team's database to do a comparison. This sniper is from the Sea Wolves Special Forces." Sulu was not surprised. He narrowed his eyes and looked through the popped flower on the window. He looked at the green forest that quickly passed by the side of the road and seriously considered the situation he was facing. Mr. Sher killed his way into Parliament Hill. Many people on the list died and many were injured. He originally thought that there was not much left for him to do, but when he found out that the general was actually the most powerful and hidden hand, he realized that he had still underestimated his opponent's strength. Because of the existence of the general, the federal military had naturally formed a thick wall. This wall was trying to suffocate him and bury him directly in the ruins of history. Even if they could not do this for the time being, they had successfully blocked him from the official residence. Unless President Pabre did not want to see him, it would be very difficult to explain the problems that had happened in the past few days. However, this situation was impossible. There are a few locations that I need to pay attention to in the Department of National Defense building. I don't want to be the first colonel of the Federation to have his head blown off when he walks out of the building. After a moment of silence, Sulu calmed down. He pointed at a building on the electronic map and said to Gu Shifeng with a smile, "You don't have to deal with the locations A and B, those are the department's daily sniping and surveillance points. Also, remind De Xiong and the others to be careful and not cause any misunderstandings." The secretary tactfully left the minister's office after making the tea. Ever since Secretary Jiao committed suicide due to treason, the Secretariat of the Department of National Defense was very careful about this. Minister of National Defense Zhou Yingxing took off his metal-rimmed glasses and gently rubbed his forehead. He did not hide his tiredness in front of Sulu and said in a low voice, "Every action has a purpose. You violated military discipline and orders from your superiors and forcibly returned to the capital ring from the West Woods. What's your purpose? Of course, it's not as simple as just collecting Shi Qinghai's body. I just received a report that there was a shooting incident in the residential area of Yanshirsan in the southern suburbs. There was a large amount of firepower and firearms in the incident. Does this have anything to do with you? Someone in the military wants to kill me. When I came back from the West Woods, I encountered 3 battleships. They came from Quasi 355 base. In order to kill me, they did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire battleship I was on. As for the shooting incident you mentioned, I don't know if it's the aftermath or the beginning of a new story. What we found out now is that the sniper was from the Navy Special Forces." Sulu would not hide anything in front of Minister Zhou. On one hand, it was because he trusted this low-key and sincere Federation general. On the other hand, the conflict of interest between the two sides was too deep. It would be difficult for Zhou Yingxing to gain anything by betraying him. Quasi 355 base is very remote. The Federal fleet usually does not use their battleships. Zhou Yingxing said calmly, "As for the Navy, which is in a semi-disbanded state, the management of its special forces is relatively lax. It is very difficult to find out anything. Also, you should know that even if I can find out, I can't." It had nothing to do with the balance of the overall situation. It was Zhou Yingxing's direct description. In the federal military system, there were 3 people who assisted the president in defense. They were the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the National Security Advisor, and the Minister of Defense. Especially the Minister of Defense, as a member of the government cabinet, had the most direct power to mobilize the military. However, this was under normal circumstances. If there was a serious problem inside and outside the federal government, and the troops began to disobey the federal government's orders, then the head of the civilian organization, the Minister of Defense, because he didn't have a field army that he could directly command like the commanders of the military region and had extremely far-reaching influence, he would become marginal. Mr. President once ordered you to thoroughly investigate the case of the ancient bell. All the problems after that were caused by this investigation. Although Mr. President's order was revoked, I think with your personality, you will definitely continue to investigate. Yes, sure, Qinghai and I have found enough evidence to prove that Vice President Byron, several members of Parliament, the current director of the Bureau of Proclamation, and several generals were involved in the ancient bell incident. They stopped me from coming back because they were worried that I would continue to investigate, or they were worried that I would use the evidence found to send them to court. Sulu held the teacup in front of him. After a moment of silence, he continued, "The problem now is that if we want to go through the judicial channel to investigate, I need Mr. President to authorize or directly sign an order for the Ministry of Justice to take over. I'm very happy that you have this idea. We are the soldiers of the Federation. The military is not a tool for private people to vent their anger. However, when it comes to the special authorization of the Ministry of Justice, Mr. President..." Minister Zhou looked out of the window at the green trees that looked like stars in the sky and said slowly, "Since the Parliament Hill incident, I haven't seen Mr. President. I didn't participate in the Parliament Hill Memorial Ceremony. I didn't participate in the cabinet meetings. Sometimes when I sit in this office and look at the ant-like people on the streets of the Capital Special District, I feel very uncomfortable sitting in this chair. Because now in the military, most people don't seem to want me to continue to be the Minister of Defense." Sulu looked at his tired and calm face and said, "You are the Minister of Defense appointed by Mr. President and voted by the Parliament Hill. The ordinary soldiers don't understand that the Federation's continuous attacks on the homeland of the Empire have been winning. But don't the generals understand the important role you played? Why should they ask you to step down? Reasons are always the most abundant thing in the universe." Minister Zhou sipped his tea and said with a smile, "My secretary was involved in the ancient bell incident, suspected of treason and murdered the commander of the West Woods military region. This alone is enough reason for me to step down." Chapter 744. In the spacious minister's office on the top floor of the Ministry of National Defense building, the spring scenery in the distant alleys struggled to pass through the distance and projected a pitiful amount of light onto the glass. Minister Zhou calmly put down his teacup and rubbed his nose that had a red mark because of the glasses. He smiled and said, "You must know that some people in the government are questioning why Shi Qinghai happened to hold Yuzi hostage after killing so many people in Parliament Hill. I even heard that some people have started to ask lip-reading experts to analyze what Yuzi said to your friend." Su Li's straight black eyebrows couldn't help but furrow like a twisted blade. He stared at the tea in front of him, which was still as tall as before, and subconsciously shook his head. After a moment he asked in a deep voice, "Madam, what do you mean now?" "I have already told her everything I know. After knowing the truth of the ancient bell explosion, what is she and the other families going to do?" For many years, Minister Zhou Yingxing had a distinct Thai family background. After Mr. Pabre became the president, as part of the political agreement, he directly became the Federation's Minister of National Defense. At that time, he could even be seen as a strong spokesperson for the government and the military. However, as he gradually showed his courage and ability in the position of Minister of National Defense, he received recognition and praise from the President and many other officers of the Federation. His factionalism had faded a lot. Madam and the others will probably choose to continue watching. After all, the general's reputation has always been excellent, and the damage now hasn't affected the families themselves. As a millennial family that has secretly influenced and even controlled the Federation for countless years, the crazy ideas of the past few years are probably just some kind of repetitive game in their eyes. However, they don't understand that once the armed army starts to rush forward, it will be a dangerous situation that has never been seen before in history. Do you still remember what I said in the past? Minister Zhou mocked with a faint smile. The army is not allowed to have independent thoughts. Once this happens, it will become very scary. The old man said something similar. As a soldier of the Federation, I have always remembered it. Sulu replied. I'm glad that you remember. I'm disappointed that more soldiers have forgotten. Minister Zhou slightly frowned. He looked out of the window again and said indifferently, There's something you may not know yet. Half an hour ago, Commander Yu Qinghai was transferred from the Army General Hospital to the exclusive hospital of the 1st Military Region. his resignation letter and medical diagnosis were divided into two and placed on the table of General Lee Jae-do and I. As a senior vice division level officer of the new 17th Division, or to be more precise, as the future division commander of the new 17th Division that the federal military had carefully nurtured, Sulu could no longer maintain his calm when he suddenly heard this news. He stood up abruptly, his lips trembling slightly. He wanted to ask something, but in the end he didn't ask. Commander Yu Qinghai, who was born a chef, looked like a harmless old man, but in reality he was the last representative of the entire generation of outstanding soldiers under war god Li Pifu. In the war against the Empire, he led the new 17th Division to silently obtain victory after victory, restoring the unparalleled glory of the undefeated division of the past. But now, for some unknown reason, he was forced to leave his combat post. A few days ago, General Lee Jae-do made a special trip to the headquarters of the new 17th Division to meet with Commander Yu. As for what they talked about, no one knows. Minister Zhou reminded. Sulu slowly lowered his head, a bitter and self-deprecating smile on his face. As the only son of war god Li Pifu, senior military figures like General Myers and Commander Yu Qinghai of the previous generation, even if they didn't agree with Lee Jae-do's way of thinking, when faced with intense conflict, they would always remember whose descendant he was. Then, making the choice to remain silent and give in would not be surprising or shocking. At this moment, Sulu very naturally thought of the time he spent in the hot springs with the old man in Philadelphia, thought of the flashing lights in front of the manor, and even thought of Lee Jae-do's gentle smile at the time. The successor of the war god? At the time, the entire Federation seemed to think that he was the chosen successor of the war god, but if Lee Jae-do stood out, who would still think so? This was a very ironic and sad truth. Even if it was the Federation's war god Li Pifu, once he left this world, there was no way for him to decide who his successor would be. Minister Zhou looked at him and continued, "Commander, you resigned, you were hunted down. It seems that in order to control the troops, some people have lost their rationality and become incomparably crazy." Sulu raised his head and suddenly asked seriously, "Have you ever imagined that General Lee Jae-do could be the leader of the radical faction?" No. Minister Zhou was silent for a moment before replying, "I always thought that he was a gentle and respectable military theorist. It was very difficult for me to associate those conspiracies and murders with him. I also never thought of this possibility, but I didn't expect that the most impossible thing would become true," Sulu replied in a low voice. "Do you want to meet with Lee Jae-do?" Minister Zhou asked with his brows slightly furrowed. "No. There is no meaning in meeting now." Sulu shook his head and continued, "As you said just now, he and those people have already lost their rationality and have fallen into some kind of hysterical madness. In my opinion, this kind of madness means that they have already begun to be afraid and have begun to panic." After a moment of consideration, he continued, "I plan to hold a press conference. The time was originally set for tomorrow, but I want to bring it forward to today. Go be careful. Please be sure to be careful of your own safety. Killing you is because you have the ability to threaten their safety," Minister Zhou replied with a smile. "I don't seem to have this ability, so I am safer than you." Sulu hesitated for a moment and asked, "They forced you to resign, how are you going to deal with it? Do you want to discuss it with Lady Tai?" The lady and those families can deeply influence the political structure of the Federation, but their influence on the military is extremely limited. After all, the military's true strength is a matter of the Constitution, and it is basically under the guidance of the war god. Minister Zhou said with emotion, "So only the Lees of Philadelphia can influence the military. Of course, the Zhong family of the West Woods should also have this ability, but unfortunately, those families didn't stop or even tacitly allowed that tragedy to unfold." "But I won't resign," Minister Zhou said calmly. "While some people are busy fighting for or consolidating their power to realize their ambitions or ideals, someone has to remember that on the front lines in the distant Empire Star region, there are hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers fighting a bloody battle. They need supplies, ammo and mechas. They don't care who wins in the Capital Rings vanity contest, and this is my responsibility as the Minister of Defense." He looked at the young Federation officer and said with a smile, "So I won't resign. I will be like a young man who has fallen in love for the first time, shamelessly cling to the position of Minister of Defense and strive to do something for the front lines." Sulu saluted the only federal military general who truly had the demeanor of a scholar behind the table. "Colonel Sulu. Colonel Sulu. Under the vigilant protection of the members of Iron Division, Sulu walked out of the elevator and prepared to pass through the spacious hall on the first floor of the Department of Defense. The officers he met on the way looked at him in surprise and saluted and greeted him with joy or nervousness. They didn't know why he suddenly appeared in the Capital Special District when he was supposed to be carrying out a mission in the West Woods. Almost at the same time, there was a burst of dense and excited salutes and footsteps from the gorgeous revolving door of the Department of Defense building. Commander Xiaoqing. Commander Xiaoqing, hello. Surrounded by the officers of the Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing, wearing a straight lieutenant general's uniform, walked in through the door. The officers of the Department of Defense who were busy carrying documents hurriedly stood at attention and saluted in surprise. They didn't know what Du Xiaoqing and the officers of the Iron 7th Division were carrying out, or were they having a meeting. But in short, just as Sulu was about to leave, he appeared in the Department of Defense building. When he saw Sulu, Sulu also noticed his appearance. A faint light seemed to flash in their eyes, but neither of them took the initiative to stop. On the contrary, their footsteps were exceptionally firm and steady, without a trace of slowing down. They didn't stop, and the officers beside them naturally wouldn't stop either. Both of them had a cold and cool demeanor, looking straight ahead, facing each other, but not in each other's eyes. Seeing this sudden scene, thinking of the many rumors in the federal forces over the years, thinking of Du Xiaoqing and Su Li's various military exercises from their graduation day until recently, the originally noisy Department of Defense building suddenly quieted down, and the empty hall seemed even more spacious. Only the crisp sound of military boots on both sides could be heard, getting closer and closer. Right in the center of the Department of Defense building was a huge military emblem of the Federation. It was made of heavy carbon alloy bullet shells laid into the hard ground, and under the light, it shone with a cold light like a sword. When Su Lu and Du Xiaoqing walked past the military emblem of the Federation, they stopped at almost the same time. Commander Xiaoqing. Colonel Su Lu. Su Lu saluted and Du Xiaoqing returned the salute. There was a moment of silence. Su Lu stared at the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "I just heard a sentence and I want to pass it on to you. The army shouldn't have its own thoughts because it's too dangerous." Du Xiaoqing's expression was cold, and his hands were behind his back. He stood straight like the last surviving winter pine in the glacier. He slowly took off his sunglasses, looked at Su Lu expressionlessly and replied, "Do you think I need you to tell me the concept proposed in Schiller's political drama?" Su Lu looked at his eyes and his hair that was obviously whiter than it was a few months ago and said, "History will remember many things. I just want to remind you that no matter when, you and your troops must at least remember one thing. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. According to the charter, they must completely obey the orders of the elected government of the Federation." Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing's cold expression suddenly had a strange change. The corners of his lips curled up as if he wanted to smile, but in the end, it only turned into a trace of coldness. "Colonel Su Lu, you know your position. I don't need you to nag like a woman. I also know what the duty of a soldier is." In the building of the Ministry of National Defense, two groups of officers stood behind the two of them, facing each other. Although it was impossible for them to point their guns at each other, they could clearly feel that the air was filled with the smell of stone after a high-speed collision, as if the stone could be crushed into powder at any time. The current situation was gradually becoming clear. Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division were one of the strongest supporters of the radical faction in the military. Su Lu hoped that he could use words to make the enemy surrender, but at this moment he really had a lot to say to Du Xiaoqing. "I heard that Shimanjin died?" He looked at Du Xiaoqing and the officers of the Iron 7th Division with a serious expression. Then he slowly narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It's good that he died." Chapter 745. "Colonel Su Lu, you have to take back what you just said," an officer of the Iron 7th Division said, "and apologize for it." No. Su Lu simply refused this suggestion. He still looked into Du Xiaoqing's eyes and said, "You should know very well why Shimanjin died. In fact, he should have died 5 years ago. What I don't know now is how much you know about what happened 5 years ago, Commander Xiaoqing." In the latter half of the 37th Constitution, no one in the federal military dared to use such a forceful tone to question Du Xiaoqing face to face, not even those big shots. During the graduation day military drill at the training base, although Su Lu successfully prevented Du Xiaoqing from flipping out, he still had to play the role of a junior officer in front of Du Xiaoqing. He would never act as tough and equal as he did today in the empty hall. Although Du Shaoqing was now a lieutenant general and he was only a colonel, there was a strict and insurmountable gap between the two of them. But for some reason, ever since the Westwood Sunset State Army returned after defying orders, it was difficult to find the influence of this difference in class in Su Li's attitude. Du Shaoqing had been silently or rather indifferently looking at Su Lu. His right index finger gently slid along the edge of his sunglasses. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Su Lu suddenly asked in a low voice, "Commander Shaoqing, if I remember correctly, you should also be a member of that so-called Trinity Association. I'm very curious, what exactly did you learn in that association? How to shoot your comrades in the back?" In literary works, the word, suffocating, was often used to describe tense confrontations. When it was used too many times, it often made people feel that it was a little old-fashioned. But today in the empty hall, the Department of Defense officers who saw this confrontation scene vaguely understood the reason for this description. Under the bright lights, the two groups of officers stood facing each other. They looked at each other in silence and did not speak loudly. The invisible collision and friction that gradually heated up seemed to have exhausted the oxygen in the surrounding environment, and began to make it difficult for people to breathe. Standing in front of the elevator, standing in the corridor, and standing next to the plants, the officers had long forgotten their work. They nervously stared at the center of the hall. No one spoke. They even collectively subconsciously lowered the sound of their breathing, waiting for Commander Du Shaoqing to open his mouth to respond. With his usual arrogance and indifference, he would suppress the other party's momentum or intensify the current situation. At this moment, the elevator door opened with an untimely beep. A female civilian officer's documents scattered all over the floor. The officers in the building subconsciously looked over, and then cast their eyes back to the place they needed to pay attention to. Du Shaoqing still didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lu Sifu, the deputy commander of the Iron 7th Division, who was standing to his left, who provoked Su Lu in a cold voice. "I heard that Shi Qinghai is dead?" Su Li's pair of knife-like thick eyebrows slightly trembled. "It's good that he died," Lu Sifu added expressionlessly. Su Li's straight eyebrows finally raised. As if venting his anger, he waved his right arm and forcefully chopped down in the air, as if he wanted to break all the difficulties and obstacles in front of him into pieces of scrap metal. His extremely explosive reply resounded throughout the entire building of the Ministry of Defense. "It's a glorious death." These 4 words were like 4 hard stones that smashed onto the smooth floor of the hall. They smashed onto the insignia of the Federation that couldn't be spoken. They were suffused with a metallic luster and filled with a murderous aura. A dull sound echoed in the hall. Du Shaoqing slightly lowered his eyes and looked at the insignia of the Federation at his feet. He seemed to be feeling Su Li's emotions at this moment. In the end, he still didn't say a word. He didn't reveal a trace of emotion. He slowly raised his right hand and put on his sunglasses again. They brushed past each other. There are very few, no, there has never been such a strange situation in this world. Even when my father returned to the capital ring from the Empire all those years ago and was faced with great pressure from Parliament Hill, he never displayed such strong confidence. A convoy of bulletproof military vehicles sped along the quiet roads of the capital's suburbs. Behind the trees in the fields beside the roads, the black silhouettes of several MX mechas could be faintly seen. They were silently following and protecting the convoy in a marching posture. There were very few people in the capital ring who could enjoy the privilege of being protected by military mechas. The present chairman of the Joint Staff Conference and commander of the 1st Military Region of the Federation, General Li Jiedu, in a real sense, the number 1 person in the military, undoubtedly had this right. However, this wasn't the front lines. This was the capital special district that was countless light years away from the flames of war, a special district that hadn't experienced any turbulence in thousands of years. For him to actually need the protection of MX mechas when he was traveling, it could be seen that this military leader's current mood was indeed as he had said before. He was filled with some sort of absurd and strange sense of alarm. It is indeed very strange. Deliberately cut off from contact with the 17th Division. Now he is just a mere colonel without any troops. Yet, it is precisely this kind of person who dares to walk so openly in this city with those 20 or so loyal subordinates of his. Moreover, we have no way of killing him. General Li Jiedu gazed at the flourishing late spring scenery outside the car window and said with a gentle smile, "These young soldiers are like trees that grow freely in the spring. Neither the wildfire nor the spring rain seems to be able to stop their powerful footsteps. On the contrary, it only helps them become even stronger. Of the 17 sniping points arranged, they have successfully evaded 15 of them. 2 of the sniping points have been destroyed. Sitting at the front of the car, the director of the 1st Military Region's Special Operations Room could not understand how those targets had managed to avoid these ambushes. He also could not understand why the general could still maintain such a gentle and calm state of mind in the face of such a strange situation. I have never hoped that we could use snipers to eliminate the successor personally chosen by father. These are just some small tricks that are similar to using a tree branch to poke a bull. Through these small tricks we can clearly see just how far he can go. Then, when we eliminate him we can make targeted arrangements. Lee Jae-do gazed outside the car window. His expression was calm, and no one could see the danger contained in his words at this moment. Sulu should already know that I know where his strength comes from. Then he will think that we will be afraid, will panic, will become crazy, and thus lose without a fight. Those useless bullets will most likely help him think that we have already panicked, that we have already gone crazy. He will relax, and his confidence will become an arrogance that even he himself does not realize. This is very good. Even now there are still many people who have fantasies about him. They think that they can persuade him, or use as peaceful a method as possible to eliminate him. I am very glad that Sulu is strong enough and confident enough. Then, step by step he will push himself into an irreversible death zone. General, don't worry, we have arrived at the back of the mountain. The Tai family, whose enormous body was hidden in the shadows of history, was probably the recognized spiritual leader of the 7 major families. The Lees of Philadelphia, on the other hand, suddenly jumped onto the stage of the 37th constitutional era, dazzling and insufferably arrogant. These 2 families, who were supposed to be enemies, had actually always been in close contact with each other. If it was not because the Lees of Philadelphia had just started their inheritance, perhaps this kind of contact could already be called a family friend. Lady Tai of the back of the mountain and the recently deceased military god Li Pifu had always maintained a very close personal friendship because of those historical stories and memories of that traitor. This kind of friendship had lasted for many years. Perhaps it had never displayed its power under the sun, but in reality, it had played a very important role in ensuring the stability and rapid development of the Federation. If the glory of the Lees of Philadelphia began to be passed down, the back of the mountain formally prepared a purely private lunch. However, on the terrace facing the lake, the conversation between Lady Tai and General Lee Jae-do did not seem to go as smoothly as imagined. The half-hanging late spring plants on the edge of the terrace turned their heads rustling, unwilling to waste time to distinguish how many invisible bullets were hidden in the seemingly ordinary conversation between these 2 important figures. Madam, as you said, the political situation of the Federation is indeed in dire need of stability right now, especially after the Parliament Hill incident. The public's mood is very chaotic. Lee Jae-do gently placed the silver spoon on the Guna porcelain plate. After a moment of silence he gently continued, but the problem right now is that if Colonel Sulu is allowed to continue investigating that case, not only will Vice President Byron's soul be disturbed after his death, you and those families will also be in a very difficult situation. The political situation will be shaken because of this, and most importantly, the public may lose their confidence in the government because of this. With your wisdom, you should be very clear about the dangers contained within this. Lady Tai held the teacup and silently looked at the lush green hills on the opposite side of the terrace. There was a sense of tranquility and strength in her extremely ordinary appearance. Sulu has the first-order authority of the Bureau of Proclamation, and this authority is helping him in some incomprehensible way. Lee Jae-do continued calmly, the Bureau of Proclamation has not yet found a way to deal with this authority. If you are not willing to help, this matter may really become difficult to control. General Lee, actually I am not that much older than you, and now that your father has passed away, there is no need for you to still use honorifics with me. As for the issue of Su Lee's authority, the old man should have some idea of it, but since he didn't tell me before his death, I naturally won't do anything. Lady Tai turned her head and looked at Lee Jae-do. She slowly said, you have kept a low profile for 20 years, but your father's old comrades and old friends like me have never underestimated your shrewdness and ability. I simply do not believe that you will begin your plan before you find a way to control Sulu. After a moment of silence, Lee Jae-do looked at the woman in front of him and said, Madam, I know very well that you need to keep Sulu alive, and to keep people like us in the military alive as the successor of the god of war, but the problem is, you know very well that Sulu has never sat on a forklift board. Never sat on a forklift board? This was a very accurate description of Su Lee's personality. Lady Tai's lips curved up in a trace of a smile. Li Jiedu looked at her and continued, I believe that right now, you are very curious as to what he is saying at the press conference that is being held right now. Chapter 746. To hold a press conference at this time, it doesn't matter what he says. The important thing is that he shouldn't have said it in the first place. Li Jiedu picked up the black curly leaf tea in front of him and took a sip. A moment later, he continued to speak gently. This proves once again that he who has never sat on a seesaw can never become the person who can balance the situation like you expect, no matter how good his foundation is, no matter how much my father and you favor him at the same time. He raised his head and looked at Lady Tai, saying calmly, on the contrary, he will make the Federation situation more dangerous and complicated. Unfortunately, he has this ability. Oh. Lady Tai smiled and replied, according to my observation, that small-eyed boy is now more mature, or rather, more vulgar. For you, for me, and for the Federation, this is an extremely good change. Speaking up to this point, the madam quietly looked into Li Jiedu's eyes and said with a trace of extremely light, almost to the point where it couldn't be smelled, otherwise, according to his style of stubbornly resisting my pressure to kill Macklin, even if you have more than 10 mechas by your side now, he would still be foolish enough to carry a few guns and run all over the Federation to kill you. These words were extremely continuous and destructive. Li Jiedu was slightly stunned, and his face revealed a slightly bitter smile of self-mockery. As the current #1 person in the federal military, he was intimidated by a colonel to the point where he had to carry a mecha whenever he went out. He really didn't have much dignity to speak of. From that year, when Sulu broke into the Oak State Treepiece Foundation building, I no longer had any substantial influence over him. Therefore, regarding his problem, I think we don't need to discuss it anymore. Lady Tai's right arm lightly rested on the railing at the edge of the balcony. She usually liked to cook simple dishes, so her fingers weren't as smooth as those of other noble ladies. In the spring breeze, she slightly opened her hand as if she wanted to grab onto something, but also as if she just wanted to feel that comfortable feeling. She gently looked at Li Jiedu, but there was an unquestionable seriousness. What I want to know now is, after successfully weakening the Zhong family, how exactly do you plan to continue down this path? If it wasn't for Sulu informing me, perhaps I would still be in the dark. The madam laughed self-deprecatingly, shook her head and sighed. I just said that we never underestimated your ability, but now it seems that you were able to hide in the shadows under your father's halo for so many years, patiently making such careful preparations. The so-called, not underestimating, is also a kind of underestimating because for someone as strong as you, no one in the Federation is qualified to judge you. Madam, you flatter me. These people only want to do something for the Federation, Li Jiedu replied gently. As for the worries of you and those families, there is actually no need to worry. You asked me where we will go. I can't give you a definite answer right now because once the Federation stabilizes, the most important problem to consider is the front lines. Then we can only take one step at a time. But rest assured we will never touch an untouchable situation. Is this a promise? Lady Tai's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze suddenly becoming extremely sharp. This question was extremely simple, but it definitely wasn't simple. This meant that the radical forces of the federal military would take a stance towards the 7 families in the Federation's political situation in the future. And this stance would, without a doubt, directly affect the Federation in the years to come. However, when faced with this question that carried countless implications, General Li Jiedu's answer was actually that calm and concise. Of course. The people left the terrace and the scenery of late spring was thick. Lady Tai narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at the lake and mountains in her embrace. Suddenly, she released an almost inaudible sigh, lightly asking in self-mockery, "Do you believe in his promises?" When soldiers become politicians, their promises don't have any meaning. Shunli quietly stood behind Lady Tai, playing a role that hadn't changed for several years. Lady Tai's brows slightly furrowed, her voice slightly cold as she said, "I like a more direct answer, not this type of dramatic tone thing." Secretary Shin keenly sensed that Lady Tai's mood was a bit bad, so he obediently nodded in agreement. The situation won't change? Lady Tai expressionlessly shook her head, stood up, and leaned against the railing, leaving no trace on her face. If they didn't want to create a situation that hasn't changed for thousands of years, why would these soldiers be so excited to throw themselves into the dark side of politics that they hated the most in the past? Once the steel monsters have their own consciousness, their appetite will become extremely greedy. Any former overlord is nothing more than a few pieces of delicious synthetic meat in their eyes. Lady Tai turned around to look at Butler Jean, who had appeared out of nowhere, indifferently saying, "Make some preparations. If nothing unexpected happens, this long-term struggle may last for many years." "Yes." Butler Jean and Secretary Shin bowed at the same time. Lady Tai didn't say anything else. Her simple order was passed down to the huge invisible empire through the hands of these two people in charge of the Tai family, and it would immediately start changing the direction of many things. In order to face the unprecedented challenge that might come, these families that had lived, grown, or rotted together with the Federation for thousands of years had to make some preparations. She lightly touched the railing of the balcony, looking at the picturesque landscape in silence. She really didn't understand where the militants' confidence came from. Just one Shi Qinghai was enough to put them in a terrible situation, and their partners in the government were all purged and killed. Could it be because of the few troops that Li Jiedu controlled? At the end of the day, Payable was an elected president who was highly popular with the people. He had the innate loyalty of the federal army. Most importantly, outside the official residence, there was still that Sulu who seemed to never die. Who would obtain the final victory? What did Sulu say at the press conference? Lady Tai suddenly remembered this matter. For the Federation's press, Sulu was without a doubt extremely newsworthy. Whether it was the National Girls scandal that caused a lot of commotion years ago, or the countless heroic deeds that later shocked the Federation, they all proved this point. But for the Federation's press, Sulu was without a doubt the most unpopular person to interview among all the famous people in the Federation. This young colonel, perhaps inherited the style of Philadelphia's army god, had never accepted an interview in the past few years, except for the press conferences that were arranged by the President's official residence and the Ministry of Defense. So when the major media received the news that he was going to hold a press conference, they were all very surprised. Although the time of the press conference was changed again and again, the media had no complaints. With excitement and nervousness, they waited for the Federation's hero who was qualified to become a news event to appear. A very small number of reporters who had the most sensitive sense of smell or the most powerful intelligence source vaguely guessed that this press conference might be related to the terrorist attack that shocked the entire universe a dozen days ago on Parliament Hill. The funeral of the Federation's vice president, Mr. Byron, and the two senators had just finished, and the entire Federation was still in mourning. What exactly did Colonel Sulu want to do? Or rather, what did he want to say? With this sharp question in mind, when Sulu, wearing sunglasses, walked into the conference room of the George Carlin Cultural and Arts Center under the flashing lights after the press conference began, reporter Wood from the Capital Special District Daily asked without hesitation and without paying attention to Gu Shifeng, who was acting as the host on the podium. He shouted loudly, "Colonel Sulu. According to my sources, the body of Shi Qinghai, the suspect of the terrorist attack on Parliament Hill, was forcefully taken out of the police station building by you and your team members last night. May I ask if you have any explanation for this accusation? Or should I say, do you want to confirm it?" Even if he was a Federation war hero, forcibly taking away the body of a terrorist attack suspect on a day when the people of the Federation were collectively mourning would not be forgiven or understood by anyone. As soon as the press conference began, a reporter asked such a sharp question, which instantly made the venue, which had just quieted down a little, noisy. The whispers were filled with the exclamations of the reporters who did not know what had happened last night. On the podium, Sulu took off the wide sunglasses on his nose bridge, revealing a pair of small but exceptionally sincere eyes. He glanced at the reporters in front of him and was somewhat surprised to find that the one who asked such a sharp question was actually Wood from the Capital Special District Daily. The camera in the photographer's hand continued to flash, and the high-definition camera had already started working. In the camera, Sulu lowered his head and thought for a very short period of time, then he held the edge of the table and raised his head. He looked at the reporters and answered very simply, "Yes, I took his body out of the police station building last night. I can confirm this with all of you. Also, I can tell you that he has been buried in a good place." The reporters immediately fell into another wave of restlessness. They really did not expect that Sulu would actually directly admit that he was related to the terrorist attack suspect. These reporters, who were more or less emotionally inclined towards Sulu, looked at the podium with worry and puzzlement. They thought to themselves, "Don't you understand that doing so is tantamount to challenging the psychological bottom line of the people of the Federation?" No matter how worried and puzzled they were, The reporters still had to follow the requirements of their profession and use the fastest speed to compile a concise news article and publish it to their respective newspapers or television stations. Then, a reporter from the 3 Linlin Forum Daily seized the opportunity and asked first, "Why? You should know very well that this is already a violation of the Federation's laws." It was a very simple 3 words, but it was the answer that all the reporters, and perhaps all the people of the Federation who were about to be filled with indignation and grief, wanted to know. Why would a hero of the Federation disobey military orders and return from the West Woods? It was all to bury a terrorist who had committed heinous crimes. Leave the legal issues to the lawyers and I will answer my own questions. Why did I do this? Sulu narrowed his eyes and spaced out for a while, then answered very seriously, because in my heart, the guy who rushed into Parliament Hill is not a terrorist, and definitely not some messy thing like a spy of the Empire. His name is Shi Qinghai and he is my best friend. He is the guy that the Federation needs to thank the most. Chapter 747. In the southern suburbs of the capital, in the George Carlin Foundation Arts Center, on the enormous hologram outside the building was a high-definition rotating shot of the environment. The peach blossoms within reach were in full bloom in the spring breeze. The conference room inside the building was completely silent. The slightly cool breeze from the air exchange system seemed to want to freeze everything in the room. The reporters were either lowering their heads, biting the end of their pens, frowning, or opening their mouths slightly, listening to Su Li's calm and simple narration on the stage. This was the story of a spy from Green Dragon Mountain. That spy was called Shi Qinghai. When he was young, his family suffered a calamity because of a certain large enterprise of the Federation. He used his excellent grades to enter the Capital University-affiliated high school, and then entered the first military academy to further his studies. After graduation, he was assigned to the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau's Linhai branch. His future was bright. However, no one knew that as early as in school, he had already been absorbed by the intelligence system of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government army. He became a fish in that famous deep sea that no one had ever seen. For all the people of the Federation, Shi Qinghai is just a very unfamiliar name. He is just an unremarkable stranger. So when the Green Dragon Mountain Committee recognized his identity and produced evidence that he had already been fired, you would very naturally believe that he is a fallen spy with no future. So you can very easily believe the results of the Federation government's investigation. He broke into Parliament Mountain and didn't hesitate to use his life to kill Vice President Byron and the members of Parliament. He is just a deranged crazy terrorist who was bought over by some power that hasn't found a scapegoat yet. But I know him. He is handsome, confident, and gentle. His grades are so good that he can enter the Trinity Association. His pair of peach blossom eyes can charm all women. Although it sounds like I am looking for a wife for him, it is the truth. As long as he is willing, he can easily obtain wealth and status that ordinary people can't imagine. Mr. Pabre took a military transport plane and landed in Green Dragon Mountain. He completed the Great Reconciliation Agreement that surprised everyone. He was the one who completed the contact arrangements. 4 years ago, Macklin died in the building of the Huanshan Four States Foundation. He and I did it together. I believe that the WikiLeaks video released in the past year is enough for you to digest the shock brought by this news. You can also roughly understand that he once helped the Federation solve its biggest problem. Mr. President pardoned him without anyone knowing. He served as the liaison officer between the Special Forces and the Department of Defense. In the distant West Woods occupied planet, he hid in the deep snow alone, wielding the big gun that rang out in front of Parliament Hill. God knows how many Imperial officers he killed. This is the George Carlin Foundation Arts Center. 2 years ago, the documentary called Team 7 won all the awards here. My teammates and I were pushed onto the stage by your cheers, and we enjoyed the courtesy of the entire Federation. In fact, Shi Qinghai once fought side by side with us, and he was also qualified to stand under the spotlight, but he chose to walk into the shadows behind the lights again. There was a long silence in the conference room. It was not that the reporters did not have any questions they wanted to ask, but they could clearly tell from Su Li's expression that he had more to say. Sulu rubbed his eyebrows and said, "As I said just now, he is my best friend. So when Mr. President authorized me to investigate the attack on the ancient bell, he who had no obligation to take the risk to help me, once again walked into the darkness and began to pursue the clues that were about to be forgotten by people." After a short pause, he looked at the reporters who were taking notes and said seriously, He is used to walking in the darkness, but he is more dazzling than anyone else. A person like this can't be a terrorist. I hope the people of the Federation can understand this. He has a definite reason for everything he does, and only those reasons can make him do so many things that you think are inconceivable. At this point, a reporter finally could not suppress his emotions and raised his hand to ask, including the attack on Parliament Hill? Yes, Sulu replied. The reporters easily deduced a shocking conclusion from these words. Someone asked in a loud voice, Colonel Sulu, do you think that Vice President Byron and those counselors are related to the attack on the ancient bell by the Imperial fleet? I didn't say that. In fact, Shi Qinghai and I have been investigating this matter. Sulu raised his head and looked at the reporter who asked the question in the corner. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The reporters were shocked and couldn't accept Sulu's words. Although the Federation had investigated the attack on the ancient bell a few months ago and seemed to have found some new suspicious points, it was really hard to imagine that the Vice President of the Federation was involved in this matter. The last investigation had to be terminated for reasons that everyone knows. Sulu looked at the reporters and said, at that time Shi Qinghai and I already had some evidence, but unfortunately, we didn't have the chance to continue the investigation. According to the sources of the Department of Defense, you didn't get permission to leave the West Woods, which is a serious violation of military regulations. Reporter Wood, who had been silent for a while, held an electronic ink pen between his fingers and asked thoughtfully, what's the purpose of insisting on returning to the capital ring, even at the risk of being punished by military law? Are you trying to clear your friend's name? Or do you want to continue the investigation that was interrupted last time? I will ask for a second authorization from Mr. President to restart the investigation on the ancient bell. Sulu replied, if there are any new findings or evidence, I will inform all of you immediately within the scope of the charter. The reporters frowned and shook their heads subconsciously. They were not satisfied with or did not agree with Sulu's vision of the future situation. If that's the case, why did you hold this press conference before getting a second authorization from Mr. President? What's your purpose for holding this press conference alone? Reporter Wood keenly saw the problem and continued to ask. I want to officially inform some people. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the nearest camera, as if he was looking at the big shots in the Federation's political and military circles behind the camera. After a short pause, he said seriously, I'm back and I'm going to restart the investigation. Are you ready? After the press conference ended, it was almost dusk. The second day of Sulu's return to the capital ring passed quickly and nervously. The shadows of the buildings and the red clouds mixed into a large colorful mixture, and the originally pink peach blossoms suddenly became bright red. The reporters left the George Carlin Foundation Art Center in twos and threes, but no one was in a hurry to return to the newspaper office or the TV station. Instead, they chose to call their acquaintances to the nearby tavern for a few drinks. They heard the extremely explosive news at the press conference, but there was no way to share it with anyone. They had to immediately express the countless questions in their hearts and express the shock in their minds with their colleagues. Without Sulu's clear evidence, no matter how much the media worshipped the freedom of the press, it was impossible to publish the news that the Vice President of the Federation was suspected of colluding with the Imperial fleet. This had nothing to do with the pressure of the press director in the President's residence. The integrity of the journalists required them to have evidence, and the atmosphere in which the entire Federation was mourning for Vice President Byron was an invisible ruler. Sulu did not leave the art center. The members of Group 7 were scattered around the building, controlling all the dangerous sniping points and guarding his safety outside the window in the red twilight. In the meantime, he was talking to reporter Wood in a low voice in the room. Why did you ask me to stay alone? Wood asked in confusion. Because I trust you. However, I thought that Chief Editor Bob would come with you. Sulu explained with a smile, it seems that my news popularity is still not enough to attract Chief Editor to come personally. Wood shrugged and said with slight ridicule, in the past 2 years, you have rejected 3 of my interview requests, and now you say that you trust me. Please don't tell me that this is because we did the last interview with the war god. Sulu shook his head. After a moment of silence, he said, do you remember what I just said about Macklin? At that time, in the entire Federation's press circle, only the Capital Special District Daily News dared to question that old man and even investigate him. If that friend of yours, Shi Qinghai, was really involved in the assassination of Macklin, I will prudently express my trust in him. However, this trust is not much because in my opinion his cold-blooded performance on Parliament Hill is not what you would call an idealist. Wood lit a cigarette and took 2 puffs. In the pungent smoke that filled the air, he said with a hint of pride, "Speaking of the Macklin case, I led a group of paparazzi to S2 and investigated it for dozens of days. It should be considered the proudest thing in my life." Sulu looked at the red flower that was reflected in the window glass at his feet and suddenly said, "Before you went to investigate, you should have received an electronic document about the investigation of Macklin." Wood frowned slightly. He held the cigarette between his fingers. He did not understand how the other party knew about this. In fact, until today he still did not know who sent the documents to the newspaper. Those were all found by Shi Qinghai. Sulu smiled at the shocked reporter Wood. He took out a microchip from the pocket of his military jacket and handed it over. "Just now at the press conference I said that we did not find any evidence. In fact, I was lying. This microchip hides the evidence of Vice President Byron and those few senators involved in the case. I am giving this evidence to you because I trust you and Chief Editor Bob. And I trust you because although Shi Qinghai and I have not fought side by side with you, we have indeed fought together." Wood was silent for a moment. He slowly and carefully put out the cigarette by his feet. After taking 2 deep breaths, he took the microchip with a serious expression and said, "What should we do?" Chapter 748. You and Chief Editor Bob are professionals. You should be able to find the most suitable time to publish these things, but not now. The official residence should be under tremendous pressure right now. What we need to do is to cooperate with Mr. President's pace and rhythm." Sulu said, "The incident on Parliament Hill just happened. The public is very agitated. There are still hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers on the front lines of the Imperium. The capital ring can't fall into chaos. As far as I know, other than attending Vice President Byron's funeral, Mr. Prabble has not appeared in public for more than 10 days, citing the need to increase the security level." Wood took a puff of his cigarette and reminded him with a slightly hoarse voice, "This situation is not common. If the president really has a plan to deal with this matter, how do you and I know? How can we cooperate? To solve this matter, and to solve it as safely as possible, we must go through the judicial route." Sulu also lit a cigarette and continued, "Mr. President is safe right now. However, some people have quietly built a wall within the government and even within the official residence. We should be able to find a reason to overthrow this wall by gradually applying pressure from the outside." He was about to say something else, but the burning smell and smoke from the front of the number 37 brand cigarettes lingered in front of his eyes. It was a bit of a hindrance. He suddenly realized that it was more like he was talking to himself. There was no need to say too much. Just like before, doing things was always more important than talking. When reporter Wood left the George Carlin Foundation Arts Center, dusk had not yet completely faded. The peach blossoms by the street were smiling in the rich spring breeze and the golden warmth. Sulu felt that it was somewhat dazzling. When he was about to put on his sunglasses, he saw a girl that he had never expected to see appear in front of him. Therefore, the wide sunglasses froze in front of his chin in a somewhat comical manner. She was wearing an inconspicuous light gray sports windbreaker, just like the one she wore when she left the spaceport and headed to Cillian's concert amidst the cheers of countless soldiers. The hood of the windbreaker covered her head and face completely, covering her beautiful hair that had long turned from purple to black and from short to long. The occasional glimpse of her exquisite eyes under the hood's shadow was still enough to amaze everyone. After the grand funeral and the completion of the statue of Li Pifu, Jian Shuier did not return to the Federal Fleet. Instead, she returned to Philadelphia and spent some peaceful time with the old man in the grave. During this period of time, Sulu, who was far away in the West Woods, kept a correspondence with her. However, because of so many things that happened one after another, the love that had just become hot on the desolate planet of the Empire unfortunately did not have the chance to burn into an intoxicating flame. "I always thought that men and women in love should communicate more passionately with each other." Jian Shuier walked in front of him, gently held his arm and said with a smile, "and should not deliberately keep too far away from each other." The members of Group 7 scattered around the stone steps of the art center, as well as the members responsible for sniping and security missions further away, looked at the slender hand that passed through Sulu's arm through their own eyes or long-range binoculars. They could not help but sigh softly in their hearts at the same time. They could not help but feel envious and jealous. Sulu smiled bitterly and said, "It's been a bit troublesome recently. Although our relationship has indeed developed a bit too lightly, and we have not even met much." Jian Shuier shrugged cutely, hugged his hand tighter and said, "But if I were your girlfriend, the more troublesome things are, the more you should tell me. This is indeed my problem. Su Lu said with some shame, it's probably because I have never been in a serious relationship before, so I didn't consider it thoroughly. I forgive you. Jian Shui'er raised her head slightly, her beautiful chin carrying a trace of mockery, her watery eyes reflecting the sunset. Then the two began to walk along the streets of the southern part of the capital. Within a range of 200 meters, on top of a tall building even further away, 20-some members of Group 7 vigilantly guarded the surroundings. The setting sun pulled their shadows very long, very long. The slow and seemingly extremely casual walk did not seem to require any destination. The love between the hero of the Federation and the nation's maiden should have been the most beautiful event in this constitutional calendar. However, in this turbulent era, countless passionate and ugly events happened one after another, leaving no time for people to watch or even catch their breath. There was actually no chance for a beautiful release. Speaking of which, this was actually the first time that Su Lu and Jian Shui'er walked like real lovers. It was just that this seemingly peaceful and beautiful love scene had no choice but to wrap around the members of Group 7 and slowly roll around like a snowball. It made people speechless. Moreover, in this extremely rare and precious stroll, the young man and woman's conversation still couldn't help but be extremely unharmonious with the scenery of late spring. In particular, Jian Shui'er was extremely clear about the relationship between him and the man from Green Dragon Mountain who had charged into Parliament Mountain. The nation's maiden beside him had already grown up. She still carried a beauty that could topple the entire Federation, adding a bit of gradually maturing brilliance. Su Lu knew better than anyone what kind of clear ideals and perseverance Jian Shui'er possessed under her moving appearance. After all, she was the daughter of the #1 traitor of the Federation and the Empress of the Empire. She had inherited the most inconceivable rebellious and daring traits of her parents. However, when he said that Li Jiedu was the behind-the-scenes leader of the radical faction in the military, he still found it somewhat hard to imagine that Jian Shui'er didn't show any shock in her eyes. I've always known that this cousin of mine, Li Jiedu, is a very extraordinary person. Over the years, even the most perceptive people in the Federation have only noticed his low profile. They have never thought that behind that low profile is a meticulous thinking and truly powerful self-confidence. Jian Shui'er leaned on his shoulder and said softly, for such an extraordinary person to use such a long time to plan something, then the height he intends to reach must be extremely frightening. If you insist on standing on the opposite side of him, then I only have one piece of advice for you. When facing him, you can't be too cautious. Don't worry too much. These days, I've been working hard to learn how to get rid of the color of impulsiveness. Su Lu raised his head to look at the flat red ball in the middle of the street. He frowned, but there was a smile on his face. On the contrary, I think that cousin of yours should be troubled right now. He needs to be more careful. How many years have we known each other? Jian Shui'er quietly looked at his face and asked. If we count from the victory concert, then it's the autumn of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar. It's been more than 3 years. Su Lu seriously thought about it, then said with a smile, of course if we count from the time you played that little orphan girl on TV, it's been about 10 years, right? You know, I grew up watching the TV shows you acted in. I often hear these kinds of jokes that aren't funny at all. Jian Shui'er shrugged and said with a smile, actually what I want to say is that in the past 3 years, you have indeed changed a little. Although you still don't talk too much, you're not as quiet as you used to be. She glanced at the members of Group 7 behind her in the shadows of the street and shook her head with emotion. And you seem to be a lot more confident. With just these few companions, you dare to claim that the most powerful man in the federal military is afraid of you. In the past, because of your unscrupulous father, I became a fugitive in the Federation. I was as nervous as a frozen fart all day long, so of course I'm more quiet, Su Lu said. Jian Shui'er interrupted. I know what's going on in the military, but I'm still impressed by your novel and vulgar way of describing things. Su Lu continued with a smile. Later, your cousin and the vice president who died at the hands of Shi Qinghai wanted to use this incident to pin me down. In the end, my grandfather stepped in and helped me. The biggest hidden danger in my life, the heaviest stone in my heart, suddenly disappeared. Of course, my mood improved a lot. When a person is in a good mood, they're willing to talk more. As for confidence, of course, General Li Jiedu is a very excellent and dangerous person. But as long as I'm not stupid enough to put myself in a dead end, I can't think of any way he can control me. Su Li's thick eyebrows furrowed again. The corners of his lips were tightly pressed together, and he pointed at the few high-rise buildings in front of him and said, you see, I know very well where the dangers are, so these dangers don't exist for me. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. In the shadow of the hoodie, that pair of elegant eyebrows furrowed beautifully. She looked at the buildings in the twilight and laughed at herself in confusion. Then she turned her head and looked very seriously at Su Li's face. She studied his straight eyebrows, small eyes, and the faint traces of hardships that added a bit of a man's calmness. I'm a member of the Lees of Philadelphia. I know better than you that the blood of the Lee family is very stubborn and conservative. My cousin may be the most terrifying schemer, but I don't doubt that in his heart, the glory of the family occupies the most important position. I've never doubted that. Su Lu said, for so many years, for so many things to have done, I believe that a large part of the reason is that he has always been planning how the Lee family can continue to maintain its current status, or rather, its glory after the death of the war god. Why are you suddenly talking about this? He looked at Jian Shuier in confusion. Right now, this dangerous and sensitive situation is one that we have no way of alleviating. It's probably only under certain circumstances that he will give up part of his plan. For example, he won't kill you but instead try to subdue you. At the very least, it won't be in the next second that the entire Federation will become a battlefield full of blood and fire because of the two of you, so. Jian Shuier looked at him and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into cute moons. She tilted her head and said, let's get married. Hearing these words, Su Li's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Everyone knew that whenever he narrowed his eyes into two slits, it meant that he was in a relatively nervous state. Perhaps he was preparing to kill, or preparing to be killed, or perhaps preparing to get married. The stroll under the setting sun unknowingly came to a stop in front of an ordinary building. This was the marriage registration office of a certain district of the capital. The light screen above the registration office was broadcasting a poorly made picture of flowers. In this spring, a certain person's eyes narrowed like flowers. Chapter 749. In this moment of twilight, Su Lu thought of many scenes from the past. He watched her on TV, he cried in the woods of Heshi State, he went to her concert, and he thought that it was the most beautiful dream that had appeared before his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he did not meet her before the victory concert, but during that earlier concert filled with slaughter. After that, they became familiar with each other until they went on a blind date. In every similar scene he would always think of many scenes from the past. It was not that the art appraisal in the library of Heshi State University had really cultivated a strong artistic style, but that those scenes were too deep in his mind. Let's get married. What was very interesting was that in the countless scenes that Su Lu, who was not an artistic youth, suddenly and forcefully wedged into the image of that white-robed, bare-legged, ultra-literary middle-aged man, for the peace, love and justice of the universe, you have to be together. Be together, Master Fan of the Empire once said. Squinting at the colorful flowers blooming on the wall of the marriage registration office, Su Lu gently hugged Jian Shuier, letting the warm embrace melt into the twilight. The barbecue stall on the streets of Wangdu was filled with the smell of chives and bean rolls. The cheap black market stall had 3 extremely out-of-place bottles of expensive Wenju No. 1. The amber liquor rippled in the glasses, just like the clumsy and confused expression that Su Lu could not suppress at this moment. Xiong Lin Quan and a few other team members were silently eating dinner at a nearby table. They looked up from time to time but did not sit over because Zhou Yu was sitting at this table. And then? Zhou Yu had clearly drunk a lot. Her beautiful face was flushed. She narrowed her eyes at Su Lu and asked, "Did you guys register?" "No, this matter was too sudden." Su Lu answered very seriously, "I promised her that after this matter was settled, we would immediately get married. That hooligan must be very happy that you finally got the most famous woman in the Federation." Zhou Yu looked at her slender fingers and said, "I've never had a problem with your messy love life as long as you don't marry that disgusting Zhang Xiaoming." She raised her head and looked at him with slight ridicule. "What about Shang Qiu and Nan Xiangmei?" Su Lu stared at the wine glass in front of him. Suddenly he grabbed it and drained it in one gulp. Stimulated by the alcohol, he frowned and muttered to himself, "I'm only one person. The Federation is not like Bermuda where I can casually marry a few more." Zhou Yu frowned and looked at him. Her nose moved slightly as if he was a smelly stone in a septic tank. She said sarcastically, "You are not making a choice but avoiding a choice. Although the effect is the same, you are not fucking manly enough. Take that national girl for example. She actually asked the girl to take the initiative to propose. Are you a man?" She also drained the wine in her glass in one gulp and mocked, "Now that I think about it, that guy was actually more manly than you. Before he died, he still remembered the women he had messed with. Sulu wanted to argue about who was more manly, the playboy Shi Qinghai and a useless guy like himself. He just felt that the way Zhou promoted Nan Xiangmei just now was very similar to the way Little Watermelon promoted Shang Qiu in the old mansion in the 2nd Latitude District of Sunset Province. Suddenly, a little boy's sharp cursing voice came from the table next to them. Zhou Liuhua was probably not used to the smell of the barbecue stall in the night market. He was desperately twisting his body in the arms of the nanny, crying and cursing as he kicked his legs, leaving several footprints on the nanny's clothes. Su Li's face was a little ugly. He looked at Zhou and said, "Why is he so bad-tempered? Stubborn, proud, violent and cold." Naturally, he inherited it from his evil young mother, Zhou replied self-deprecatingly. "I spent too much time on the front line. I really didn't expect you to teach him to be like this." Su said with a sullen face, "You'd better control him or else I really can't help but beat him up. It's normal for little boys to be naughty. They're still young. They'll be fine when they grow up." When Zhong Huiyin was 5 years old, he already knew how to follow me in the ventilation tunnel without saying a word. Temperament has nothing to do with age. Zhou stared at him coldly and said, "This is my son. I'd like to see who dares to beat him up." From a biological and legal point of view, he has 2 fathers. Now that one of them is dead, if I don't discipline him, who will? Su paused for a moment and said self-deprecatingly, "I remember the scene when I bumped into you and your sister in front of the nightclub in Linhai province. I don't want Lu Hua to be beaten into a pig's head by the second Shi Qinghai in the future." "I hope he's the second Shi Qinghai." Zhou frowned and slowly lowered her head. Then she raised her head and drank another glass of wine. Sulu looked at her quietly. Suddenly he said to the little boy who was struggling and crying at the table next to them, "If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you to death." His voice wasn't loud and his attitude didn't look very fierce. But strangely, children were probably like animals and were naturally sensitive to real danger. Zhou Liuhua stared blankly at the uncle who was sitting with his mother. He immediately pursed his lips and let his snot drip down. He didn't even dare to make a sound of sobbing. The nanny looked at Sulu gratefully. The little boy didn't know whether it was because he was too tired from crying or because he was scared by Sulu. He hugged the nanny's neck tightly and fell asleep. The windproof lights on the barbecue stall in the night market gave off a faint glow to the surrounding leaves. It felt warm and somewhat like a scene in a movie. Jian Shuer's idea makes sense. But it's impossible for both sides to stop. I have to send all of them to prison before I can complete the task that the hooligan gave me. Zhou glanced at him and said, "I originally thought that with your personality, you would directly rush into the military headquarters in a military mecha and blow up Li Jiedu. I promised the war god, I promised Mr. President, I promised your father, and I also promised Shi Qinghai over the phone. Although he couldn't hear me at the time. I will do my best to protect myself while destroying the enemy." After a moment of silence, Sulu said, "I still don't have much confidence in the Federation's laws. But after what he did on Parliament Hill, the supporters of the radical faction in the military have been pretty much wiped out. As long as Mr. President can control the situation, the judicial process can continue. Do you really think that someone like Li Jiedu, who hid for more than a decade and used only a few months to easily take over the legacy his father left in the military and firmly controlled 2.5 military regions and nearly 100 divisions like Li Jiedu, can really be brought to court by the judicial process? The military is ultimately the Federation's military. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is not the president of the Federation. This is the capital, not a battlefield. Whether it is from the perspective of the law or public opinion, Li Jiedu has too many inherent shortcomings. If he really dares to instigate a coup in the military, how many of those troops will listen to him and stand against the elected government and Mr. President? Those generals and normal soldiers won't have the courage to face the spirit of the Constitution in order to satisfy his ambition and his seemingly hot-blooded slogans. If it is a war against the empire, the person who has the military is undoubtedly the most powerful. But in the internal struggle of the Federation, that is not completely the case. Just like right now, Li Jiedu really wants me dead, but he can only assassinate me. He can't order the 17th Division to surround this block and directly bombard me and my team members into pieces of meat with cannonballs. How exactly are you going to cooperate with Mr. President's plan? Zhou looked at him quietly. Her watery eyes were tinged with faint worry. If it is really as you said, and the president is in a very difficult situation, then the difficult situation can become dangerous at any time. What can you do after the danger knocks on the door of the youth apartment? Bai Yulan said that my greatest strength is that I am good at simplifying complicated things. But right now the Federation's situation can't be simplified. In your eyes, forcibly returning from the West Woods and holding this press conference in the afternoon seems more like nonsense to vent my anger. In fact, I have my own plan. Tomorrow the evidence of Vice President Byron and Lee Jae-doo's involvement in the case of the ancient bell will appear on the internet to create a stir. Now the civilian internet of the Federation has been turned into a shit pit by those demons raised by the capitalists. It has no credibility in the hearts of the people, and it may even be directly regarded as a scam or a dark fantasy novel. But it is good to be able to create a stir first. Then, Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood will choose the right time to release the relevant information. With the credibility of the Capital Special District Daily News, I think this storm will be bigger this time. The Ministry of Justice and the relevant departments, as well as the civilian agencies in the building of the Ministry of National Defense, are still under the control of the official residents. When the Federation begins to stir up a stir, Mr. President will have sufficient reason to either reauthorize me or authorize the Ministry of Justice to continue investigating the case of the ancient bell. I think even Parliament Hill will be on our side at that time. At that time, it will be General Lee Jae-doo's turn to make a difficult decision. Should he wait for the investigation to end or fight to the death? Yes, he will definitely choose the latter, and I will also wait for him to choose the latter. Sulu looked at Zhou, whose eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter, and explained in a low voice, I am not good at political schemes. I will only force them to take action. I will keep an eye on the slightest change in the troops that Lee Jae-doo can command. As long as they really do take action, I will stop them and get all the evidence in my hands. With this arrangement, the turmoil in the Federation can be controlled, and as long as I stay in the official residence, the most important thing, the safety of Mr. President, can be perfectly guaranteed. Zhou frowned and held her chin. She suddenly felt that the knowledge she had learned over the years and the judgment and analysis ability that helped Sulu before were all very funny. This is an idiot's logical deduction. At this moment in her eyes, Sulu really looked like an idiot. She said sarcastically, you said a lot of nonsense, but the most important thing is the word, stop. How can you stop the fully armed federal forces? And the safety of Mr. President, how can you guarantee it? Zhou spread her hands and stared at him angrily. Do you think you are the great creator who can turn thousands of armored vehicles and mechas into scrap metal with just a few words? Yes, according to the Charter of the Federation, President Pabre could easily control the army, as long as the army did not have its own thoughts. But now, the key was that the army had the most invincible armed force in the universe and had started to have its own thoughts. Who could stop all this? Sulu raised his wine glass to toast the worried girl in red. He thought to himself that he could indeed turn thousands of armored vehicles, mechas, and even battleships into scrap metal. With the support of the glory of the Charter, a certain someone could do anything, but do I have to tell you this? Chapter 750. Have you thought about Li Feng's problem? Zhou gently swirled the wine glass with her fingers. The beautiful amber color contrasted nicely with the terrible leek paste. I forgot, Sulu replied. Zhou looked up at him. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, you forced your way back to the capital ring and then came up with this so-called plan. In my opinion, it's still laughably naive, but it's only natural when you think about it. You're an engineer who's only good at dealing with machines, numbers and formulas. It's indeed a bit difficult for you to think about these problems. At least you're willing to think about it, which means you've improved. Perhaps this is a kind of regression. Sula shrugged. This answer is somewhat interesting. It's much better than the average speech level you've shown in the past. Zhou mocked, back to your naive plan. Of course, I firmly admit that if you're really the creator, then no matter how boring your plan is, it'll work. And Mr. President will definitely be happy to see this, so, Sulu, I'll pray for you. Sulu and the members of Group 7 silently disappeared into the night on the streets of Wangdu. No one knew where their destination was and no one knew what they were going to do. Zhou sat at the night market stall with a wine glass in her hand. She did not say any useless prayers for a certain person. She just sat there silently, occasionally pouring the wine into her bright red lips. The strong wine almost made her red lips burn. Other than the owner of the barbecue stall, whose expression was much more numb than before, there were no other customers. The nanny carried the child to the car. The two orderlies at the table in the distance looked at her worriedly, worried that she would turn into the rumored unruly and cold young lady when she was drunk. A black car silently slid over like a ghost. There was no logo on the car, not even any eye-catching decorations, but for Zhou, she could easily recognize this specially made black car. There were no more than 10 of them in the entire universe. Zhou waved her hand to signal the two orderlies to stay where they were and not to come over. Zhou took a deep breath and carefully tidied her clothes. She adjusted the angle of the red flower on her temple to be impeccable. Then she revealed a kind and reserved smile that gave a sense of distance. She stood up and greeted them respectfully. There was no need to worry about the black car at the back of the mountain. Li Ziyuan had officially begun his political career in S2 Oak State. Sulu had just quietly left in a black car, so the person in the black car could only be that madam. And that madam was qualified to be welcomed by anyone in the Federation, let alone the girl she had single-handedly cultivated at the afternoon tea party back then. Yuzi, long time no see. Lady Tai looked at Zhou with a smile and then sat down. This simple action surprised Zhou a little. She never thought that madam would sit on a roadside stool covered in grease. This was not a ridiculous reservedness of a rich person who had not experienced the affairs of the world, but a very natural minimum requirement of life. Madam, yes, long time no see. Zhou calmed her mind and responded with a smile. The curvature of her lips was very beautiful. It was not dazzling, but it was not mediocre. You are calmer than before and you are more independent than before. This is very good. We women should never put the hope of a happy life on men who have no hope at all. Lady Tai said with a light sigh, what a pity. Back then I only thought you had a big butt and now I am discovering more and more of your good points. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Zhou's face revealed a rare bit of embarrassment. A big butt and good fertility, this type of vulgar and somewhat contemptuous evaluation, normally would easily make a woman unhappy, but she was already used to hearing this type of evaluation in her adolescence. Moreover, Lady Tai's tone always carried a natural and refreshing autumn air. I came to see you today mainly for two reasons. Lady Tai looked at her with a smile and said, the first is what Sulu said to you just now. The second is, I really want to know from your point of view, who exactly will obtain the final victory in this situation. After a moment of silence, Zhou said what she could casually say. Then she furrowed her brows slightly and said, although I don't think Sulu is a guy who is good at political structure, I agree with one of his judgments. Even if Li Jiedu's intelligence and ability is astonishing, in the end he is not his father, Marshal Li. Even if he is in fact the #1 figure in the federal military, he definitely doesn't have the ability to make the entire federal forces go crazy and have the prestige to dance with it. When facing the president and the government, I always feel like he doesn't have too many perfect methods to handle things. If he is slightly careless, he can only leave behind a black name in the annals of history, but there is no way for him to obtain absolute power in this world. That's right. Just like how you are worried about Sulu, this little guy's unreasonable self-confidence, for me, Li Jiedu's overly abnormal and shoddy killing, as well as his completely opposite self-confidence, is something that I am extremely puzzled about. Lady Tai's eyes drooped slightly, as if she was thinking about some very troublesome problem. With my understanding of the Lees of Philadelphia, the old man's son is definitely not stupid to this extent. In fact, the things that have happened recently have already proven his ability. Zhou sighed softly and said, could it be that blind optimism really is an emotion that can infect each other? But the problem is that history is heavy. He can allow people like Sulu to be naive, but he definitely won't allow Li Jiedu to have the possibility of being childish. History is heavy. This seems to be a topic of discussion during an afternoon tea back then? Lady Tai looked at her and said with a smile. Zhou smiled reservedly, and then suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked, Madam, you are concerned about their victory or defeat. Does that mean that you won't get involved in this chaotic battle? If possible, may I know which side you are inclined to support? Li Jiedu and those people in the army wanted to kill your older brother Crown Prince back then. Naturally, I won't support them. Lady Tai calmly replied, but back then I could even ignore Macklin, so naturally I can also ignore these old grudges. After all, I have to admit that regardless of whether it is Li Jiedu or those who stand on his side, they have enough qualifications to discuss matters related to benefits and compensation with me. Zhou listened quietly, not saying a word. I won't support anyone and I won't use benefits as a bargaining chip at this moment. I just need to quietly watch and see who wins in the end, and then ask them to cut a piece for me. This analogy might be a bit vulgar, but you know that I like to cook in the kitchen. Lady Tai said with a smile. Zhou suddenly laughed, slightly raising her proud chin, and said softly, Madam, in my opinion, the so-called quietly watching should be the biggest mistake that the 7 great families have made in these years. Lady Tai's expression froze slightly. When those soldiers tried to kill my older brother Crown Prince in Linhai State Gymnasium, although the elders of the other families personally went to the back of Macho's mountain to explain and even shed tears to beg for your approval, in fact, everyone knew that they were gloating. They didn't do anything specific, they just watched. When the previous government carried out the Macklin project, the 7 great families still didn't do anything. You watched as Macklin messed up the Federation, and you only came out to clean up the mess in the end, trying to obtain a decisive victory. However, you didn't expect that Su Lu and Shi Qinghai directly killed that old senator, and the Bureau of Proclamation even found out that Macklin was actually a spy for the Empire. And recently, the radicals of the government and the military joined hands. They even sent information to the Empire's military department to kill Commander Zhong and his wife in Constellation. Then the government began to vigorously harvest the West Woods. During this time, did the other 6 families do anything? No, you didn't do anything. You were still watching and then trying to follow behind the government to take a few bites. Zhou Yu's expression was calm, but there was a hint of her unique biting cold. Even in front of the most terrifying lady in the Federation, her tone was still calm and firm. I don't understand what the legendary 7 great families are thinking. Where did your foresight go? You didn't do anything, you just watched, so now the federal military is basically going to fall into the hands of the radicals. And now you can't do anything. You can only stare with your eyes wide open and refuse to admit it, but desperately hope that Su Lu can solve these problems. Lady Tai listened quietly. After a moment, she smiled slightly and said, Yuzi, I like you more and more, but you have to believe in one thing. 4 deformed existences like the 7 great families, even if they don't do anything, just watching is enough to deter others. Zhou Yu smiled and shook her head. She said, Madam, I believe that the 72 years of history of the constitutional era will definitely be written by people like Shi Qinghai and Su Lu who do things. The Charter Square was empty and quiet in the middle of the night. The terrorist attack on Parliament Hill a few days ago had raised the security level of the square by 2 levels. In the dark corners and in the old multi-story buildings on both sides of the square, there were countless police and special task force surveillance teams hidden. For Su Lu, these were not obstacles. The members of Group 7 were divided into 3 teams to hide in the forest behind the Windy Slope Club. Under the cover of the glory of the Charter, he quietly passed through the forest and came to the back of the president's official residence. Just as Zhou Yu said, people like him and Shi Qinghai were the most typical people of action. In the end, the so-called plan still had 2 sides: to be arrested or to arrest others, to be killed or to kill others. He had to enter the president's official residence to implement this plan. Most importantly, he had to ensure the safety of Mr. Pabre under the threat of the radicals in the military. Under the precise coordination of the Federal Central Computer, the 3-level electronic surveillance network of the Federation allowed Su Lu to quietly invade with great comfort. There was no groaning and no one was alarmed. Then, under the nervous gaze of Miss Federation, Su Lu climbed into the boudoir of the first daughter of the Federation. He looked apologetically at the trampled quilt. The 2 whispered for a moment, and then he came to the president's study. Chapter 751. For the social system of the Federation, 5 years was a complete cycle. This was the political environment decided by the election. As for the dark-skinned president sitting behind the desk, with his outstanding governing ability and wisdom, his increasingly mature and natural political methods, as well as his deeply rooted resume, he had now obtained unprecedented support from the federal citizens. He didn't need to worry about the results of this year's presidential election. The so-called 5 years was just a normal occurrence. The silver frost in his eyes and hair could only prove that President Pabre had put in a lot of effort and care in order for the Federation to go further and obtain the final victory in the war with the Empire. 5 years ago, Tai Ziyuan arranged a scene for Su Lu at the Double Moon Festival Ball in Yue University. Without knowing, Su Lu arranged for the legendary Chao Qiudao from Green Dragon Mountain to meet with Tai Ziyuan. Together with Shi Qinghai, they indirectly facilitated the visit of Pabre, who was still a member of parliament at that time, to Green Dragon Mountain. This set a firm tone for that extremely intense presidential election. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Looking at the president behind the desk, deep in thought, Su Li's heart was still as calm and filled with joy and satisfaction as before. He was the first president of the Federation who was truly from the poor class. He came from an ordinary family of miners in Donglin. He used to be the most famous public interest lawyer in the Federation. For the sake of justice and victory for the common people, he fought to the end against those terrifying enterprises and families in the Federation. After winning the election, he chose a path that was completely different from the dark political manipulations of the past. He was more direct and passionate, with a clear and calm style. He never made ugly compromises for the sake of the overall situation. He had already proven that he was a real politician, not a politician. Just like what Shi Qinghai said when he raised his glass to celebrate in the bar. Padre, he is our president. The we here refers to ordinary Federation people like you and me. The headquarters of the 1st Military Region requested to discipline you, but the proposal was suppressed by the Ministry of National Defense. Speaking of which, when are you going to marry Minister Zhou's daughter, or are you really going to marry that national girl? When President Padre saw Su Lu standing out from the shadows, he didn't show any surprise on his face. He stood up with a gentle smile, turned off the platform in front of him and took out 2 cups. Colonel Su Lu, you are a young hero of the Federation. I don't want your messy love life to be imitated by those male students in Linhai who are obviously over-secreting hormones. What do you want to drink? Coffee, tea or wine? Tea, thank you, Su Lu replied. Although he had already confirmed that Mr. President's safety was not a problem through the old man, when he saw the dark and steady face behind the desk, Su Lu really relaxed. If the military radicals really took crazy measures under pressure and hurt Mr. President, he really didn't know what the Federation would be like tomorrow. President Padre always seemed very casual when interacting with the staff in his official residence. He looked like an ordinary leader of a work group, without a trace of the president's self-awareness. But in front of Su Lu, this kind of casual expression was very natural and full. It seemed that in the depths of his heart, he had always regarded this outstanding young man as his own nephew. Probably because of the inherent thinking habits of his childhood, Su Lu couldn't really be calm and natural when facing Mr. President. No matter how strong he became, the middle-aged man in front of him from Donglin was after all the president of the Federation, and he was the kind of president that deserved to be respected and followed. Holding a slightly hot cup of ordinary jasmine tea that was brewed by Mr. President himself, Su Lu didn't waste too much time. After confirming that the monitoring equipment in the study was turned off, he used the fastest speed to describe the problems found in the case of the antique bell. President Padre listened in silence. His thick lips were tightly closed, and his thick straight eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Whether it was when he heard that the Bureau of Proclamation indirectly provided the charter network to the Imperial Military Headquarters, or when he heard that Colonel Laker secretly destroyed the escape system of the antique bell, there was no expression on his dark face. There were so many people in the Federation government who cooperated with the radicals in the military, and even his partner, the Vice President of the Federation, was involved. Perhaps this kind of terrible and sad impact made Mr. President forcibly suppress his anger into intense pain under his calm face. Su Lu took out the chip and put it on the table in front of Mr. President. He said in a low voice, "This is the relevant evidence, mainly found by Shi Qinghai. It should be enough to accuse those people." President Padre didn't take the chip. He casually leaned against the big wooden bookshelf, held the teacup, and said with a heavy expression, "The official residence has received this evidence on the day of the Parliament Hill incident." He put the teacup on the table, and his deep voice was full of undisguised admiration. "Shi Qinghai is a very excellent man. I pardoned him at your request and appointed him as the liaison officer despite everyone's opposition. Now it seems that I made the right choice. He didn't let me down." Su Lu just realized that Mr. President had already received the evidence. He was more and more convinced that his judgment was correct. Under the strong pressure of the radicals and the federal military, the official residence really needed the impact from the outside world, or the pressure of public opinion. From the concert in Linhai 5 years ago to the assassination of Zhong Huoyin, Commander Zhong's daughter, and then to the explosion of the antique bell, the whole thing is very clear. The radicals in the military have been planning for a long time. They are very powerful, but this is not worrying. However, General Li Jiedu actually played such an important role in the radicals, which really makes me feel shocked and uneasy. Su Lu looked at the solemn Mr. President and said, "When General Miller retired, Minister Zhou, and even many people, including the army god, thought that it was the best choice for him to take over the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Because everyone knows that he is famous for being a moderate in the academic faction. I really didn't expect. President Pabre frowned and walked to the window with a bitter smile on his lips. I was the one who proposed this motion. There is one more thing that I have been thinking about. When did Teacher Du Xiaoqing join forces with the radicals? Or was he in this organization from the beginning? I really find it hard to believe that he was involved in the explosion of the antique bell. Su Lu followed Mr. President's footsteps and walked to the window. Looking at his thick back, he said with deep confusion, "Everyone in the army knows that he and Commander Zhong are lifelong enemies. He and his Iron 7 division were even forcibly suppressed by Commander Zhong for more than 10 years. But, according to my understanding on the battlefield over the years, although Xiaoqing's temperament is very bastardly and indifferent in some aspects, he really doesn't look like a guy who would shoot in the back. Young man, don't you think what we need to do now is to solve the problem instead of thinking about the root cause of the problem?" President Pabre stood by the window, looked at him and said with a smile, "I believe you already have your own plan. What do you need me to do?" Su Lu shrugged clumsily, trying to look relaxed and natural. He replied, "I am your subordinate, so of course I will cooperate with you. Tomorrow there will be some news on the civilian network, and then the Capital Special District Daily will publish a related report. I will use this report to ask for an explanation from the 1st Military Region, and also ask the court to continue the investigation of Colonel Lake's treason case." President Pabre continued calmly, "As the report goes deeper and the evidence is gradually released, I can ask the Ministry of Justice to officially start an investigation. There is nothing that can stop this. Except for guns and ammunition, nothing can stop the investigation." Su Lu said, "And now this is what I am most worried about. In fact, these days some of the staff in the official residence are worried about me like you. And I think these seemingly powerful threats are actually just snow stains in the early spring night. They can't see the sun the next day. No matter how cold the snow is, it can only melt under the sun." President Pabre's voice was low and powerful. "The army is the army of the Federation. Its duty is to obey orders. When any soldier joins the army, they have to swear allegiance to the elected government and the President of the Federation, who is the specific representative of this right, which is me." The most powerful man in the Federation looked calmly into Su Li's eyes and said, "I don't believe that the entire federal forces are made up of ambitious people. Even if some officers are blinded by profit, ordinary soldiers will not stand on their side. Without my order, no army can enter within 80 kilometers of the Capital Special District." "I agree with your point of view." General Li Jiedu may be able to convince many troops, but he can't convince every specific person, so he can only use other names to carry out hidden operations. Su Lu nodded and replied, "Mr. President, I promise you as long as they begin to mobilize troops, I may be able to find a way to slow down the advancement of the mechanized troops." Thinking of that damn federal central computer that stubbornly analyzed the specific situation every time, Su Lu silently cursed a few times in his heart. Then he scratched his head and said, "Even if I can't, I can directly arrest or kill General Li Jiedu before the situation escalates." Hearing this, President Pabre's eyebrows slightly raised. He looked at him seriously and asked, "This is not the time for jokes. Are you sure you can do it?" "At least a 50% success rate." Su Lu silently calculated in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. With a sincere smile that easily made people feel a sense of trust, he looked at President Pabre and said, "Please rest assured." President Pabre was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. At that time, Parliament Hill was preparing to hold a special hearing on the matter of you being the student of that traitor. Now that I think about it, it should have been Byron's plan. Byron. I've known him for many years. He was very good at these kinds of political tactics on the surface. I have to admit that he was excellent. In many important moments, I even relied on his maturity and a little cunning to deal with the situation. Now that he's dead, I feel very complicated when I think about it occasionally. President Pabre and Su Lu both held teacups and stood side by side in front of the window on the second floor of the official residence. In front of them was the lawn and further away was the street. At the end of the street was Charter Square. The view was incomparably wide, and there was no danger of being sniped. The president laughed self-deprecatingly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip without knowing the taste. He continued, "It was because of that incident that they uncovered your secret, or rather your background. Only then did I know that you were also from Donglin. Actually, I was very happy to know that you were also a rock from Donglin. I was gratified and even a little happy. President Pabre glanced at him and laughed loudly. Sula looked at him and replied with a smile, "When I found out that you were from Donglin, I believe that many Donglin people felt the same as me when I thought that an Donglin person would become the president of the Federation. We all felt very proud." The Donglin region was extremely remote. Since the crystal mines had dried up, it had become even more desolate. It had gradually become a corner forgotten by the Federation. The citizens of Donglin all looked forward to leaving that planet with no obvious changes in the seasons and no clear view of the beautiful starry sky. However, it was very difficult to enter the capital ring through immigration or examinations. The quota provided by the Federation was extremely limited. However, with Pabre being elected as the president of the Federation and Su Li's identity being exposed, there was an extremely subtle change. This pair of Donglin men, who were quite a few years apart in age, had already become the two most famous men in the Federation. The citizens of the capital ring naturally remembered the Donglin region again, as well as the especially famous Donglin rock saying. The Federation government, on the other hand, increased their support and immigration to the Donglin region. My wife returned to Donglin on my behalf at the beginning of the year. President Pabre said, "You probably don't know how proud the people back home are of us." Sulu smiled. He suddenly sank into silence. He looked at the starry sky outside the window and said faintly, "My hometown can't see such a beautiful starry sky. I can't change this, even if I'm the president of the Federation." It's said that the president of the Federation is the most powerful man in this galaxy, but no one knows that even if the president of the Federation wants to do something sometimes, it's very difficult to make even the slightest change in this galaxy. President Pabre looked at Sulu with an unusually solemn expression. He said, "It's really difficult to do things." There were countless agents of the Special Task Force hiding in the corners of the lawn outside the French windows. After the incident on Parliament Hill, the major organizations of the Federation increased their security levels. The security measures in places like the President's official residence were naturally extremely tight. In the rooms downstairs, the staff of the official residence were busy with their daily work. The rooms at the end of the left and right corridors were a different scene. There were many Special Forces soldiers with cold expressions. They silently lined up together like statues. They were fully armed to the teeth, and the guns in their hands glowed with a cold light. In Su Li's left eye, the armed forces inside and outside the official residence were like countless dense dots of light. Through these soldiers who belonged to the security forces directly under the capital garrison, he could clearly feel the pressure that the president had been under these days. "Mr. President, the people will understand you," he said comfortingly. President Pabre looked at him. After a moment he said, "It's good that you can understand." Sulu sat silently on the sofa in the study on the second floor of the official residence. His hands held the cup of tea that had already become slightly cold. He waited for the president next door to come over with the secret authorization document that was going to be given to him. He was a very patient person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have liked mechanical repair work that was extremely boring in the eyes of ordinary people. However, he didn't know if it was because the taste of the undrunk jasmine tea evaporated too quickly, or because the leather sofa, a cultural relic left behind by the previous dynasty, was too soft. It was only a moment, but it felt like an eternity to him. He continued to sit. He sat alone. He sat more and more alone, and it was getting colder and colder. Sula narrowed his eyes. He looked at the dots of light that were scattered in various areas of the official residence in his left eye. He looked at the changes in the situation in the buildings around Charter Square further away. He suddenly remembered something that the president had just said. "Without my order, no troops can enter within an 80-kilometer radius of the capital special district." The troops that suddenly appeared in the streets and alleys were definitely less than 80 kilometers away from the president's official residence. The closest one was not even 800 meters away. He raised his head and silently looked at the heavy wooden door between the study and the confidential room next door. He confirmed that the president was on the other side of the door and didn't leave. He frowned and licked his dry lips. Through the communication system next to his collar, he sent the latest order to the members of Group 7 who were waiting outside the official residence. "All of you." After pausing for 2 seconds, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He continued in a soft voice, "Retreat immediately. If you encounter an abnormal situation, don't resist. I repeat, don't resist, and then, this is an order." After finishing what he had to do immediately, Sulu stood up and put the cup of jasmine tea back on the desk. He quickly walked to the window and narrowed his eyes to observe the situation in the lawn and the dark night. Then with a whoosh he forcefully closed all the thick curtains. The starry sky outside the window was covered, but the light in the study was brighter. The truth and falsehood of the light didn't affect the lighting effect. He quickly walked to the door of the study near the corridor. He narrowed his eyes and saw the scene behind the door. He couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. He turned around and pulled off the belt on the bookcase. He forcefully locked the door and then subconsciously shook his head. After doing all this, Sulu sat back on the uncomfortable leather sofa again. He rested his elbows on his thighs and thoughtfully stared at the wooden door that didn't open for a long time. It really didn't take long, but it felt very long, he said to himself in his heart. Feeling was really a terrible thing because feelings were the best at deceiving people. Sulu shook his head and took out a 37 brand cigarette from his jacket pocket. He tiredly leaned against the back of the sofa. The fingers of his right hand holding the lighter were slightly trembling. Just like the extremely complicated feelings at this moment. Chapter 752. It was already late at night. The bustling Charter Square and the bustling Parliament Hill had become incomparably quiet. Only the group of 5 in the middle of the square were still sizing up their new comrade, puzzled as to why the god of war looked so old. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow past, causing the green leaves on the ground to roll slowly. Because it was late spring, there was no feeling of desolation, but there was no joy or warmth either. The sudden sound of emergency brakes came from under the specially made bulletproof tires of dozens of dark green military vehicles, piercing through the silent night sky. Then, the rumbling sound of armored vehicles blended into the sound, waking the rich people around the square from their dreams. Some people walked to the window in confusion and looked at the armored vehicles and military vehicles that were quickly dispersing around the square. They watched as the densely packed fully armed soldiers quickly rushed into many important buildings, including the Ministry of Finance. They couldn't help but be shocked. This was the capital special district, and shocking scenes rarely happened. What was going on? What did this troop of unknown origin want to do? In a short period of time, a large screen appeared above a military vehicle in the middle of the troop. The words "drill" were silently displayed on the screen. At the same time, many soldiers began to enter the building to explain to the panicked people. It turned out that this was a special military drill in response to the attack on Parliament Hill. Of course, this was not a military drill. When the members of Group 7 scattered around the presidential residence received Su Li's order through the communication system, they knew that there was going to be a big problem today. Gu Shifeng frowned and combed her sweat-soaked hair with her chubby fingers. She didn't know how to respond to the leader's order. After receiving the order, the communication system automatically shut down. They didn't know if Su Lu was still in the presidential residence, nor did they know what had happened to him. What should we do? Xiong Linxuan's buzzing voice sounded from the system. It was an exceptionally violent and impatient voice. Should we storm into the residence and take a look? Don't you think it's a little too difficult for us to storm the president's residence with just 20 people? Gu Shifeng mocked, then frowned and said, "Let's retreat. This is the leader's order." Retreat again? Withdraw my ass. The angry voices of the members of Team 7 could be heard from the communication system. Someone said in a low voice, "Every time we are about to fight, the boss always wants us to retreat and take over the work himself. That time in 3320, that time in the Empire. What the fuck, are we really useless shit stirrers?" Gu Shifeng understood the feelings of her team members. Everyone knew that Su Lu would abandon his team members to play the role of a lone hero because he was worried that something would happen to his team members. However, no one could accept that they couldn't help Su Lu. Boss doesn't like to play with us. What can we do? He was hiding in the bathroom on the second-last floor of the Ministry of Finance building. He was in charge of communication with the entire team. After a slight pause, he returned to his role as the temporary commander and said in a deep voice, "Everyone quickly retreat. I repeat, quickly retreat from your current positions. Remember, this is an order." A soldier's duty was to obey orders, so the federal forces had to listen to Mr. President's orders. However, for Team 7, Su Lu and Bai Yulan's orders were irresistible. Therefore, no matter how angry, worried, and unwilling they were, the team members still used the fastest speed to pack up their equipment and prepare to retreat from their positions. At this time, Gu Shifeng, who was destroying the 24-hour electronic data, heard the screeching sound of brakes coming from the ground. Through the window of the bathroom, he saw the endless stream of troops coming from the streets. His eyes narrowed and he finally understood why Sulu ordered them to retreat first. Of course, this was not a drill. This was a standard military operation. In the face of more than 2,000 elite soldiers of the Federation, as well as those heavy firepower armored vehicles that were ready to attack in the night, no matter how strong Group 7 was, they were just a small wooden boat in front of a huge wave. How could they resist? Gu Shifeng stared at the Federation soldiers charging toward the Ministry of Finance building. Suddenly, he pointed at the metal button on his left sleeve and said in a deep voice, "I repeat boss's order again. No resistance. No resistance." This was a secret military operation with an extremely high level of confidentiality. This military operation mobilized the 3rd Military Region's Iron 7th Division, the Capital Garrison Division's 2nd Division, and the 1st Regiment's elite and loyal troops. Before the operation began, only the highest military officers of these 3 troops knew the specific details of tonight's operation. This secret military operation relied entirely on verbal orders. There were no radio calls or electronic files. The troops didn't even activate the military command system, nor did they use the mechas. Even the remote control systems and chips in the armored vehicles and military vehicles were completely dismantled. There were no orders in the air, no electrical noises unique to the command system. There were only standard field hand gestures and manual light screen adjustments. More than 1,000 Federation troops, like a black mass of silent ghosts, quickly took control of all the passages around the president's official residence. Sporadic gunshots came from the southwest corner, and then it quickly returned to silence. A staff officer in the army suppressed his strong puzzlement and doubts about the military operation and quickly ran to a military vehicle on the street. He lowered his body and said, "We have captured 8 illegal armed soldiers, which is 14 less than the plan. We are still searching for them. I don't know why, but none of the captured soldiers resisted. Also, the Capitol Police Bureau has sent officers over. The Ministry of National Defense is asking us what we are doing." The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Du Shaoqing's expressionless and extremely cold face. He looked at the Charter Square in the night and didn't care about the questions from the Capitol Police Bureau and the Ministry of National Defense. He gently pinched the leg of his sunglasses and asked, "What was that gunshot just now?" A member of the 7th group tried to escape by jumping over the wall and was shot in the leg by the sniper of the 1st group of guards. "Is he okay?" "It's not a big problem." "Not bad." Du Shaoqing pushed open the door and walked out. He said, "I still insist that those guys can't be considered real soldiers. But during the war with the Empire, those guys have proven their combat strength. The troops need them alive. Since they didn't resist, pay attention to their personal safety." "Yes, sir." The staff officer looked at the commander who was walking in the direction of the president's official residence and shook his head in confusion. After finishing the cigarette, Sulu lit another one. Watching the flame gradually spread over the 3 words, Suli's eyes narrowed. He took it in front of him and carefully examined it, as if he was trying to find a secret that he couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. Time ticked by, but no one pushed open the door of the study, which was next to the corridor. Only the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard faintly. Sitting on the sofa, he stared at the burning 37 brand cigarette, shook his head and cursed a few vulgarities about Didi. Without the old man's help, Sula could accurately judge that the soldiers outside the door must be fully armed. They wore hard bulletproof vests, heavy transparent bulletproof helmets, and held dangerous high firepower guns in their hands. The door between the study and the confidential room was also not opened. The most powerful man in the Federation was behind the door. Sulu licked his dry lips, stuffed the cigarette butt into his mouth and took a deep breath. He knew that he could not rush through the door. As for the door behind him, outside the window to his left, the lawn around the official residence was already occupied by hundreds of the Federation's most elite Special Forces soldiers. If he really dared to rush, then what greeted him would be countless bullets. Previously, he had thought that the elite Special Forces in the official residence, which belonged to the security forces directly under the capital garrison, were special measures used by Mr. President to protect him. Only now did he know that they were special measures used to arrest or kill him. This was really ridiculous and hilarious. But Sula could not laugh. He felt as if he had returned to the abandoned mine pits in Donglin. Looking at the huge rock in front of him that was piled up by the mining machine to the wastewater outlet, his mood was irritable and gloomy. Because of this mood, he just stared blankly at the Federal Central Computer that constantly displayed the firepower layout around the official residence in his left eye. He looked at the precise electronic map that showed the troops that had already controlled all the streets and alleys, but he did not have any conversation with it. Once here. He carefully put out the cigarette butt and counted the number of people he would see. Then, using the chip positioning provided by the Federal Central Computer, he confirmed that the second one had also arrived. So, he silently said in his heart, "Open the door." The door between the study and the confidential room opened. To be precise, it should be that the door, together with the large bookshelf full of books and the wall behind it, quietly opened and disappeared into the thick wall. A transparent glass wall appeared between the two rooms. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked over there. He knew that this could not be a real glass wall, but a high-strength composite security wall. He had read the information beforehand and knew that the security measures inside the official residence were very strong. At that time he was relieved for Mr. President's safety, but now he trapped himself. This transparent wall was thicker, more indestructible, and more infuriating than the wall that blocked in front of him in the Four States Foundation building. It separated him and the people behind the wall into two different worlds. At this time, anger and disappointment were a wall. He was on one side and President Pabre was on the other side. On the second day after the funeral of God of War Li Pifu, Li Jiedu stood up straight and participated in a secret meeting of the Trinity Association. In that meeting, facing the members' proposal to let Zhou Yingxing resign from the position of Minister of Defense, the Vice President of the Federation, Byron, once showed strong confidence and demanded that all actions should be based on the fundamental interests of the Federation. At that time he smiled and said, "We are the Federation." In the luxurious washroom of the Parliament building, which was full of the aura of death and torture, Shi Qinghai once asked Shiminjin, if that Mr. Senator was not Byron, then who was it? Shiminjin, who was bleeding non-stop, looked at him and laughed nervously. She asked him mockingly, "Do you and Sulu know who your enemy is? Do you know who we are?" On the shining emblem of the Federation on the building of the Ministry of Defense, Sulu once seriously and solemnly reminded Du Shaoqing that as a soldier of the Federation, his duty was to obey orders. Du Shaoqing's expression was very complicated and strange at that time. He said that he knew. Yes, he did know and he had always done so. The answer was revealed. It was not pleasant and it was somewhat sad. For a long time, there was silence in the president's residence. No one spoke. Only the suffocating heavy breathing of the soldiers could be faintly heard through the walls. President Pabre looked at Sulu through the glass wall and was silent for a long time. He slowly held his forehead with his broad palm, as if the decision he was about to make was extremely difficult for him. Li Jiedu stood behind him with a gentle and calm expression as usual. Du Shaoqing stood at the door farther away. It was unknown when he had put on his sunglasses again, but there was no trace of expression on his face. President Pabre's tanned face was slightly firm. He said slowly, "At the press conference in the afternoon, you said to the camera that you were back. You asked if we were ready. I was very worried about you." He shook his head and said with emotion, "I was worried that you were not mentally prepared enough to face all of this." Sulu looked at Pabre's face very seriously. He felt very strange. Why was it that at this time, there was still no way to see any sense of insincerity on his face? So he remained silent, wanting to hear what the other party wanted to say. "For so many years you are the young man I admire the most." President Pabre's voice passed through the transparent wall. It was still so deep and powerful and seemed particularly sincere and firm. He looked at Sulu with unwavering eyes and said in a deep voice, "At this time, there is no need for any deception between us. You can believe this without hesitation. No matter what kind of suffering and pain you have experienced, you still have innocence and hot-bloodedness in the depths of your bones. And this kind of naked beautiful trust is very rare." Sulu suddenly opened his mouth without warning. He frowned and looked at the people on the other side of the transparent wall. It was unknown whether he was asking them or asking himself. Naive is the synonym for stupid? I just told a friend this afternoon that as long as I don't force myself into a dead end, no one can catch or kill me now. Then I realized that because I was afraid of you dying, I really foolishly forced myself into a dead end. There was no obvious expression on Sulu's face. His fingers gently rubbed the extinguished butt of his cigarette. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand. How did I suddenly become a stupid cunt? And the reason for becoming a stupid cunt is actually so fucked up. just like those deliberately mystifying novels of Schiller's in the late period. Why is it that the most righteous old man would finally tear off his mask and proudly tell the whole world that he is the worst one? His straight black eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they were forcibly twisted into two question marks. He looked at the still dark and steady face of the president behind the wall and shook his head. This is not right. This is not pretty. You have to at least let people feel that this world is still a little bit bright, right? The president of the Federation, the vice president, the senior senator, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the invincible general of a generation. Yes, you are the Federation, you are the army. Su Li's face was full of self-mockery. Then he suddenly stood up and raised his voice, roaring angrily toward the other side of the wall. But what kind of shitty Federation and army is this? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.